Chapter 23, Part 1, of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War, Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 1. Sully, in his Memoir, characterizes the reign of Charles VI as "that reign so pregnant of sinister events, the grave of good laws and good morals in France." There is no exaggeration in these words. The 16th century, with its St. Bartholomew and the League, the 18th with its Reign of Terror, and the 19th with its Commune of Paris, contain scarcely any events so sinister as those of which France was, in the reign of Charles VI, from 1380 to 1422, the theatre and the victim. Scarcely was Charles V laid on his bier, when it was seen what a loss he was and would be to his kingdom. Discord arose in the king's own family. In order to shorten the ever critical period of minority, Charles V had fixed the king's majority at the age of 14. His son Charles VI was not yet 12, and so had 2 years to remain under the guardianship of his 4 uncles, the Dukes of Anjou, Berry, Burgundy, and Bourbon, but the last being only a maternal uncle and a less puissant prince than his paternal uncles, it was between the other 3 that the strife began for temporary possession of the kingly power. Though very unequal in talent and in force of character, they were all 3 ambitious and jealous. The eldest, the Duke of Anjou, who was energetic, despotic, and stubborn, aspired to dominion in France for the sake of making French influence subserve the conquest of the kingdom of Naples, the object of his ambition. The Duke of Berry was a mediocre, restless, prodigal, and grasping prince. The Duke of Burgundy, Philippe the Bold, the most able and the most powerful of the 3, had been the favourite, first of his father, King John, and then of his brother, Charles V, who had confidence in him and readily adopted his counsels. His marriage in 1369 with the heiress to the Countship of Flanders had been vigorously opposed by the Count of Flanders, the young princess's father, and by the Flemish communes, ever more friendly to England than to France. But the old Countess of Flanders, Marguerite of France, vexed at the ill will of the Count her son, had one day said to him, as she tore open her dress before his eyes, "Since you will not yield to your mother's wishes, I will cut off these breasts which gave suck to you and to no other, and will throw them to the dogs to devour." This similar argument had moved the Count of Flanders. He had consented to the marriage, and the Duke of Burgundy's power had received such increment by it, that on the 4th of October, 1318, when Charles VI was crowned at Rheims, Philip the Bold, without a word said previously to any, suddenly went up and sat himself down at the young king's side, above his eldest brother, the Duke of Anjou, thus assuming, without anybody's daring to oppose him, the rank and the rights of premier peer of France. He was not slow to demonstrate that his superiority in externals could not fail to establish his political preponderance. His father-in-law, Count Louis of Flanders, was in almost continual strife with the great Flemish communes, ever on the point of rising against the taxes he heaped upon them and the blows he struck at their privileges. The city of Ghent, in particular, joined complaint with menace. In 1381 the quarrel became war. The Ghentese at first experienced reverses. "Ah, if James van Artevelde were alive," said they. James van Artevelde had left a son named Philip, and there was in Ghent a burgher captain, Peter Dubois, who went one evening to see Philip van Artevelde. "What we want now," said he, "is to choose a captain of great renown. Raise up again in this country that father of yours who in his lifetime was so loved and feared in Flanders." "Peter," replied Philip, "you make me a great offer. I promise that, if you put me in that place, I will do nought without your advice." "Ah, well," said Dubois, Can you really be haughty and cruel? The Flemings like to be treated so. With them you must make no more account of the life of men than you do of larks when the season for eating them comes." "I will do what shall be necessary," said Van Artevelde. The struggle grew violent between the Count and the communes of Flanders, with Ghent at their head. After alternations of successes and reverses, the Ghentese were victorious, and Count Louis with difficulty escaped by hiding himself at Bruges in the house of a poor woman who took him up into a loft where her children slept, and where he lay flat between the paillasse and the feather bed. On leaving this asylum, he went to Bapaume to see his son-in-law, the Duke of Burgundy, and to ask his aid. "My lord," said the duke to him, "by the allegiance I owe to you and also to the king, you shall have satisfaction. It were to fail in one's duty to allow such a scum to govern a country. Unless order were restored, all knighthood and lordship might be destroyed in Christendom." The Duke of Burgundy went to Senlis, where Charles VI. was, and asked for his support on behalf of the Count of Flanders. The question was referred to the king's council. The Duke of Berry hesitated, saying, "The best part of the prelates and nobles must be assembled, and the whole matter set before them. We will see what is the general opinion." In the midst of this deliberation, the young king came in with a hawk on his wrist. "Well, my dear uncles," said he, "of what are you parleying? Is it aught that I may know?" The Duke of Berry enlightened him, saying, "A brewer named Van Artevelde, who is English to the core, is besieging the remnant of the knights of Flanders shut up in Oudenarde, and they can get no aid but from you. What say you to it? Are you minded to help the Count of Flanders to reconquer his heritage, which those presumptuous villains have taken from him?" "By my faith," answered the king, "I am greatly minded. Go we hither. There is nothing I desire so much as to get on my harness, for I have never yet borne arms, and I would fain set out to-morrow." Amongst the prelates and lords summoned to Compiegne, some spoke of the difficulties and dangers that might be encountered. "Yes, yes," said the king, "but begin naught and win naught." When the Flemings heard of the king's decision, they sent respectful letters to him, begging him to be their mediator with the count their lord, but the letters were received with scoffs, and the messengers were kept in prison. At this news Van Artevelde said, "We must make alliance with the English. What meaneth this King Wren of France? Is it the Duke of Burgundy leading him by the nose, and he will not abide by his purpose? We will frighten France by showing her that we have the English for allies." But Van Artevelde was under delusion. Edward III. was no longer King of England. The Flemings' demand was considered there to be arrogant and opposed to the interests of the lords in all countries, and the alliance was not concluded. Some attempts at negotiation took place between the advisers of Charles VI. And the Flemings, but without success. The Count of Flanders repaired to the king, who said, "Your quarrel is ours. Get you back to Artois. We shall soon be there, and within sight of our enemies." Accordingly, in November 1382, the King of France and his army marched into Flanders. Several towns, Cassel, Berge, Gravelines, and Turnhout, hastily submitted to him. There was less complete unanimity and greater alarm amongst the Flemings than their chiefs had anticipated. "Noble king," said the inhabitants, "we place our persons and our possessions at your discretion, and to show you that we recognize you as our lawful lord, here are the captains whom Van Artevelde gave us. Do with them according to your will, for it is they who have governed us." On the 28th of November the two armies found themselves close together at Rosebecque, between Ypres and Courtrai. In the evening Van Artevelde assembled his captains at supper, and, "Comrades," said he, "we shall to-morrow have rough work, for the King of France is here all agog for fighting. But have no fear, we are defending our good right and the liberties of Flanders. The English have not helped us; well, we shall only have the more honour. With the King of France is all the flower of his kingdom. Tell your men to slay all, and show no quarter. We must spare the King of France only; he is a child and must be pardoned. We will take him away to Ghent, and have him taught Flemish. As for the dukes, counts, barons, and other men-at-arms, slay them all. The commons of France shall not bear us ill will. I am quite sure that they would not have a single one of them back." At the very same moment King Charles VI. Was entertaining at supper the princes his uncles, the Count of Flanders, the Constable, Oliver de Clisson, the marshals, and company. They were arranging the order of battle for the morrow. Many folks blamed the Duke of Burgundy for having brought so young a king, the hope of the realm, into the perils of war. It was resolved to confide the care of him to the Constable de Clisson, whilst conferring upon Sire de Coucy, for that day only, the command of the army. "Most dear lord," said the Constable to the king, "I know that there is no greater honour than to have the care of your person, but it would be great grief to my comrades not to have me with them. I say not that they could not do without me, but for a fortnight now I have been getting everything ready for bringing most honour to you and yours. They would be much surprised if I should now withdraw." The king was somewhat embarrassed. "Constable," said he, "I would fain have you in my company to-day. You know well that my lord, my father, loved you and trusted you more than any other. In the name of God and Saint Denis, do whatever you think best. You have a clearer insight into the matter than I and those who have advised me. Only attend my mass to-morrow." The battle began with spirit the next morning, in the midst of a thick fog. According to the monk of Saint Denis, Van Artevelde was not without disquietude. He had bidden one of his people go and observe the French army, and "You bring me bad news," said he, to the man in a whisper, "when you tell me there are so many French with the king. I was far from expecting it. This is a hard war; it requires discreet management. I think the best thing for me is to go and hurry up 10,000 of our comrades who are due." "Why leave thy host without a head?" said they who were about him. "It was to obey thy orders that we engaged in this enterprise. Thou must run the risk of battle with us." The French were more confident than Van Artevelde. "Sir," said the constable, addressing the king, cap in hand, "be of good cheer; these fellows are ours. Our very varlets might beat them." These words were far too presumptuous, for the Flemings fought with great bravery. Drawn up in a compact body, they drove back for a moment the French who were opposed to them, but Clisson had made everything ready for hemming them in. Attacked on all sides they tried, but in vain, to fly, a few with difficulty succeeding in escaping and casting, as they went, into the neighbouring swamps the banner of St. George. "It is not easy," says the monk of Saint Denis, "to set down with any certainty the number of the dead. Those who were present on this day, and I am disposed to follow their account, say that 25,000 Flemings fell on the battle, together with their leader Van Artevelde, the conductor of this rebellion, whose corpse, discovered with great trouble amongst a heap of slain, was, by order of Charles VI., hung upon a tree in the neighbourhood. The French also lost in this struggle some noble knights, not less illustrious by birth than valour, amongst others 44 valiant men who, being the first to hurl themselves upon the ranks of the enemy to break them, thus won for themselves great glory. The victory at Rosebecque was a great cause for satisfaction and pride to Charles VI. And his uncle, the Duke of Burgundy. They had conquered on the field in Flanders the commonalty of Paris as well as that of Ghent, and in France there was great need of such a success, for since the accession of the young king the Parisians had risen with a demand for actual abolition of the taxes which Charles V. on his deathbed had deplored the necessity, and all but decreed the cessation. The king's uncle, his guardians, had at first stopped and indeed suppressed the greater part of those taxes, but soon afterwards they had to face a pressing necessity. The war with England was going on, and the revenues of the royal domain were not sufficient for the maintenance of it. The Duke of Anjou attempted to renew the taxes, and one of Charles V.'s former councillors, John Desmarets, advocate general in Parliament, abetted him in his attempt. 7 times in the course of the year 1381, assemblies of notables met at Paris to consider the project, and on the 1st of March, 1382, an agent of the governing power scoured the city at full gallop, proclaiming the renewal of the principal tax. There was a fresh outbreak. The populace, armed with all sorts of weapons, with strong mallets amongst the rest, spread in all directions, killing the collectors, and storming and plundering the Hôtel de Ville. They were called the Malleteers. They were put down, but with as much timidity as cruelty. Some of them were arrested, and at night thrown into the Seine, sewn up in sacks, without other formality or trial. A fresh meeting of notables was convened, towards the middle of April, at Compiegne, and the deputies from the principal towns were summoned to it, but they durst not come to any decision. They were come, they said, only to hear and report. They would use their best endeavours to prevail on those by whom they had been sent to do the king's pleasure. Towards the end of April, some of them returned to Meaux, reporting that they had everywhere met with them the most lively resistance. They had everywhere heard shouted at them, "Sooner death than the tax." Only the deputies from Sens had voted a tax, which was to be levied on all merchandise. But when the question of collecting it arose, the people of Sens evinced such violent opposition that it had to be given up. It was when facts and feelings were in this condition in France that Charles VI. And the Duke of Burgundy had set out with their army to go and force the Flemish communes to submit to their count. Returning victorious from Flanders to France, Charles VI. And his uncles, everywhere brilliantly feasted on their march, went first of all for 9 days to Compiegne, to find recreation after their fatigues, says the monk of St. Denis, in the pleasures of the chase. Afterwards, on the 10th of January 1383, the king took back in state to the church of St. Denis the oriflamme which he had borne away on his expedition, and next day, the 11th of January, he re-entered Paris, he alone being mounted, in the midst of his army. The burgesses went out of the city to meet him, and offer him their wonted homage, but they were curtly ordered to retrace their steps. The king and his uncles, they were informed, could not forget offences so recent. The wooden barriers which had been placed before the gates of the city to prevent anybody from entering without permission, were cut down with battle axes. The very gates were torn from their hinges. They were thrown down upon the king's highway, and the procession went over them, as if to trample under foot the fierce pride of the Parisians. When he was once in the city, and was leaving Notre Dame, the king sent abroad throughout all the streets an order forbidding anyone, under the most severe penalties, from insulting or causing the least harm to the burgesses in any way whatsoever, and the constable had 2 plunderers strung up to the windows of the houses in which they had committed their thefts. But fundamental order having been thus upheld, reprisals began to be taken for the outbreaks of the Parisians. Municipal magistrates or populace, burgesses or artisans, rich or poor, in the course of the 2 preceding years, arrests, imprisonments, fines, confiscations, executions, severities of all kinds fell upon the most conspicuous and the most formidable of those who had headed or favoured popular movements. The most solemn and the most iniquitous of these punishments was that which befell the Advocate General, John Desmarais. For nearly a whole year, said the monk of St. Denis, he had served as mediator between the king and the Parisians. He had often restrained the fury and stopped the excesses of the populace, by preventing them from giving rein to their cruelty. He was always warning the factious that to provoke the wrath of the king and the princes was to expose themselves to almost certain death. But, yielding to the prayers of this rebellious and turbulent mob, he, instead of leaving Paris as the rest of his profession had done, had remained there, and throwing himself boldly amidst the storms of civil discord, he had advised the assumption of arms in the defence of the city, which he knew was very displeasing to the king and the grandees. When he was taken to the execution, he was put on a car higher than the rest, that he might be better seen by everybody. Nothing shook for a moment the firmness of this old man of 70 years. "Where are they who judged me?" he said. "Let them come and set forth the reasons for my death. Judge me, O God, and separate my cause from that of the evildoers." On his arrival at the market-place, some of the spectators called out to him, "Ask the king's mercy, Master John, that he may pardon your offences." He turned round, saying, "I served well and loyally his great-grandfather King Philippe, his grandfather King John, and his father King Charles. None of those kings ever had anything to reproach me with. And this one would not reproach me any the more, if he were of a grown man's age and experience. I don't suppose that he is a whit to blame for such a sentence, and I have no cause to cry him mercy. To God alone must I cry for mercy, and I pray to him to forgive my sins." Public respect accompanied the old and courageous magistrate beyond the scaffold. His corpse was taken up by his friends, and at a later period honourably buried in the church of St. Catherine. End of chapter 23, part 1. Chapter 23, Part 2 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War. Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 2. After the chastisements came galas again, of which the king and his court were immoderately fond. Young as he was but 17, his powerful uncle, the Duke of Burgundy, was very anxious to get him married, so as to secure his own personal influence over him. The wise Charles V, in his dying hours, had testified a desire that his son should seek alliances in Germany. A son of the reigning duke, Stephen of Bavaria, had come to serve in the French army, and the Duke of Burgundy had asked him if there were any marriageable princesses of Bavaria. "My eldest brother," answered the Bavarian, "has a very beautiful daughter, aged 14. "That is just what we want," said the Burgundian. "Try and get her over here. The king is very fond of beautiful girls. If she takes his fancy, she will be Queen of France." The Duke of Bavaria, being informed by his brother, at first showed some hesitation. "It would be a great honour," said he, "for my daughter to be Queen of France, but it is a long way from here. If my daughter were taken to France and then sent back to me because she was not suitable, it would cause me too much chagrin. I prefer to marry her at my leisure, and in my own neighbourhood." The matter was pressed, however, and at last the Duke of Bavaria consented. It was agreed that the Princess Isabel should go on a visit to the Duchess of Brabant, who instructed her and had her well dressed, say the chroniclers, for in Germany they clad themselves too simply for the fashions of France. Being thus got ready, the Princess Isabel was conducted to Amiens, where the king then was, to whom her portrait had already been shown. She was presented to him and bent the knee before him. He considered her charming. Seeing with what pleasure he looked upon her, the constable, Oliver de Clisson, said to Sire de Coney, "By my faith, she will bide with us." The same evening, the young king said to his councillor, Bureau de la Riviere, "She pleases me. Go and tell my uncle, the Duke of Burgundy, to conclude at once." The duke, delighted, lost no time in informing the ladies of the court, who cried Noel for joy. The duke had wished the nuptials to take place at Arras, but the young king, in his impatience, was urgent for Amiens without delay, saying that he couldn't sleep for her. "Well, well," replied his uncle, "you must be cured of your complaint." On the 18th of July, 1385, the marriage was celebrated at the Cathedral of Amiens, whither the Princess Isabel was conducted in a handsome chariot, whereof the tires of the wheels were of silvern stuff. King, uncles, and courtiers were far from a thought of the crimes and shame which would be connected in France with the name of Isabel of Bavaria. There is still more levity and imprudence in the marriage of kings than in those of their subjects. Whilst this marriage was being celebrated, the war with England and her new king, Richard II, was going on, but slackly and without result. Charles VI and his uncle of Burgundy, still full of the proud confidence inspired by their success against the Flemish and Parisian communes, resolved to strike England a heavy blow, and to go and land there with a powerful army. Immense preparations were made in France for this expedition. In September 1386 there were collected in the port of Ecloo, Sluys, and at sea, between Sluys and Blankenberg, 1,387 vessels, according to some, and according to others only 900, large and small, and Oliver de Clisson had caused to be built at Trudgières in Brittany a wooden town which was to be transported to England and rebuilt after landing. "In such sort," says Froissart, "that the lords might lodge therein and retire at night, so as to be in safety from sudden awakenings and sleep in greater security." Equal care was taken in the matter of supplies. Whoever had been at that time at Bruges, or the Dam, or the Sluys, would have seen how ships and vessels were being laden by torchlight, with hay in casks, biscuits in sacks, onions, peas, beans, barley, oats, candles, gaiters, shoes, boots, spurs, iron, nails, culinary utensils, and all things that can be used for the service of man. Search was made everywhere for the various supplies, and they were very dear. "If you want us and our service," said the Hollanders, "pay us on the nail, otherwise we will be neutral." To the intelligent foresight shown in these preparations was added useless magnificence. On the masts was nothing to be seen but paintings and gildings; everything was emblazoned and covered with armorial bearings. But nothing came up to the Duke of Burgundy's ship. It was painted all over outside with blue and gold, and there were 5 huge banners with the arms of the Duchy of Burgundy and the countships of Flanders, Artois, Ressel, and Burgundy, and everywhere the Duke's device, "I'm a longing." The young king, too, displayed great anxiety to enter on the campaign. He liked to go aboard his ship, saying, "I am very eager to be off. I think I shall be a good sailor, for the sea does me no harm." But everybody was not so impatient as the king, who was waiting for his uncle, the Duke of Berry, and writing to him letter after letter, urging him to come. The Duke, who had no liking for the expedition, contented himself with making an answer bidding him "not to take any trouble, but to amuse himself, for the matter would probably terminate otherwise than was imagined." The Duke of Berry at last arrived at Sluys on the 14th of October, 1386. "If it hadn't been for you, uncle," said the king to him, "we should have been by this time in England." 3 months had gone by, the fine season was past, the winds were becoming violent and contrary. The vessels came from Treguier with the constable to join the fleet had suffered much on the passage, and deliberations were recommencing touching the opportuneness and even the feasibility of the expedition thus thrown back. "If anybody goes to England, I will," said the king. But nobody went. One day when it was calm, says the monk of St. Denis, the king, completely armed, went with his uncles aboard of the royal vessel, but the wind did not permit them to get more than 2 miles out to sea, and drove them back, in spite of the sailors' efforts, to the shore they had just left. The king, who saw with deep displeasure his hopes thus frustrated, had orders given to his troops to go back, and, at his departure, left by the advice of his barons some men of war to unload the fleet, and place it in a place of safety as soon as possible. But the enemy gave them no time to execute the order. As soon as the calm allowed the English to set sail, they bore down on the French, burned or took in tow to their own ports the most part of the fleet, carried off the supplies, and found 2,000 casks full of wine, which sufficed a long while for the wants of England. Such a mistake, after such a fuss, was probably not unconnected with a resolution adopted by Charles VI some time after the abandonment of the projected expedition against England. In October 1388 he assembled at Rheims a grand council, at which were present his 2 uncles, the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry. The third, the Duke of Anjou, had died in Italy on the 20th of September 1384, after a vain attempt to conquer the kingdom of Naples. His brother, the Duke of Orleans, his cousins, and several prelates and lords of note. The Chancellor announced thereat that he had been ordered by the king to put in discussion the question whether it were not expedient that he should henceforth take the government of his kingdom upon himself. Cardinal Ascelin de Montaigu, Bishop of Laon, the first to be interrogated upon this subject, replied that in his opinion the king was quite in a condition, as well as in a legal position, to take the government of his kingdom upon himself, and, without naming anybody, he referred to the king's uncles, and especially to the Duke of Burgundy, as being no longer necessary for the government of France. Nearly all who were present were of the same opinion. The king, without further waiting, thanked his uncles for the care they had taken of his dominions and of himself, and begged them to continue their affection for him. Neither the Duke of Burgundy nor the Duke of Berry had calculated upon this resolution. They submitted without making any objection, but not without letting a little temper leak out. The Duke of Berry even said that he and his brother would beg the king to confer with them more maturely on the subject when he returned to Paris. Hereupon the council broke up. The king's 2 uncles started for their own dominions, and a few weeks afterwards the Cardinal Bishop of Laon died of a short illness. It was generally believed, says the monk of Saint Denis, that he died of poison. At his own dying wish, no inquiry was instituted on this subject. The measure adopted in the late council was, however, generally approved of. The king was popular, he had a good heart and courteous and gentle manners, he was faithful to his friends and affable to all, and the people liked to see him passing along the streets. On taking in hand the government, he recalled to it the former advisers of his father, Charles V., Bureau de la Rivière, Le Mercier de Novion, and Le Bègue de Vilaine, all men of sense and reputation. The taxes were diminished, the city of Paris recovered a portion of her municipal liberties, there was felicitation for what had been obtained, and there was hope of more. Charles VI. Was not content with the satisfaction of Paris only, he wished all his realm to have cognizance of and to profit by his independence. He determined upon a visit to the centre and the south of France. Such a trip was to himself and to the princes and cities that entertained him a cause of enormous expense. When the king stopped anywhere, there were wanted for his own table, and for the maintenance of his following, 6 oxen, 80 sheep, 30 calves, 700 chickens, 200 pigeons, and many other things besides. The expenses for the king were set down at 230 livres a day, without counting the presents which the large towns felt bound to make him. But Charles was himself magnificent even to prodigality, and he delighted in the magnificence of which he was the object, without troubling himself about their cost to himself. Between 1389 and 1390, for about 6 months, he travelled through Burgundy and the banks of the Rhone, Languedoc, and the small principalities bordering on the Pyrenees. Everywhere his progress was stopped for the purpose of presenting to him petitions or expressing wishes before him. At Nimes and Montpellier, and throughout Languedoc, passionate representations were made to him touching the bad government of his 2 uncles, the Dukes of Anjou and Berry. They had plundered and ruined, he was told, that beautiful and rich province. There were 5 or 6 talliages a year. One was no sooner over than another began. They had levied quite 3 millions of gold from Villeneuve d'Avignon to Toulouse. Charles listened with feeling, and promised to have justice done, and his father's old councillors, who were in his train, were far from dissuading him. The Duke of Burgundy, seeing him start with them in his train, had testified his spite and disquietude to the Duke of Berry, saying, "Ah, there goes the king on a visit to Languedoc, to hold an inquiry about those who have governed it. For all his council he takes with him only La Rivière, Le Mercier, Montaigu, and Le Bègue de Vilaine. What say you to that, my brother?" "The king, our nephew, is young," answered the Duke of Berry. "If he trusts the new councillors he is taking, he will be deceived, and it will end ill, as you will see. As for the present, we must support him. The time will come when we will make those councillors, and the king himself, rue it. Let them do as they please, by God, and we will return to our own dominions. We are none the less the 2 greatest in the kingdom, and so long as we are united, none can do aught against us." The future is a blank as well to the anxieties as to the hopes of men. The king's uncles were on the point of getting back the power which they believed to be lost to them. On the 13th of June, 1392, the constable, Oliver de Clisson, was waylaid as he was returning home after a banquet given by the king to the hostel of St. Paul. The assassin was Peter de Craon, cousin of John IV., Duke of Brittany. He believed de Clisson to be dead, and left him bathed in blood at a baker's door in the street called Culture Sainte Catherine. The king was just going to bed, when one of his people came and said to him, "Ah, sir, a great misfortune has happened in Paris." "What, and to whom?" said the king. "To your constable, sir, who has just been slain." "Slain!" cried Charles, "and by whom?" "Nobody knows, but it was close by here, in St. Catherine Street." "Lights, quick!" said the king, "I will go and see him." And he set off without waiting for his following. When he entered the baker's shop, de Clisson, grievously wounded, was just beginning to recover his senses. "Ah, constable," said the king, "and how do you feel?" "Very poorly, dear sir." "And who brought you to this pass?" "Peter de Craon and his accomplices, traitorously and without warning." "Constable," said the king, "never was anything so punished or dearly paid for as this shall be. Take thought for yourself and have no further care. It is my affair." Orders were immediately given to seek out Peter de Craon and hurry on his trial. He had taken refuge first in his own castle of Sabre, and afterwards with the Duke of Brittany, who kept him concealed, and replied to the king's envoys that he did not know where he was. The king proclaimed his intention of making war on the Duke of Brittany until Peter de Craon should be discovered, and justice done to the constable. Preparations for war were begun, and the Dukes of Berry and Burgundy received orders to get ready for it, themselves and their vassals. The former, who happened to be in Paris at the time of the attack, did not care to directly oppose the king's project, but he evaded, delayed, and predicted a serious war. According to Froissart, he had been warned the morning before the attack by a simple cleric of Peter de Craon's design, but "It is too late in the day," he had said. "I do not like to trouble the king to-day. To-morrow, without fail, we will see to it." He had, however, forgotten or neglected to speak to his nephew. Neither he nor his brother, the Duke of Burgundy, there is reason to suppose, were accomplices in the attack upon de Clisson, but they were not at all sorry for it. It was to them an incident in the strife begun between themselves, princes of the royal blood, and those former councillors of Charles V., and now, again, of Charles VI., whom, with the impertinence of great lords, they were wont to call the marinosettes. They left nothing undone to avert the king's anger and to preserve the Duke of Brittany from the war which was threatening him. Charles VI.'s excitement was very strong, and endured for ever. He pressed forward eagerly his preparations for war, though attempts were made to appease him. He was recommended to take care of himself, for he had been ill, and could scarcely mount his horse, and the Duke of Burgundy remonstrated with him several times on the fatigue he was incurring. "I find it better for me," he answered, "to be on horseback or working at my council than to keep resting. Whoso wishes to persuade me otherwise is not of my friends, and is displeasing to me." A letter from the Queen of Aragon gave some ground for supposing that Peter de Craon had taken refuge in Spain, and the Duke of Burgundy took advantage of it to dissuade the king from his prompt departure for the war in Brittany. At the very least, he said, it was right to send to Aragon to know the truth of the matter, and to thank the queen for her courtesy. "We are quite willing, uncle," answered Charles. "You need not be vexed; but for my own part I hold that this traitor of a Peter de Craon is in no other prison and no other Barcelona than there is in being quite comfortable at the Duke of Brittany's." There was no way of deterring him from his purpose. He had gotten together his uncles and his troops at Le Mans, and, after passing 3 weeks there, he gave the word to march for Brittany. The tragic incident which at that time occurred has nowhere been more faithfully or better narrated than in M. de Barant's History of the Dukes of Burgundy. "It was," says he, "the beginning of August, 1392, during the hottest days of the year. The sun was blazing, especially in those sandy districts. The king was on horseback, clad in a short and tight dress called a jacket. His was of black velvet, and very oppressive. On his head he wore a cap of scarlet velvet, ornamented with a chaplet of large pearls, which the queen had given him at his departure. Behind him were 2 pages on horseback. In order not to incommode the king with dust, he was left to march almost alone. To the left of him were the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry, some paces in front, conversing together. The Duke of Orleans, the Duke of Bourbon, Sire de Coney, and some others were also in front, forming another group. Behind were the Sire de Navarre, de Bar, d'Albret, d'Artois, and many others, in one pretty large troop. They rode along in this order, and had just entered the great forest of Le Mans, when all at once there started from behind a tree by the roadside a tall man, with bare head and feet, clad in a common white smock, who, dashing forward and seizing the king's horse by the bridle, cried, "Go no farther, thou art betrayed." The men-at-arms hurried up immediately, and striking the hands of the fellow with the butts of their lances, made him let go the bridle. As he had the appearance of a poor madman and nothing more, he was allowed to go without any questioning, and he followed the king for nearly half an hour, repeating the same cry from a distance. The king was much troubled at this sudden apparition, and his head, which was very weak, was quite turned by it. Nevertheless the march was continued. When the forest had been traversed, they came to a great sandy plain, where the rays of the sun were more scorching than ever. One of the king's pages, overcome by the heat, had fallen asleep, and the lance he carried fell against his helmet, and suddenly caused a loud clash of steel. The king shuddered, and then he was observed rising in his stirrups to draw his sword, touch his horse with the spur, and make a dash, crying, "Forward upon these traitors! They would deliver me up to the enemy." Every one moved hastily aside, but not before some were wounded. It is even said that several were killed, among them a bastard of Polignac. The king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, happened to be quite close by. "Fly, my nephew d'Orleans!" shouted the Duke of Burgundy. "My lord is beside himself. My God, let some one try and seize him!" He was so furious that none durst risk it, and he was left to gallop hither and thither, and tire himself in pursuit of first one and then another. At last, when he was weary and bathed in sweat, his chamberlain, William de Martel, came up behind and threw his arms about him. He was surrounded, had his sword taken from him, was lifted from his horse and laid gently on the ground, and then his jacket was unfastened. His brother and his uncles came up, but his eyes were fixed and recognized nobody, and he did not utter a word. "We must go back to Le Mans," said the Duke of Berry and Burgundy. "Here is an end of the trip to Brittany." On the way they fell in with a waggon drawn by oxen. In this they laid the King of France, having bound him for fear of a renewal of his frenzy, and so took him back, motionless and speechless, to the town. End of Chapter 23, Part 2.
Chapter 23, Part 3 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23. The 100 Years' War, Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 3. It was not a mere fit of delirious fever. It was the beginning of a radical mental derangement, sometimes in abeyance, or at least for some time alleviated, but bursting out again without appreciable reason, and aggravated at every fresh explosion. Charles VI had always had a taste for masquerading. When in 1389 the young queen, Isabel of Bavaria, came to Paris to be married, the king, on the morning of her entry, said to his chamberlain, Sire de Savoisy, "Prithee, take a good horse, and I will mount behind thee, and we will dress so as not to be known, and go to see my wife Corinne." Savoisy did not like it, but the king insisted, and so they went in this guise through the crowd, and got many a blow from the officers' staves when they attempted to approach too near the procession. In 1393, a year after his first outbreak of madness, the king, during an entertainment at court, conceived the idea of disguising as savages himself and 5 of his courtiers. They had been sewn up in a linen skin which defined their whole bodies, and this skin had been covered with a resinous pitch, so as to hold sticking upon it a covering of tow, which made them appear hairy from head to foot. Thus disguised, these savages went dancing into the ballroom. One of those present took up a lighted torch and went up to them, and in a moment several of them were in flames. It was impossible to get off the fantastic dresses clinging to their bodies. "Save the king!" shouted one of the poor maskers, but it was not known which was the king. The Duchess de Berry, his aunt, recognised him, caught hold of him and wrapped him in her robe, saying, "Do not move, you see your companions are burning." And thus he was saved amidst the terror of all present. When he was conscious of his mad state, he was horrified. He asked pardon for the injury he had done, confessed, and received the communion. Later, when he perceived his malady returning, he would allude to it with tears in his eyes, ask to have his hunting knife taken away, and say to those about him, "If any of you, by I know not what witchcraft, be guilty of my sufferings, I adjure him, in the name of Jesus Christ, to torment me no more, and to put an end to me forthwith without making me linger so." He conceived a horror of Queen Isabel, and, without recognising her, would say when he saw her, "What woman is this? What does she want? Will she never cease her importunities? Save me from her persecution!" At first great care was taken of him. They sent for a skilful doctor from Laon, named William de Harsely, who put him on a regimen from which, for some time, good effects were experienced. But the doctor was uncomfortable at court. He preferred going back to his little place at Laon, where he soon afterwards died. And 11 years later, in 1405, nobody took any more trouble about the king. He was fed like a dog, and allowed to fall ravenously upon his food. For 5 whole months he had not a change of clothes. At last some shame was felt for this neglect, an attempt made to repair it. It took a dozen men to overcome the madman's resistance. He was washed, shaved, and dressed in fresh clothes. He became more composed, and began once more to recognize certain persons, amongst others the former provost of Paris, Juvenal des Ursins, whose visit appeared to give him pleasure, and to whom he said, without well knowing why, "Juvenal, let us not waste our time." On his good days he was sometimes brought in to sit at certain councils at which there was a discussion about the diminution of taxes and relief of the people, and he showed symptoms, at intervals, of taking an interest in them. A fair young Burgundian, Odette de Champdivers, was the only one amongst his many favourites who was at all successful in soothing him during his violent fits. It was Duke John the Fearless who had placed her near the king, that she might promote his own influence, and she took advantage of it to further her own fortunes, which, however, did not hinder her from afterwards passing into the service of Charles VII. Against the house of Burgundy. For 30 years, from 1392 to 1422, the crown remained on the head of this poor madman, whilst France was a victim to the bloody quarrels of the royal house, to national dismemberment, to licentiousness in morals, to civil anarchy, and to foreign conquest. When, for the first time in the forest of Le Mans, the Dukes of Berry and Burgundy saw their nephew in this condition, their first feeling was one of sorrow and disquietude. The Duke of Burgundy especially, who was accessible to generous and sympathetic emotions, cried out with tears, as he embraced the king, "My lord and nephew, comfort me with just one word." But the desires and the hopes of selfish ambition reappeared before long more prominently than these honest effusions of feeling. "All," said the Duke of Berry, "de Clisson, Bameviere, Novion, and Vilaine have been haughty and harsh towards me. The time has come when I shall pay them out in the same coin from the same mint." The guardianship of the king was withdrawn from his councillors and transferred to 4 chamberlains chosen by his uncles. The 2 dukes, however, did not immediately lay hands on the government of the kingdom. The Constable de Clisson and the late councillors of Charles V. remained in charge of it for some time longer. They had given enduring proofs of capacity and fidelity to the king's service, and the 2 dukes did not at first openly attack them, but laboured strenuously, nevertheless, to destroy them. The Duke of Burgundy one day said to Sire de Novion, "I have been overtaken by a very pressing business, for which I require forthwith 30,000 crowns. Let me have them out of my lord's treasury. I will restore them at another time." Novion answered respectfully that the council must be spoken to about it. "I wish none to know of it," said the duke. Novion persisted. "You will not do me this favour?" rejoined the duke. "You shall rue it before long." It was against the constable that the wrath of the princes was chiefly directed. He was the most powerful and the richest. One day he went, with a single squire behind him, to the Duke of Burgundy's house. "And, my lord," said he, "many knights and squires are persecuting me to get the money which is owing to them. I know not where to find it. The chancellor and the treasurer refer me to you. Since it is you and the Duke of Berry who govern, may it please you to give me an answer?" "Clisson," said the duke, "you have no occasion to trouble yourself about the state of the kingdom. It will manage very well without your services. Whence, pray, have you been able to amass so much money? My lord, my brother of Berry and myself have not so much between us 3. Away from my presence, and let me see you no more. If I had not a respect for myself, I would have your other eye put out." Clisson went out, mounted his horse, returned to his house, set his affairs in order, and departed, with 2 attendants, to his strong castle at Montlhery. The 2 dukes were very sorry that they had not put him under arrest on the spot. The rupture came to a climax. Of the king's 4 other councillors, 1 escaped in time. 2 were seized and thrown into prison. The 4th, Bureau de la Riviere, was at his castle at Auneau, near Chartres, honoured and beloved by all his neighbours. Everybody urged him to save himself. "If I were to fly or hide myself," said he, "I should acknowledge myself guilty of crimes from which I feel myself free. Here, as elsewhere, I am at the will of God. He gave me all I have, and he can take it away whensoever he pleases. I served King Charles of blessed memory, and also the king, his son, and they recompense me handsomely for my services. I will abide the judgment of the Parliament of Paris touching what I have done according to my king's commands as to the affairs of the realm." He was told that the people sent to look for him were hard by, and was asked, "Shall we open to them?" "Why not?" was his reply. He himself went to meet them, and received them with a courtesy which they returned. He was then removed to Paris, where he was shut up with his colleagues in the Louvre. Their trial before Parliament was prosecuted eagerly, especially in the case of the absent de Clisson, whom a royal decree banished from the kingdom, as a false and wicked traitor to the crown, and condemned him to pay 100,000 marks of silver, and to forfeit for ever the office of constable. It is impossible in the present day to estimate how much legal justice there was in this decree, but, in any case, it was certainly extreme severity to so noble and valiant a warrior who had done so much for the safety and honour of France. The Dukes of Burgundy and Berry and many barons of the realm signed the decree, but the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, refused to have any part in it. Against the other councillors of the king the prosecution was continued, with fits and starts of determination, but in general with slowness and uncertainty. Under the influence of the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry, the Parliament showed an inclination towards severity, but Bureau de la Rivière had warm friends, and, amongst others, the young and beautiful Duchess of Berry, to whose marriage he had greatly contributed, and John Juvenal des Ursins, provost of the tradesmen of Paris, one of the men towards whom the king and the populace felt the highest esteem and confidence. The king, favourably inclined towards the accused by his own bias and the influence of the Duke of Orleans, presented a demand to Parliament to have the papers of the procedure brought to him. Parliament hesitated and postponed a reply. The procedure followed its course, and at the end of some months further the king ordered it to be stopped, and Sires de la Rivière and Nevian to be set at liberty and to have their real property restored to them, at the same time that they lost their personal property and were commanded to remain for ever at 15 leagues distance at least from the court. This was moral equity, if not legal justice. The accused had been able and faithful servants of their king and country. Their imprisonment had lasted more than a year. The Dukes of Burgundy and Berry remained in possession of power. They exercised it for 10 years, from 1392 to 1402, without any great dispute between themselves, the Duke of Burgundy's influence being predominant, or with the king who, save certain lucid intervals, took merely a nominal part in the government. During this period no event of importance disturbed France internally. In 1393 the King of England, Richard II, son of the Black Prince, sought in marriage the daughter of Charles VI, Isabel of France, only 8 years old. In both courts and in both countries there was a desire for peace. An embassy came in state to demand the hand of the princess. The ambassadors were presented, and the Earl of Northampton, Marshal of England, putting one knee to the ground before her, said, "Madame, please God you shall be our sovereign lady and Queen of England." The young girl, well tutored, answered, "If it please God and my lord and father that I should be Queen of England, I would be willingly, for I have certainly been told that I should then be a great lady." The contract was signed on the 9th of March 1396, with a promise that, when the princess had accomplished her 12th year, she should be free to assent or to refuse the union. And 10 days after the marriage, the king's uncles and the English ambassadors mutually signed a truce which promised, but quite in vain, to last for 28 years. About the same time Sigismund, King of Hungary, threatened with an invasion of his kingdom by the great Turkish Sultan Bajazet I, nicknamed Lightning (Elderfer) because of his rapid conquests, invoked the aid of the Christian kings of the West and especially of the King of France. Thereupon there was a fresh outbreak of those crusades so often renewed since the end of the 13th century. All the knighthood of France arose for the defence of a Christian king. John, Count of Nevers, eldest son of the Duke of Burgundy, scarcely 18 years of age, said to his comrades, "If it please my two lords, my lord the king and my lord and father, I would willingly head this army in this venture, for I have a desire to make myself known." The Duke of Burgundy consented, and in person conducted his son to Saint Denis, but without intending to make him a knight as yet. "He shall receive the accolade," said he, "as a knight of Jesus Christ, at the first battle against the infidels." In April 1396 an army of new crusaders left France and traversed Germany uproariously, everywhere displaying its valiant ardour, presumptuous recklessness, and chivalrous irregularity. Some months elapsed without any news, but, at the beginning of December, there were seen arriving in France some poor creatures, half naked, dying of hunger, cold, and weariness, and giving deplorable accounts of the destruction of the French army. The people would not believe them. They ought to be thrown into the water, they said, these scoundrels who propagate such lies. But on the 23rd of December there arrived at Paris James de Helly, a knight of Artois, who, booted and spurred, strode into the hostel of St. Paul, threw himself on his knees before the king in the midst of the princes, and reported that he had come straight from Turkey, that, on the 28th of the preceding September, the Christian army had been destroyed at the battle of Nicopolis, that most of the lords had either been slain in battle or afterwards massacred by the sultan's order, and that the Count of Nevers had sent him to the king and his father the duke to get negotiations entered into for his release. There was no exaggeration about the knight's story. The battle had been terrible, the slaughter awful. For the latter, the French, who were for a moment victorious, had set a cruel example with their prisoners. and Bajazet had surpassed them in cool ferocity. After the first explosion of the fathers and the people's grief, the ransom of the prisoners became the topic. It was a large sum, and rather difficult to raise; and, whilst it was being sought for, James d'Ailly returned to report as much to Bajazet, and to place himself once more in his power. "Thou art welcome," said the sultan. "Thou hast loyally kept thy word. I give thee thy liberty. Thou canst go whither thou willest." Terms of ransom were concluded, and the sum total was paid through the hands of Bartholomew Pellegrini, a Genoese trader. Before the Count of Nevers and his comrades set out, Bajazet sent for them. "John," said he to the count through an interpreter, "I know that thou art a great lord in thy country, and the son of a great lord. Thou art young. It may be that thou art abashed and grieved at what hath befallen thee in thy first essay of knighthood, and that, to retrieve thine honour, thou wilt collect a powerful army against me. I might, ere I release thee, bind thee by oath not to take arms against me, neither thyself nor thy people. But no, I will not exact this oath, either from them or from thee. When thou hast returned yonder, take up arms if it please thee, and come and attack me. Thou wilt find me ever ready to receive thee in the open field, thee and thy men-at-arms. And what I say to thee, I say for the sake of all the Christians thou mayst purpose to bring. I fear them not. I was born to fight them, and to conquer the world." Everywhere and at all times human pride, with its blind arrogance, is the same. Bajazet saw no glimpse of that future when his empire would be decaying, and held together only by the interested protection of Christian powers. After paying dearly for their errors and their disasters, Count John of Nevers and his comrades in captivity re-entered France in February, 1398, and their expedition to Hungary was but one of the last vain ventures of chivalry in the great struggle that commenced in the 7th century between Islamry and Christendom. End of Chapter 23, Part 3. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 23, Part 4 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War, Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 4. While this tragic incident was taking place in Eastern Europe, the court of the Mad King was falling a victim to rivalries, intrigues, and scandals which, towards the close of this reign, were to be the curse and the shame of France. There had grown up between Queen Isabel of Bavaria and Louis, Duke of Orleans, brother of the king, an intimacy which, throughout the city and amongst all honourable people, shocked even the least straight-laced. It was undoubtedly through the Queen's influence that Charles VI in 1402 suddenly decided upon putting into the hands of the Duke of Orleans the entire government of the realm and the right of representing him in everything during the attacks of his malady. The Duke of Burgundy wrote at once about it to the Parliament of Paris, saying, "Take counsel and pains that the interests of the king and his dominion be not governed as they now are, for in good truth it is a pity and a grief to hear what is told me about it." The accusation was not grounded solely upon the personal ill temper of the Duke of Burgundy. His nephew, the Duke of Orleans, was elegant, affable, volatile, good-natured. He had for his partisans at court all those who shared his worse than frivolous tastes and habits, and his political judgment was no better than his habits. No sooner was he invested with power than he abused it strangely. He levied upon the clergy as well as the people an enormous talliage, and the use he made of the money increased still further the wrath of the people. An Augustine monk named James Legrand, already celebrated for his writings, had the hardihood to preach even before the court against abuses of power and licentiousness of morals. The king rose up from his own place and went and sat down right opposite the preacher. Yes, sir, continued the monk, the king your father, during his reign, did likewise lay taxes upon the people, but with the produce of them he built fortresses for the defense of the kingdom. He hurled back the enemy and took possession of their towns, and he effected a saving of treasure, which made him the most powerful among the kings of the West. But now there is nothing of this kind done. The height of nobility in the present day is to frequent bagnios, to live in debauchery, to wear rich dresses with pretty fringes and big cuffs. This, O queen, he added, is what is said to the shame of the court, and if you will not believe me, put on the dress of some poor woman and walk about the city, and you will hear it talked of by plenty of people. In spite of his malady and his affection for his brother, Charles VI., either from pure feebleness or because he was struck by those truths so boldly proclaimed, yielded to the counsels of certain wise men, who represented to him that it was neither a reasonable nor an honorable thing to entrust the government of the realm to a prince whose youth needed rather to be governed than to govern. He withdrew the direction of affairs from the Duke of Orleans and restored it to the Duke of Burgundy, who took it again and held it with a strong grasp, and did not suffer his nephew Louis to meddle in anything. But from that time forward open distrust and hatred were established between the two princes and their families. In the very midst of this court crisis, Duke Philip the Bold fell ill and died within a few days, on the 27th of April, 1404. He was a prince valiant and able, ambitious, imperious, eager in the pursuit of his own personal interests, careful in humoring those whom he aspired to rule, and disposed to do them good service in whatever was not opposed to his own ends. He deserved and possessed the confidence and affection not only of his father King John, but also of his brother Charles V., a good judge of wisdom and fidelity. He founded that great house of Burgundy, which was for more than a century to eclipse and often to deplorably compromise France, but Philip the Bold loved France sincerely, and always gave her the chief place in his policy. His private life was regular and staid, amidst the scandalous licentiousness of his court. He was of those who leave behind them unfeigned regret and an honored memory, without having inspired their contemporaries with any lively sympathy. John the Fearless, Count of Nevers, his son and successor in the dukedom of Burgundy, was not slow to prove that there was reason to regret his father. His expedition to Hungary, for all its bad leadership and bad fortune, had created esteem for his courage and for his firmness under reverses, but little confidence in his direction of public affairs. He was a man of violence, unscrupulous and indiscreet, full of jealousy and hatred, and capable of any deed and any risk for the gratification of his passions or his fancies. At his accession he made some popular moves. He appeared disposed to prosecute vigorously the war against England, which was going on sluggishly. He testified a certain spirit of conciliation by going to pay a visit to his cousin, the Duke of Orleans, lying ill at his castle of Botte, near Vincennes. When the Duke of Orleans was well again, the two princes took the communion together, and dined together at their uncle's, the Duke of Berry's, and the Duke of Orleans invited the new Duke of Burgundy to dine with him the next Sunday. The Parisians took pleasure in observing these little matters, and in hoping for the re-establishment of harmony in the royal family. They were soon to be cruelly undeceived. On the 23rd of November 1407, the Duke of Orleans had dined at Queen Isabel's. He was returning about 8 in the evening along Fil du Temple, singing and playing with his glove, and attended by only 2 squires riding 1 horse, and by 4 or 5 valets on foot carrying torches. It was a gloomy night, not a soul in the streets. When the Duke was about 100 paces from the Queen's hostel, 18 or 20 armed men, who had lain in ambush behind a house called Image de Notre Dame, dashed suddenly out. The squires' horses took fright and ran away with them, and the assassins rushed upon the Duke, shouting, "Death! Death!" "What is all this?" said he. "I am the Duke of Orleans." "Just what we want," was the answer. and they hurled him down from his mule. He struggled to his knees, but the fellows struck at him heavily with axe and sword. A young man in his train made an effort to defend him, and was immediately cut down, and another, grievously wounded, had but just time to escape into a neighboring shop. A poor cobbler's wife opened her window, and seeing the work of assassination, shrieked, "Murder! Murder!" "Hold your tongue, you strumpet!" cried someone from the street. Others shot arrows at the windows where lookers-on might be. A tall man wearing a red cap, which came down over his eyes, said in a loud voice, "Out with all lights, and away!" The assassins fled at the top of their speed, shouting, "Fire! Fire!" throwing behind them foot-trippers, and by menaces causing all the lights to be put out, which were being lighted here and there in the shops. The Duke was quite dead. One of his squires, returning to the spot, found his body stretched on the road and mutilated all over. He was carried to the neighboring church of Blancs-Manteaux, whither all the royal family came to render the last sad offices. The Duke of Burgundy appeared no less afflicted than the rest. "Never," said he, "was a more wicked and traitorous murder committed in this realm." The provost of Paris, Sieur de Tignouville, set on foot an active search after the perpetrators. He was summoned before the Council of Princes, and the Duke of Berry asked him if he had discovered anything. "I believe," said the provost, "that if I had leave to enter all the hostels of the king's servants, and even of the princes, I could get on the track of the authors or accomplices of the crime." He was authorized to enter wherever it seemed good to him. He went away to set himself to work. The Duke of Burgundy, looking troubled and growing pale, "Cousin," said the King of Naples, Louis d'Anjou, who was present at the council, "can you know aught about it? You must tell us." The Duke of Burgundy took him, together with his uncle, the Duke of Berry, aside, and told them that it was he himself who, tempted of the devil, had given orders for this murder. "O God!" cried the Duke of Berry, "then I lose both my nephews." The Duke of Burgundy went out in great confusion, and the council separated. Research brought about the discovery that the crime had been for a long while in preparation, and that a Norman nobleman, Raoul d'Auquetonville, late Receiver General of Finance, having been deprived of his post by the Duke of Orleans for malversation, had been the instrument. The Council of Princes met the next day at the Hotel de Nesle. The Duke of Burgundy, who had recovered all his audacity, came to take his seat there. Word was sent to him not to enter the room. Duke John persisted, but the Duke of Berry went to the door and said to him, "Nephew, give up the notion of entering the council. You would not be seen there with pleasure." "I give up willingly," answered Duke John, "and that none may be accused of putting to death the Duke of Orleans, I declare that it was I and none other who caused the doing of what has been done." Thereupon he turned his horse's head, returned forthwith to the Hotel d'Artois, and taking only 6 men with him, he galloped without a halt, except to change horses, to the frontier of Flanders. The Duke of Bourbon complained bitterly at the council that an immediate arrest had not been ordered. The Admiral de Brabant and 100 of the Duke of Orleans' knights set out in pursuit, but were unable to come up in time. Neither Raoul d'Auquetonville nor any other of the assassins was caught. The magistrates as well as the public were seized with stupor in view of so great a crime and so great a criminal. But the Duke of Orleans left a widow, who, in spite of his infidelities and his irregularities, was passionately attached to him. Valentine Visconti, the Duke of Milan's daughter, whose dowry had gone to pay the ransom of King John, was at Chateau Thierry, where she heard of her husband's murder. Hers was one of those natures full of softness and at the same time of fire, which grief does not overwhelm, and in which a passion for vengeance is excited and fed by their despair. She started for Paris in the early part of December 1407, during the roughest winter, it was said, ever known for centuries, taking with her all her children. The Duke of Berry, the Duke of Bourbon, the Count of Clermont, and the Constable went to meet her. Herself and all her train in deep mourning, she dismounted at the hostel of St. Paul, threw herself on her knees before the king with the princes and council around him, and demanded of him justice for her husband's cruel death. The chancellor promised justice in the name of the king, who added with his own lips, "We regard the deed relating to our own brother as done to ourselves." The compassion of all present was boundless, and so was their indignation, but it was reported that the Duke of Burgundy was getting ready to return to Paris, and with what following and for what purpose would he come? Nothing was known on that point. There was no force with which to make a defense. Nothing was done for the Duchess of Orleans. No prosecution began. As much vexed and irritated as disconsolate, she set out for Blois with her children, being resolved to fortify herself there. Charles had another relapse of his malady. The people of Paris, who were rather favorable than adverse to the Duke of Burgundy, laid the blame of the king's new attack and of the general alarm upon the Duchess of Orleans, who was off in flight. John the Fearless actually re-entered Paris on the 20th of February 1408 with 1,000 men-at-arms, amidst popular acclamation and cries of "Long live the Duke of Burgundy!" Having taken up a strong position at the Hotel d'Artois, he sent a demand to the king for a solemn audience, proclaiming his intention of setting forth the motives for which he had caused the Duke of Orleans to be slain. The 8th of March was the day fixed. Charles VI, being worse than ever that day, was not present. The Dauphin, Louis, Duke of Guise, a child of 12 years, surrounded by the princes, councillors, a great number of lords, doctors at the university, burgesses of note, and people of various conditions, took his father's place at this assembly. The Duke of Burgundy had entrusted a normal Cordelier, Master Jean Petit, with his justification. The monk spoke for more than 5 hours, reviewing sacred history and the histories of Greece, Rome, and Persia, and the precedents of Phineas, Absalom the son of David, Queen Athaliah, and Julian the Apostate, to prove that it is lawful, and not only lawful, but honorable and meritorious, in any subject, to slay or cause to be slain a traitor and disloyal tyrant, especially when he is a man of such mighty power that justice cannot well be done by the sovereign. This principle once laid down, Jean Petit proceeded to apply it to the Duke of Burgundy, causing to be slain that criminal tyrant, the Duke of Orleans, who was meditating the damnable design of thrusting aside the king and his children from their crown. And he drew from it the conclusion that the Duke of Burgundy ought not to be at all blamed or censured for what had happened in the person of the Duke of Orleans, and that the king not only ought to be displeased with him, but ought to hold the said Lord of Burgundy, as well as his deed, agreeable to him, and authorized by necessity. The defense thus concluded, letters were actually put before the king, running thus: "It is our will and pleasure that our cousin of Burgundy, his heirs and successors, be and abide at peace with us and our successors, in respect of the aforesaid deed, and all that hath followed thereon, and that by us, our said successors, our people and officers, no hindrance on account of that may be offered them either now or in time to come." Charles VI, weak in mind and will, even independently of his attacks, signed these letters and gave Duke John quite a kind reception, telling him, however, that he could cancel the penalty but not the resentment of everybody, and that it was for him to defend himself against perils which were probably imminent. The Duke answered proudly that so long as he stood in the king's good graces, he did not fear any man living. 3 days after this strange audience and this declaration, Queen Isabel, but lately on terms of the closest intimacy with the Duke of Orleans, who had been murdered on his way home after dining with her, was filled with alarm and set off suddenly for Melun, taking with her her son Louis the Dauphin, and accompanied by nearly all the princes, who, however, returned before long to Paris, being troubled by the displeasure the Duke of Burgundy testified at their departure. For more than 4 months, Duke John the Fearless remained absolute master of Paris, disposing of all posts, giving them to his own creatures, and putting himself on good terms with the university and the principal burgesses. A serious revolt among the legies called for his presence in Flanders. The first troops he had sent against them had been repulsed, and he felt the necessity of going thither in person. But 2 months after his departure from Paris, on the 26th of August 1408, Queen Isabel returned thither from Melun with the Dauphin Louis, who for the first time rode on horseback, and with 3,000 men-at-arms. She set up her establishment at the Louvre. The Parisians shouted Noël as she passed along, and the Duke of Berry, the Duke of Bourbon, the Duke of Brittany the Constable, and all the great officers of the crown rallied round her. 2 days afterwards, on the 28th of August, the Duchess of Orleans arrived there from Blois in a black litter drawn by 4 horses caparisoned in black, and followed by a large number of mourning carriages. On the 5th of September, a state assembly was held at the Louvre. All the royal family, the princes and great officers of the crown, the presidents of the parliament, 15 archbishops or bishops, the provost of Paris, the provost of tradesmen, and 100 burgesses of note attended it. Thereupon Master Juvenal des Ursins, king's advocate, announced the intention of Charles VI in his illness to confer the government upon the queen, set forth the reasons for it, called to mind the able regency of Queen Blanche, mother of St. Louis, and produced royal letters sealed with the Great Seal. Immediately the Duchess of Orleans came forward, knelt at the Dauphin's feet, demanding justice for the death of her husband, and begged that she might have a day appointed her for refuting the calumnies with which it had been sought to blacken his memory. The Dauphin promised a speedy reply. On the 11th of September, accordingly, a new meeting of princes, lords, prelates, parliament, the university, and burgesses was held in the great hall of the Louvre. The Duchess of Orleans, the Duke her son, their chancellor, and the principal officers of her household were introduced, and leave was given to them to proceed with the justification of the late Duke of Orleans. It had been prepared beforehand. The Duchess placed the manuscript before the council as pledging herself unreservedly to all it contained, and Master Cerisy, abbot of St. Fiacre, a monk of the order of St. Benedict, read the document out publicly. It was a long and learned defense, in which the imputations made by the Cordelier Jean Petit against the late Duke of Orleans were effectually and in some part eloquently refuted. After the justification, Master Cousineau, advocate of the Duchess of Orleans, presented in person his demands against the Duke of Burgundy. They claimed that he should be bound to come without belt or chaperon, and disavow solemnly and publicly on his knees before the royal family, and also on the very spot where the crime was committed, the murder of the Duke of Orleans. After several other acts of reparation which were imposed upon him, he was to be sent into exile for 20 years beyond the seas, and on his return to remain at 20 leagues distance at least from the king and the royal family. After reacting these demands, which were more legitimate than practicable, the young Dauphin, well instructed as to what he had to say, addressed the Duchess of Orleans and her children in these terms: "We and all the princes of the blood royal here present, after having heard the justification of our uncle, the Duke of Orleans, have no doubt left touching the honor of his memory, and do hold him to be completely cleared of all that hath been said contrary to his reputation. As to the further demands you make, they shall be suitably provided for in course of justice." At this answer the assembly broke up. End of chapter 23, part 4.
Chapter 23, Part 5 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War. Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 5. It had just been reported that the Duke of Burgundy had completely beaten and reduced to submission the insurgent Liegese, and that he was preparing to return to Paris with his army. Great was the consternation amongst the council of the queen and princes. They feared above everything to see the king and the Dauphin in the Duke of Burgundy's power, and it was decided to quit Paris, which had always testified a favourable disposition towards Duke John. Charles VI. Was the first to depart, on the 3rd of November, 1408. The queen, the dauphin, and the princes followed him 2 days afterwards, and at Gien they all took boat on the Loire to go to Tours. The Duke of Burgundy, on his arrival at Paris, on the 28th of November, found not a soul belonging to the royal family or the court, and he felt a moment's embarrassment. Even his audacity and lack of scruple did not go to the extent of doing without the king altogether, or even of dispensing with having him for a tool, and he had seen too much of the Parisian populace not to know how precarious and fickle was its favour. He determined to negotiate with the king's party, and for that purpose he sent his brother in law, the Count of Hainault, to Tours, with a brilliant train of unarmed attendants, bidden to make themselves agreeable and not to fight. A recent event had probably much to do with his decision. His most indomitable foe, she to whom the king and his councillors had lately granted a portion of the vengeance she was seeking to take on him, Valentine of Milan, Duchess of Orleans, died on the 4th of December, 1408, at Blois, far from satisfied with the moral reparations she had obtained in her enemy's absence, and clearly foreseeing that against the Duke of Burgundy, flushed with victory and present in person, she would obtain nothing of what she had asked. For spirits of the best mettle, and especially for a woman's heart, impotent passion is a heavy burden to bear, and Valentine Visconti, beautiful, amiable, and unhappy even in her best days through the fault of the husband she loved, sank under this trial. At the close of her life she had taken for device, "Naught have I more, more hold I not. Bien ne m'est plus, plus ne m'est rien." And so fully was that her habitual feeling she had the words inscribed upon the black tapestry of her chamber. In her last hours she had by her side her 3 sons and her daughter, but there was another still whom she remembered. She sent for a child 6 years of age, John, a natural son of her husband by Marietta d'Enghien, wife of Sire Canet Dunois. "This one," said she, "was filched from me; yet there is not a child so well cut out as he to avenge his father's death." 25 years later John was the famous bastard of Orleans, Count Dunois, Charles VII's lieutenant general, and Joan of Arc's comrade in the work of saving the French kingship and France. The Duke of Burgundy's negotiations at Tours were not fruitless. The result was, that on the 9th of March, 1409, a treaty was concluded and an interview effected at Chartres, between the duke on one side, and on the other the king, the queen, the dauphin, all the royal family, the councillors of the town, the young Duke of Orleans, his brother, and 100 knights of their house, all met together to hear the king declare that he pardoned the Duke of Burgundy. The duke prayed my lord of Orleans and my lords his brothers to banish from their hearts all hatred and vengeance, and the princes of Orleans assented to what the king commanded them, and forgave their cousin the Duke of Burgundy everything entirely. On the way back from Chartres the Duke of Burgundy's fool kept playing with a church paten, called peace, and thrusting it under his cloak, saying, "See, this is a cloak of peace;" and "many folks," says Juvenal des Ursins, "considered this fool pretty wise." The Duke of Burgundy had a good reason, however, for seeking this outward reconciliation; it put an end to a position too extended not to become pretty soon untenable; the peace was a cause of great joy at Paris; the king was not long coming back; and 200,000 persons, says the chronicle, went out to meet him, shouting "Noel." The Duke of Burgundy had gone out to receive him, and the queen and the princes arrived 2 days afterwards. It was not known at the time, though it was perhaps the most serious result of the negotiation, that a secret understanding had been established between John the Fearless and Isabel of Bavaria. The queen, as false as she was dissolute, had seen that the duke might be of service to her on occasion if she served him in her turn, and they had added the falsehood of their undivulged arrangement to that of the general reconciliation. But falsehood does not extinguish the facts it attempts to disguise. The hostility between the houses of Orleans and Burgundy could not fail to survive the treaty of Chartres, and cause search to be made for a man to head the struggle so soon as it could be recommenced. The hour and the man were not long waited for. In the very year of the treaty, Charles of Orleans, eldest son of the murdered duke, and Valentine of Milan, lost his wife, Isabel of France, daughter of Charles VI., and as early as the following year, 1410, the princes, his uncles, made him marry Bonnie d'Armagnac, daughter of Count Bernard d'Armagnac, one of the most powerful, most able, and most ambitious lords of southern France. Forthwith, in concert with the Duke of Berry, the Duke of Brittany, and several other lords, Count Bernard put himself at the head of the Orleans party, and prepared to proceed against the Duke of Burgundy in the cause of dominion combined with vengeance. From 1410 to 1415 France was a prey to civil war between the Armagnacs and Burgundians, and to their alternate successes and reverses brought about by the unscrupulous employment of the most odious and desperate means. The Burgundians had generally the advantage in the struggle, for Paris was chiefly the centre of it, and their influence was predominant there. Their principal allies there were the butchers, the boldest and most ambitious corporation in the city. For a long time the butcher trade of Paris had been in the hands of a score of families; the number had been repeatedly reduced, and at the opening of the 15th century 3 families, the Lagoy, the St. Yon, and the Thibert, had exercised absolute mastery in the market district, which in turn exercised mastery over nearly the whole city. One Caboche, a flayer of beasts in the shambles of Hotel Dieu, and Master John de Troyes, a surgeon with a talent for speaking, were their most active associates. Their company consisted of apprentice butchers, medical students, skinners, tailors, and every kind of lewd fellows. When anybody caused their displeasure, they said, "Here's an Armagnac," and dispatched him on the spot, and plundered his house, or dragged him off to prison to pay dear for his release. The rich burgesses lived in fear and peril. More than 300 of them went off to Melun with the provost of tradesmen, who could no longer answer for the tranquillity of the city. The Armagnacs, in spite of their general inferiority, sometimes got the upper hand, and did not then behave with much more discretion than the others. They committed the mistake of asking aid from the King of England, promising him the immediate surrender of all the castles, cities, and bailiwicks they still possessed in Guienne and Poitou. Their correspondence fell into the hands of the Burgundians, and the Duke of Burgundy showed the king himself a letter stating that the Duke of Berry, the Duke of Orleans, and the Duke of Bourbon had lately conspired together at Bourges for the destruction of the king, the kingdom, and the good city of Paris. "Ah!" cried the poor king with tears, "we quite see their wickedness, and we do conjure you, who are of our own blood, to aid and advise us against them." The duke and his partisans, kneeling on one knee, promised the king all the assistance possible with their persons and their property. The civil war was passionately carried on. The Burgundians went and besieged Bourges. The siege continued a long while without success. Some of the besiegers grew weary of it. Negotiations were opened with the besieged. An interview took place before the walls between the Duke of Berry and the Duke of Burgundy. "Nephew," said the former, "I have acted ill, and you still worse. It is for us to try and maintain the kingdom in peace and prosperity." "I will be no obstacle, uncle," answered Duke John. Peace was made. It was stipulated that the Duke of Berry and the Armagnac lords should give up all alliance with the English, and all confederacy against the Duke of Burgundy, who, on his side, should give up any that he might have formed against them. An engagement was entered into mutually to render aid, service, and obedience to the king against his foe of England, and they were bound by right and reason to do; and lastly, a promise was made to observe the articles of the peace of Chartres, and to swear them over again. There was a special prohibition against using, for the future, the words Armagnacs and Burgundians, or any other term reflecting upon either party. The pacification was solemnly celebrated at Auxerre, on the 22nd of August, 1412, and on the 29th of September following, the dauphin once more entered Paris, with the Duke of Burgundy at his side. The king, queen, and Duke of Berry arrived a few days afterwards. The people gave a hearty reception to them, even to the Armagnacs, well known as such in their train; but the butchers and the men of their faction murmured loudly, and treated the peace as treason. Outside, it was little more than nominal; the Count of Armagnac remained under arms and the Duke of Orleans held aloof from Paris. A violent ferment again began there. The butchers continued to hold the mastery. The Duke of Burgundy, all the while finding them very much in the way, did not cease to pay court to them. Many of his knights were highly displeased at seeing themselves mixed up with such fellows. The honest burgesses began to be less frightened at the threats and more angry at the excesses of the butchers. The advocate general, Juvenal des Ursins, had several times called without being received at the Hotel d'Artois; but one night the Duke of Burgundy sent for him, and asked him what he thought of the position. "My lord," said the magistrate, "do not persist in always maintaining that you did well to have the Duke of Orleans slain. Enough mischief has come of it to make you agree that you were wrong. It is not to your honor to let yourself be guided by flayers of beasts and a lot of lewd fellows. I can guarantee that 100 burgesses of Paris, of the highest character, would undertake to attend you everywhere, and do whatever you should bid them, and even lend you money if you wanted it." The duke listened patiently, but answered that he had done no wrong in the case of the Duke of Orleans, and would never confess that he had. "As to the fellows of whom you speak," said he, "I know my business." Juvenal returned home without much belief in the duke's firmness. He himself, full of courage as he was, durst not yet declare himself openly. The thought of all this occupied his mind incessantly, sleeping and waking. One night, when he had fallen asleep towards morning, it seemed to him that a voice kept saying, "Surgite cum sediteris, qui manducatis panem doloris." "Rise up from your sitting, ye who eat the bread of sorrow." When he awoke, his wife, a good and pious woman, said to him, "My dear, this morning I heard some one saying to you, or heard you pronounce in a dream, some words that I have often read in my hours." And she repeated them to him. "My dear," answered Juvenal, "we have 11 children, and consequently great cause to pray God to grant us peace. Let us hope in Him, and He will help." He often saw the Duke of Berry. "Well, Juvenal," the old prince would say to him, "shall this last forever? Shall we be forever under the sway of these lewd fellows?" "My lord," Juvenal would answer, "hope we in God yet a little while, and we shall see them confounded and destroyed." Nor was Juvenal mistaken. The opposition to the yoke of the Burgundians was daily becoming more and more earnest and general. The butchers attempted to stem the current, but the carpenters took sides against them, saying, "We will see which are the stronger in Paris, the hewers of wood or the fellers of oxen." The Parliament, the Exchequer Chamber, and the Hotel de Ville demanded peace, and the shouts of "Peace, peace!" resounded in the streets. A great crowd of people assembled on the Greve, and thither the butchers came with their company of about 1,200 persons, it is said. They began to speak against peace, but could not get a hearing. "Let those who are for it go to the right," shouted a voice, "and those who are against it to the left." But the adversaries of peace durst not risk this test. The Duke of Burgundy could not help seeing that he was declining rapidly; he was no longer summoned to the king's council; a watch was kept upon his house, and he determined to go away. On the 23d of August, 1413, without a word said, even to his household, he went away to the wood of Vincennes, prevailing on the king to go hawking with him. There was a suspicion that the duke meant to carry off the king. Juvenal des Ursins, with a company of armed burgesses, hurried off to Vincennes, and going straight to the king, said, "Sir, come away to Paris; it is too hot to be out." The king turned to go back to the city. The Duke of Burgundy was angry, saying that the king was going a hawking. "You would take him too far," returned Juvenal; "your people are in travelling dress, and you have your trumpeters with you." The duke took leave of the king, said business required his presence in Flanders, and went off as fast as he could. When it was known that he had gone, there was a feeling of regret and disquietude amongst the sensible and sober burgesses at Paris. What they wanted was peace, and in order to have it the adherence of the Duke of Burgundy was indispensable. Whilst he was present, there might be hope of winning him or forcing him over to it; but whilst he was absent, headstrong as he was known to be, a renewal of war was the most probable contingency. And this result appeared certain when it was seen how the princes hostile to the Duke of Burgundy, above all Duke Charles of Orleans, the Count of Armagnac, and their partisans, hastened back to Paris, and resumed their ascendency with the king and in his council. The dauphin, Louis, Duke of Aquitaine, united himself by the ties of close friendship with the Duke of Orleans, and prevailed upon him to give up the mourning he had worn since his father's murder. The two princes appeared everywhere dressed alike; the scarf of Armagnac replaced that of Burgundy; the feelings of the populace changed as the fashion of the court; and when children sang in the streets the song but lately in vogue, "Burgundy's Duke, God give thee joy," they were struck and hurled to the ground. Facts were before long in accordance with appearances. After a few pretences of arrangement, the Duke of Burgundy took up arms and marched on Paris. Charles VI. On his side annulled, in the presence of the Parliament, all acts adverse to the Duke of Orleans and his adherents, and the king, the queen, and the dauphin bound themselves by oath not to treat with the Duke of Burgundy until they had destroyed his power. At the end of March, 1414, the king's army was set in motion. Compiegne, Soissons, and Beaufort, which held out for the Duke of Burgundy, were successively taken by assault or surrendered. The royal troops treated the people as vanquished rebels, and the four great communes of Flanders sent a deputation to the king to make protestations of their respect and an attempt to arrange matters between their lord and his suzerain. Animosity was still too lively and too recent in the king's camp to admit of satisfaction with a victory as yet incomplete. On the 28th of July began the siege of Arras, but after 5 weeks the besiegers had made no impression. An epidemic came upon them; the Duke of Bavaria and the constable, Charles d'Albret, were attacked by it; weariness set in on both sides; the Duke of Burgundy himself began to be anxious about his position, and he sent the Duke of Brabant, his brother, and the Countess of Hainault, his sister, to the king and the dauphin, with more submissive words than he had hitherto deigned to utter. The Countess of Hainault, pleading the ties of family and royal interests, managed to give the dauphin a bias towards peace; and the dauphin in his turn worked upon the mind of the king, who was becoming more and more feeble and accessible to the most opposite impressions. It was in vain that the most intimate friends of the Duke of Orleans tried to keep the king steadfast in his wrath from night to morning. One day, while he was still in bed, one of them softly approaching and putting his hand under the coverlet, said, plucking him by the foot, "My lord, are you asleep?" "No, cousin," answered the king; "you are quite welcome. Is there anything new?" "No, sir; only that your people report that if you would assault Arras there would be good hope of effecting an entry. But if my cousin of Burgundy listens to reason, and puts the town into my hands without assault, we will make peace." "What! sir, you would make peace with this wicked, this disloyal man who so cruelly had your brother slain?" "But all was forgiven with the consent of my nephew of Orleans," said the king mournfully. "Alas! sir, you will never see that brother again." "Let me be, cousin," said the king impatiently; "I shall see him again on the day of judgment." Notwithstanding this stubborn way of working up the irreconcilable enmities which caused divisions in the royal family, peace was decided upon and concluded at Arras, on the 4th of September, 1414, on conditions as vague as ever, which really put no end to the causes of civil war, but permitted the king on the one hand and the Duke of Burgundy on the other to call themselves and to wear an appearance of being reconciled. A serious event which happened abroad at that time was heavily felt in France, reawakened the spirit of nationality, and opened the eyes of all parties a little to the necessity of suspending their own selfish disagreements. Henry IV., King of England, died on the 20th of March, 1413. Having been chiefly occupied with the difficulties of his own government at home, he, without renouncing the war with France, had not prosecuted it vigorously, and had kept it in suspense or adjournment by a repetition of truces. Henry V., his son and successor, a young prince of 25, active, ambitious, able, and popular, gave, from the very moment of his accession, signs of having bolder views, which were not long coming to maturity, in respect of his relations with France. The Duke of Burgundy had undoubtedly anticipated them; for, as soon as he was cognizant of Henry IV.'s death, he made overtures in London for the marriage of his daughter Catherine with the new King of England; and he received at Bruges an English embassy on the subject. When this was known at Paris, the council of Charles VI. Sent to the Duke of Burgundy, Sire de Dampierre, and the Bishop of Evreux, bearing letters to him from the king, which forbade him, on pain of forfeiture and treason, to enter into any treaty with the King of England, either for his daughter's marriage or for any other cause. But the views of Henry V. soared higher than a marriage with the daughter of the Duke of Burgundy. It was to the hand of the King of France's daughter, herself also named Catherine, that he made pretension, flattering himself that he would find in this union aid and support of his pretences to the crown of France. These pretences he put forward, hardly a year after his accession to the throne, basing them, as Edward III. had done, on the alleged right of Isabel of France, wife of Edward II., to succeed King John. No reply was vouchsafed from Paris to this demand. Only the Princess Catherine, who was but 13, was presented to the envoys of the King of England, and she struck them as being tall and beautiful. A month later, in August 1414, Henry V. gave Charles VI. To understand that he would be content with a strict execution of the Treaty of Bretigny, with the addition of Normandy, Anjou, and Maine, and the hand of the Princess Catherine with a dowry of 2,000,000 crowns. The war between Charles VI. And John the Fearless caused a suspension of all negotiations on this subject; but after the Peace of Arras, in January 1415, a new and solemn embassy from England arrived at Paris, and the late proposals were again brought forward. The ambassadors had a magnificent reception; splendid presents and entertainments were given them, but no answer was made to their demands. They were only told that the King of France was about to send an embassy to the King of England. It did not set out before the 27th of the following April. The Archbishop of Bourges, the most eloquent prelate in the council, was its spokesman, and it had orders to offer the King of England the hand of Princess Catherine, with a dowry of 840,000 golden crowns, besides 15 towns in Aquitaine and the seneschalty of Limoges. Henry V. rejected these offers, declaring that, if he did not get Normandy and all the districts ceded by the Treaty of Bretigny, he would have recourse to war to recover a crown which belonged to him. To this arrogant language the Archbishop of Bourges replied, "O king, what canst thou be thinking of, that thou wouldst fain thus oust the King of the French, our lord, the most noble and excellent of Christian kings, from the throne of so powerful a kingdom? Thinkest thou that it is for the fear of thee and of the English that he hath made thee an offer of his daughter together with so great a sum and a portion of his land? Nay, verily, he was moved by pity and the love of peace. He would not that the innocent blood should be spilt and Christian people destroyed in the hurly-burly of battle. He will invoke the aid of God Almighty, of the Blessed Virgin Mary, and of all the saints. Then by his own arms and those of his loyal subjects, vassals, and allies, thou wilt be driven from his kingdom, and, peradventure, meet with death or capture." End of chapter 23, part 5.
Chapter 23, Part 6 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23. The 100 Years' War. Charles VI. And the Dukes of Burgundy. Part 6. On returning to Paris, the ambassadors, in presence of the king's council and a numerous assembly of clergy, nobility, and people, gave an account of their embassy and advised instant preparation for war, without listening to a single word of peace. "They loudly declared," says the monk of Saint Denis, "that King Henry's letters, though they were apparently full of moderation, had lurking at the bottom of them a great deal of perfidy, and that this king, all the time that he was offering peace and union in the most honeyed terms, was thinking only how he might destroy the kingdom, and was levying troops in all quarters." Henry V., indeed, in November 1414, demanded of his parliament a large subsidy, which was at once voted without any precise mention of the use to be made of it, and merely in the terms following: "For the defence of the realm of England and the security of the seas." At the commencement of the following year, Henry resumed negotiations with France, renouncing his claims to Normandy, Anjou, and Maine; but Charles VI. And his council adhered to their former offers. On the 16th of April, 1415, Henry announced to a grand council of spiritual and temporal peers assembled at Westminster his determination of setting out in person to go and by God's grace recover his heritage. He appointed one of his brothers, the Duke of Bedford, to be regent in his absence, and the peers, ecclesiastical and laical, applauded his design, promising him their sincere co operation. Thus France, under a poor, mad king, and amidst civil dissensions of the most obstinate character, found the question renewed for her of French versus English kingship, and national independence versus foreign conquest. On the 14th of August, 1415, an English fleet, having on board, together with King Henry V., 6,000 men-at-arms, 24,000 archers, powerful war machines, and a multitude of artisans and small folk, came to land near Harfleur, not far from the mouth of the Seine. It was the most formidable expedition that had ever issued from the ports of England. The English spent several days in effecting their landing and setting up their siege train around the walls of the city. It would have been easy, says the monk of Saint Denis, to hinder their operations, and the inhabitants of the town and neighbourhood would have worked thereat with zeal, if they had not counted that the nobility of the district and the royal army commanded by the constable Charles d'Albret would come to their aid. No one came. The burgesses in the small garrison of Harfleur made a gallant defence, but, on the 22nd of September, not receiving from Vernon, where the king and the dauphin were massing their troops, any other assistance than the advice to take courage and trust to the king's discretion, they capitulated, and Henry V., after taking possession of the place, advanced into the country with an army already much reduced by sickness, looking for a favourable point at which to cross the Somme and push his invasion still farther. It was not until the 19th of October that he succeeded at Bethencourt, near Saint Quentin. Charles VI., who at that time had a lucid interval, after holding at Rouen a council of war, at which it was resolved to give the English battle, wished to repair with the dauphin, his son, to Bapaume, where the French army had taken position, but his uncle, the Duke of Berry, having still quite a lively recollection of the battle of Poitiers, fought 59 years before, made opposition, saying, "Better lose the battle than the king and the battle." All the princes of the royal blood, and all the flower of the French nobility, except the king and his 3 sons, and the Dukes of Berry, Brittany, and Burgundy, joined the army. The Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, and the Constable d'Albret, who was in command, sent to ask the King of England on what day and at what place he would be pleased to give them battle. "I do not shut myself up in walled towns," replied Henry. "I shall be found at any time and anywhere ready to fight, if any attempt be made to cut off my march." The French resolved to stop him between Agincourt and Framecourt, a little north of St. Paul and Hesdin. The encounter took place on the 25th of October, 1415. It was a monotonous and lamentable repetition of the disasters of Crecy and Poitiers, disasters almost inevitable, owing to the incapacity of the leaders, and ever the same defects on the part of the French nobility, defects which rendered their valorous and generous qualities not only fruitless but fatal. Never had that nobility been more numerous and more brilliant than in this premeditated struggle. On the eve of the battle, Marshal de Boucicaut had armed 500 new knights; the greater part passed the night on horseback under arms on ground soaked with rain, and men and horses were already distressed in the morning when the battle began. It were tedious to describe the faulty manoeuvres of the French army and their deplorable consequences on that day. Never was battle more stubborn or defeat more complete and bloody. 8,000 men of family, amongst whom were 120 lords bearing their own banners, were left on the field of battle. The Duke of Brabant, the Count of Nevers, the Duke of Bar, the Duke of Alençon, and the Constable d'Albret were killed. The Duke of Orleans was dragged out wounded from under the dead. When Henry V., after having spent several hours on the field of battle, retired to his quarters, he was told that the Duke of Orleans would neither eat nor drink. He went to see him. "What fare, cousin?" said he. "Good, my lord." "Why will you not eat or drink?" "I wish to fast." "Cousin," said the king gently, "make good cheer. If God has granted me grace to gain the victory, I know it is not owing to my deserts. I believe that God wished to punish the French, and, if all I have heard is true, it is no wonder, for they say that never was seen disorder, licentiousness, sins, and vices like what is going on in France just now. Surely God did well to be angry." It appears that the King of England's feeling was that also of many amongst the people of France. "On reflecting upon this cruel mishap," says the monk of Saint Denis, "all the inhabitants of the kingdom, men and women, said, 'In what evil days are we come into this world that we should be witnesses of such confusion and shame?'" During the battle the eldest son of Duke John the Fearless, the young Count of Charolais, at that time 19, who was afterwards Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, was at the castle of Aire, where his governors kept him by his father's orders, and prevented him from joining the king's army. His servants were leaving him one after another to go and defend the kingdom against the English. When he heard of the disaster at Agincourt, he was seized with profound despair at having failed in that patriotic duty. He would fain have starved himself to death, and he spent 3 whole days in tears, none being able to comfort him. When, 4 years afterwards, he became Duke of Burgundy, and, during his whole life, he continued to testify his keen regret at not having fought in that cruel battle, though it should have cost him his life, and he often talked with his servants about that event of grievous memory. When his father, Duke John, received the news of the disaster at Agincourt, he also exhibited great sorrow and irritation. He had lost by it his 2 brothers, the Duke of Brabant and the Count of Nevers, and he sent forthwith a herald to the King of England, who was still at Calais, with orders to say that in consequence of the death of his brother, the Duke of Brabant, who was no vassal of France, and held nothing in fief there, he, the Duke of Burgundy, did defy him mortally, fire and sword, and sent him his gauntlet. "I will not accept the gauntlet of so noble and puissant a prince as the Duke of Burgundy," was Henry V.'s soft answer. "I am of no account compared with him. If I have had the victory over the nobles of France, it is by God's grace. The death of the Duke of Brabant hath been an affliction to me, but I do assure thee that neither I nor my people did cause his death. Take back to thy master his gauntlet. If he will be at Boulogne on the 15th of January next, I will prove to him by the testimony of my prisoners and 2 of my friends that it was the French who accomplished his brother's destruction." The Duke of Burgundy, as a matter of course, let his quarrel with the King of England drop, and occupied himself for the future only in recovering his power in France. He set out on the march for Paris, proclaiming everywhere that he was assembling his army solely for the purpose of avenging the kingdom, chastising the English, and aiding the king with his counsel and his forces. The sentiment of nationality was so strongly aroused that politicians most anxious about their own personal interests, and about them alone, found themselves obliged to pay homage to it. Unfortunately it was, so far as Duke John was concerned, only a superficial and transitory homage. There is no repentance so rarely seen as that of selfishness in pride and power. The 4 years which elapsed between the battle of Agincourt and the death of John the Fearless were filled with nothing but fresh and still more tragic explosions of hatred and strife between the 2 factions of the Burgundians and Armagnacs, taking and losing, retaking and re-losing alternately their ascendancy with the king and in the government of France. When, after the battle of Agincourt, the Duke of Burgundy marched towards Paris, he heard almost simultaneously that the king was issuing a prohibition against the entry of his troops, and that his rival, the Count of Armagnac, had just arrived and been put in possession of the military power as constable, and of the civil power as superintendent general of finance. The duke then returned to Burgundy, and lost no time in recommencing hostilities against the king's government. At one time he let his troops make war on the king's, and pillage the domains of the crown. At another he entered into negotiations with the King of England, and showed a disposition to admit his claims to such and such a province, and even perhaps to the throne of France. He did not accede to the positive alliance offered him by Henry, but he employed the fear entertained of it by the king's government as a weapon against his enemies. The Count of Armagnac, on his side, made the most relentless use of power against the Duke of Burgundy and his partisans. He pursued them everywhere, especially in Paris, with dexterous and pitiless hatred. He abolished the whole organization and the privileges of the Parisian butcherdom which had shown so favorable a leaning towards Duke John. and the system he established as a substitute was founded on excellent grounds appertaining to the interests of the people and of good order in the heart of Paris. But the violence of absolute power and of hatred robs the best measures of the credit they would deserve if they were more disinterested and dispassionate. A lively reaction set in at Paris in favor of the persecuted Burgundians. Even outside of Paris several towns of importance, Rheims, Châlons, Troyes, Auxerre, Amiens, and Rouen itself, showed a favorable disposition towards the Duke of Burgundy, and made a sort of alliance with him, promising to aid him in reinstating the king in his freedom and lordship, and the realm in its freedom and just rights. The Count of Armagnac was no more tender with the court than with the populace of Paris. He suspected, not without reason, that the queen, Isabel of Bavaria, was in secret communication with and gave information to Duke John. Moreover, she was leading a scandalously licentious life at Vincennes, and one of her favourites, Louis de Bosredon, a nobleman of Auvergne and her steward, meeting the king one day on the road, greeted the king cavalierly and hastily went his way. Charles VI. Was plainly offended. The Count of Armagnac seized the opportunity, and not only did he foment the king's ill humour, but talked to him of all the irregularities of which the queen was the centre, and in which Louis de Bosredon was, he said, at that time her principal accomplice. Charles, in spite of the cloud upon his mind, could hardly have been completely ignorant of such facts, but it is not necessary to be a king to experience extreme displeasure on learning that offensive scandals are most public, and on hearing the whole tale of them. The king, carried away by his anger, went straight to Vincennes, had a violent scene with his wife, and caused Bosredon to be arrested, imprisoned, and put to the question, and he, on his own confession it is said, was thrown into the Seine, sewn up in a leather sack, on which were inscribed the words, "Let the king's justice run its course." Charles VI. and Armagnac did not stop there. Queen Isabel was first of all removed from the council and stripped of all authority, and then banished to Tours, where commissioners were appointed to watch over her conduct, and not to let her even write a letter without their seeing it. But royal personages can easily elude such strictness. A few months after her banishment, whilst the despotism of Armagnac and the war between the king and the Duke of Burgundy was still going on, Queen Isabel managed to send to the duke, through one of her servants, her golden seal, which John the Fearless well knew, with a message to the effect that she would go with him if he would come to fetch her. On the night of November 1st, 1417, the Duke of Burgundy hurriedly raised the siege of Corbeil, advanced with a body of troops to a position within 2 leagues from Tours, and sent the queen notice that he was awaiting her. Isabel ordered her 3 custodians to go with her to mass at the convent of Marmoutier outside the city. Scarcely was she within the church when a Burgundian captain, Hector de Saveuse, presented himself with 60 men at the door. "Look to your safety, madame," said her custodians to Isabel. "Here is a large company of Burgundians or English." "Keep close to me," replied the queen. Hector de Saveuse at that moment entered and saluted the queen on behalf of the Duke of Burgundy. "Where is he?" asked the queen. "He will not be long coming." Isabel ordered the captain to arrest her 3 custodians, and 2 hours afterwards Duke John arrived with his men-at-arms. "My dearest cousin," said the queen to him, "I ought to love you above every man in the realm. You have left all at my bidding, and are come to deliver me from prison. Be assured that I will never fail you. I quite see that you have always been devoted to my lord, his family, the realm, and the commonwealth." The duke carried the queen off to Chartres, and as soon as she was settled there, on the 12th of November, 1417, she wrote to the good towns of the kingdom, "We, Isabel, by the grace of God Queen of France, having, by reason of my lord the king's seclusion, the government and administration of this realm, by irrevocable grant made to us by the said my lord the king and his council, are come to Chartres in company with our cousin, the Duke of Burgundy, in order to advise and ordain whatsoever is necessary to preserve and recover the supremacy of my lord the king, on advice taken of the Prud'hommes, vassals, and subjects." She at the same time ordered that Master Philip de Morvilliers, heretofore councillor of the Duke of Burgundy, should go to Amiens, accompanied by several clerics of note and by a registrar, and that there should be held there, by the queen's authority, for the bailiwicks of Amiens, Vermandoise, Tournai, and the countship of Ponthieu, a sovereign court of justice, in the place of that which there was at Paris. Thus, and by such a series of acts of violence and of falsehoods, the Duke of Burgundy, all the while making war on the king, surrounded himself with hollow forms of royal and legal government. Whilst civil war was thus penetrating to the very core of the kingship, foreign war was making its way again into the kingdom. Henry V., after the battle of Agincourt, had returned to London, and had left his army to repose and reorganize after its sufferings and its losses. It was not until 18 months afterwards, on the 1st of August 1417, that he landed at Touques, not far from Honfleur, with fresh troops, and resumed his campaign in France. Between 1417 and 1419 he successively laid siege to nearly all the towns of importance in Normandy, to Cayenne, Bayeux, Falaise, Evreux, Coutances, l'Aigle, Saint-Lô, Cherbourg, etc., etc. Some he occupied after a short resistance, others were sold to him by their governors. But when, in the month of July, 1418, he undertook the siege of Rouen, he encountered there a long and serious struggle. Rouen had at that time, it is said, a population of 150,000 souls, which was animated by ardent patriotism. The Rouennese, on the approach of the English, had repaired their gates, their ramparts, and their moats, had demanded reinforcements from the King of France and the Duke of Burgundy, and had ordered every person incapable of bearing arms or procuring provisions for 10 months to leave the city. 12,000 old men, women, and children were thus expelled, and died either round the place or whilst roving in misery over the neighbouring country. Poor women gave birth unassisted beneath the walls, and good compassionate people in the town drew up the new-born in baskets to have them baptized, and afterwards lowered them down to their mothers to die together. 15,000 men of city militia, 4,000 regular soldiers, 300 spearmen, and as many archers from Paris, and it is not quite known how many men-at-arms sent by the Duke of Burgundy, defended Rouen for more than 5 months amidst all the usual sufferings of strictly besieged cities. As early as the beginning of October, says Monstrelet, they were forced to eat horses, dogs, cats, and other things not fit for human beings. But they nevertheless made frequent sorties, rushing furiously upon the enemy, to whom they caused many a heavy loss. 4 gentlemen and 4 burgesses succeeded in escaping and going to Beauvais, to tell the king and his council about the deplorable condition of their city. The council replied that the king was not in a condition to raise the siege, but that Rouen would be relieved within on the 4th day after Christmas. It was now the middle of December. The Rouennese resigned themselves to be waiting a fortnight longer, but, when that period was over, they found nothing arrive but a message from the Duke of Burgundy recommending them to treat for their preservation with the King of England as best they could. They asked to capitulate. Henry V. demanded that all the men of the town should place themselves at his disposal. When the commonalty of Rouen heard this answer, they all cried out that it were better to die altogether sword in hand against their enemies, than place themselves at the disposal of yonder king, and they were for shoring up with planks a loosened layer of the wall inside the city, and, having armed themselves and joined all of them together, men, women, and children, for setting fire to the city, throwing down the said layer of wall into the moats, and getting them gone by night, whither it might please God to direct them. Henry V. was unwilling to confront such heroic despair, and on the 13th of January 1419 he granted the Rouennese a capitulation, from which 7 persons only were excepted. Robert d'Elivet, the archbishop's vicar general, who from the top of the ramparts had excommunicated the foreign conqueror; Dudetot, baillie of the city; Jean Segneau, the mayor; Alain Blanchard, the captain of the militia crossbowmen, and 3 of the burgesses. The last named, the hero of the siege, was the only one who paid for his heroism with his life. The baillie, the mayor, and the vicar bought themselves off. On the 19th of January at midday, the English king and army made their solemn entry into the city. It was 215 years since Philip Augustus had won Rouen by conquest from John Lackland, King of England, and happily his successors were not to be condemned to deplore the loss of it very long. End of chapter 23, part 6.
Chapter 23, Part 7 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War, Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 7. These successes of the King of England were so many reverses and perils for the Count of Armagnac. He had in his hands Paris, the king, and the Dauphin. In the people's eyes the responsibility of government and of events rested on his shoulders, and at one time he was doing nothing, at another he was unsuccessful in what he did. Whilst Henry V. was becoming master of nearly all the towns of Normandy, the Constable, with the king and his army, was besieging Senlis, and he was obliged to raise the siege. The legates of Pope Martin V. had set about establishing peace between the Burgundians and Armagnacs, as well as between France and England. They prepared, on the basis of the Treaty of Arras, a new treaty, with which a great part of the country, and even of the burgesses of Paris, showed themselves well pleased. But the Constable had it rejected on the ground of its being adverse to the interests of the king and of France, and his friend, the Chancellor, Henry de Marle, declared that, if the king were disposed to sign it, he would have to seal it himself, for that, as for him, the Chancellor, he certainly would not seal it. Bernard of Armagnac and his confidential friend, Tanneguy Duchatel, a Breton nobleman, provost of Paris, were hard and haughty. When a complaint was made to them of any violent procedure, they would answer, "What business had you there? If it were the Burgundians, you would make no complaint." The Parisian populace was becoming every day more Burgundian. In the latter days of May, 1418, a plot was contrived for opening to the Burgundians one of the gates of Paris. Perronet Leclerc, son of a rich iron merchant having influence in the quarter of Saint Germain des Prés, stole the keys from under the bolster of his father's bed. A troop of Burgundian men at arms came in, and they were immediately joined by a troop of Parisians. They spread over the city, shouting, "Our Lady of Peace! Hurrah for the king! Hurrah for Burgundy! Let all who wish for peace take arms and follow us." The people swarmed from the houses and followed them accordingly. The Armagnacs were surprised and seized with alarm. Tanneguy Duchatel, a man of prompt and resolute spirit, ran to the Dauphin's, wrapped him in his bedclothes, and carried him off to the Bastille, where he shut him up with several of his partisans. The Count of Armagnac, towards whose house the multitude thronged, left by a back door, and took refuge at a mason's, where he believed himself secure. In a few hours the Burgundians were masters of Paris. Their chief, the Lord of Isle Adam, had the doors of the hostel of St. Paul broken in, and presented himself before the king. "How fares my cousin of Burgundy?" said Charles VI. "I have not seen him for some time." That was all he said. He was set on horseback and marched through the streets. He showed no astonishment at anything; he had all but lost memory as well as reason, and no longer knew the difference between Armagnac and Burgundian. A devoted Burgundian, Sir Guy de Bar, was named provost of Paris in the place of Tanneguy Duchatel. The mason with whom Bernard of Armagnac had taken refuge went and told the new provost that the constable was concealed at his house. Thither the provost hurried, made the constable mount behind him, and carried him off to prison at the Châtelet, at the same time making honorable exertions to prevent massacre and plunder. But factions do not so soon give up either their vengeance or their hopes. On the 11th of June, 1418, hardly 12 days after Paris had fallen into the hands of the Burgundians, a body of 1,600 men issued from the Bastille, and rushed into the street Saint Antoine, shouting, "Hurrah for the king, the Dauphin, and the Count of Armagnac!" They were Tanneguy Duchatel and some of the chiefs of the Armagnacs who were attempting to regain Paris, where they had observed that the Burgundians were not numerous. Their attempt had no success, and merely gave the Burgundians the opportunity and the signal for a massacre of their enemies. The little band of Tanneguy Duchatel was instantly repulsed, hemmed in, and forced to re enter the Bastille with a loss of 400 men. Tanneguy saw that he could make no defence there, so he hastily made his way out, taking the Dauphin with him to Melun. The massacre of the Armagnacs had already commenced on the previous evening. They were harried in the hostelries and houses; they were cut down with axes in the streets. On the night between the 12th and 13th of June a rumour spread about that there were bands of Armagnacs coming to deliver their friends in prison. "They are at the Saint Germain gate," said some. "No, it is the Saint Marceau gate," said others. The mob assembled and made a furious rush upon the prison gates. "The city and burgesses will have no peace," was the general saying, "so long as there is one Armagnac left. Hurrah for peace! Hurrah for the Duke of Burgundy!" The provost of Paris, the lord of Isle Adam, and the principal Burgundian chieftains, galloped up with 1,000 horse, and strove to pacify these madmen, numbering, it is said, some 40,000. They were received with a shout of "A plague of your justice and pity! Accursed be he whosoever shall have pity on these traitors of Armagnacs. They are English, they are hounds. They had already made banners for the King of England, and would fain have planted them upon the gates of the city. They made us work for nothing, and when we asked for our due they said, 'You rascals, haven't you a sou to buy a cord and go hang yourselves? In the devil's name speak no more of it; it will be of no use whatever you say.'" The provost of Paris durst not oppose such fury as this. "Do what you please," said he. The mob ran to look for the constable Armagnac and the chancellor de Marle in the palace tower, in which they had been shut up, and they were at once torn to pieces amidst ferocious rejoicings. All the prisons were ransacked and emptied. The prisoners who attempted resistance were smoked out; they were hurled down from the windows upon pikes held up to catch them. The massacre lasted from 4 o'clock in the morning to 11. The common report was, that 1,500 persons had perished in it; the account rendered to Parliament made the number 800. The servants of the Duke of Burgundy mentioned to him no more than 400. It was not long before the 14th of July that he, with Queen Isabel, came back to the city; and he came with a sincere design, if not of punishing the cut throats, at least of putting a stop to all massacre and pillage; but there is nothing more difficult than to suppress the consequences of a mischief of which you dare not attack the cause. One Bertrand, head of one of the companies of butchers, had been elected captain of St. Denis because he had saved the abbey from the rapacity of a noble Burgundian chieftain, Hector de Saveuse. The lord, to avenge himself, had the butcher assassinated. The burgesses went to the duke to demand that the assassin should be punished; and the duke, who durst neither assent nor refuse, could only partially cloak his weakness by imputing the crime to some disorderly youngsters whom he enabled to get away. On the 20th of August an angry mob collected in front of the Chatelet, shouting out that nobody would bring the Armagnacs to justice, and that they were every day being set at liberty on payment of money. The great and little Chatelet were stormed, and the prisoners massacred. The mob would have liked to serve the Bastille the same, but the duke told the rioters that he would give the prisoners up to them if they would engage to conduct them to the Chatelet without doing them any harm; and, to win them over, he grasped the hand of their head man, who was none other than Capeluche, the city executioner. Scarcely had they arrived at the courtyard of the little Chatelet, when the prisoners were massacred there without any regard for the promise made to the duke. He sent for the most distinguished burgesses, and consulted them as to what could be done to check such excesses; but they confined themselves to joining him in deploring them. He sent for the savages once more, and said to them, "You would do far better to go and lay siege to Montlhery, to drive off the king's enemies, who have come ravaging everything up to the St. Jacques gate, and preventing the harvest from being got in." "Readily," they answered; "only give us leaders." He gave them leaders, who led 6,000 of them to Montlhery. As soon as they were gone Duke John had Capeluche and 2 of his chief accomplices brought to trial, and Capeluche was beheaded in the market place by his own apprentice. But the gentry sent to the siege of Montlhery did not take the place. They accused their leaders of having betrayed them, and returned to be a scourge to the neighborhood of Paris, everywhere saying that the Duke of Burgundy was the most irresolute man in the kingdom, and that if there were no nobles the war would be ended in a couple of months. Duke John set about negotiating with the dauphin and getting him back to Paris. The dauphin replied that he was quite ready to obey and serve his mother as a good son should, but that it would be more than he could stomach to go back to a city where so many crimes and so much tyranny had but lately been practised. Terms of reconciliation were drawn up and signed on the 16th of September 1418, at St. Maur, by the queen, the Duke of Burgundy, and the pope's legates, but the dauphin refused to ratify them. The unpunished and long continued massacres in Paris had redoubled his distrust toward the Duke of Burgundy. He had, moreover, just assumed the title of regent of the kingdom, and he had established at Poitiers a parliament, of which Juvenal des Ursins was a member. He had promised the young Count of Armagnac to exact justice for his father's cruel death, and the old friends of the House of Orleans remained faithful to their enmities. The Duke of Burgundy had at one time to fight, and at another to negotiate with the dauphin and the King of England, both at once, and always without success. The dauphin and his council, though showing a little more discretion, were going on in the same alternative and unsatisfactory condition. Clearly neither France and England, nor the factions in France, had yet exhausted their passions or their powers, and the day of summary vengeance was nearer than that of real reconciliation. Nevertheless, complicated, disturbed, and persistently resultless situations always end by becoming irksome to those who are entangled in them, and by inspiring a desire for extrication. The King of England, in spite of his successes and his pride, determined upon sending the Earl of Warwick to Provence, where the king and the Duke of Burgundy still were. A truce was concluded between the English and the Burgundians, and it was arranged that on the 30th of May, 1419, the two kings should meet between Mantes and Melun, and hold a conference for the purpose of trying to arrive at a peace. A few days before the time, Duke John set out from Provence with the king, Queen Isabel, and Princess Catherine, and repaired first of all to Pontoise, and then to the place fixed for the interview, on the borders of the Seine, near Melun, where two pavilions had been prepared, one for the King of France and the other for the King of England. Charles VI, being ill, remained at Pontoise. Queen Isabel, Princess Catherine, and the Duke of Burgundy arrived at the appointed spot. Henry V was already there. He went to meet the queen, saluted her, took her hand, and embraced her and Madame Catherine as well. Duke John slightly bent his knee to the king, who raised him up and embraced him likewise. This solemn interview was succeeded by several others to which Princess Catherine did not come. The queen requested the King of England to state exactly what he proposed, and he demanded the execution of the Treaty of Bretigny, the cession of Normandy, and the absolute sovereignty, without any bond of vassalage, of whatever should be ceded by the treaty. A short discussion ensued upon some secondary questions. There appeared to be no distant probability of an understanding. The English believed that they saw an inclination on the Duke of Burgundy's part not to hasten to a conclusion, and to obtain better conditions from King Henry by making him apprehensive of a reconciliation with the dauphin. Henry proposed to him, for the purpose of ending everything, a conference between themselves alone, and it took place on the 3rd of June. "Cousin," said the king to the duke, "we wish you to know that we will have your king's daughter, and all that we have demanded with her, else we will thrust him out of his kingdom, and you too." "Sir," answered the duke, "you speak according to your pleasure; but before thrusting my lord and myself from the kingdom you will have what will tire you, we will make no doubt, and you will have enough to do to keep yourself in your own island." Between two princes so proud there was little probability of an understanding, and they parted with no other result than mutual displeasure. Some days before, on the 14th of May, 1419, a truce of 3 months had been concluded between the dauphin and the Duke of Burgundy, and was to lead to a conference also between these two princes. It did not commence before the 8th of July. During this interval, Duke John had submitted for the mature deliberation of his council the question whether it were better to grant the English demands, or become reconciled to the dauphin. Amongst his official councillors opinions were divided; but in his privacy the Lady of Jac, whom he loved and trusted mightily, and Philippe Jossequin, who had been at first his chamber attendant, and afterwards custodian of his jewels and of his privy seal, strongly urged him to make peace with the dauphin; and the pope's fresh legate, the Bishop of Laon, added his exhortations to these home influences. There had been fitted up, at a league's distance from Melun, on the embankment of the ponds of Vert, a summer house of branches and leaves, hung with drapery and silken stuffs, and there the first interview between the two princes took place. The Dauphin left in displeasure; he had found the Duke of Burgundy haughty and headstrong. Already the old servants of the late Duke of Orleans, impelled by their thirst for vengeance, were saying out loud that the matter should be decided by arms, when the Lady of Jacques went after the Dauphin, who from infancy had also been very much attached to her; and she, going backwards and forwards between the two princes, was so affectionate and persuasive with both that she prevailed upon them to meet again, and to sincerely wish for an understanding. The next day but one they returned to the place of meeting, attended each of them by a large body of men at arms. They advanced towards one another with 10 men only, and dismounted. The Duke of Burgundy went on bended knee. The Dauphin took him by the hand, embraced him, and would have raised him up. "No, my lord," said the duke, "I know how I ought to address you." The Dauphin assured him that he forgave every offence, if indeed he had received any, and added, "Cousin, if in the proposed treaty between us there be aught which is not to your liking, we desire that you amend it, and henceforth we will desire all that you shall desire, make no doubt of it." They conversed for some time with every appearance of cordiality, and the treaty was signed. It was really a treaty of reconciliation, in which, without dwelling upon the suspicions and imaginings which have been engendered in the hearts of ourselves and many of our officers, and have hindered us from acting with concord in the great matters of my lord the king and his kingdom, and resisting the damnable attempts of his and our old enemies, the two princes made mutual promises, each in language suitable to their rank and connection, to love one another, support one another, and serve one another mutually, as good and loyal relatives, and bade all their servants, if they saw any hindrance thereto, to give them notice thereof, according to their bounden duty. The treaty was signed by all the men of note belonging to the houses of both princes, and the crowd which surrounded them shouted "Noel," and invoked curses on whosoever should be minded henceforth to take up arms again in this damnable quarrel. When the Dauphin went away, the duke insisted upon holding his stirrup, and they parted with every demonstration of amity. The Dauphin returned to Touraine, and the duke to Pontoise, to be near the king, who by letters of July 19th confirmed the treaty, enjoined general forgetfulness of the past, and ordained that all war should cease, save against the English. There was universal and sincere joy. The peace fulfilled the requirements, at the same time, of the public welfare and of national feeling. It was the only means of re establishing order at home, and driving from the kingdom the foreigner who aspired to conquer it. Only the friends of the Duke of Orleans, and of the Count of Armagnac, one assassinated 12 years before, and the other massacred but lately, remained sad and angry at not having yet been able to obtain either justice or vengeance, but they maintained reserve and silence. They were not long in once more finding for mistrust and murmuring grounds or pretexts which a portion of the public showed a disposition to take up. The Duke of Burgundy had made haste to publish his ratification of the treaty of reconciliation. The Dauphin had let his wait. The Parisians were astonished not to see either the Dauphin or the Duke of Burgundy coming back within their walls, and at being, as it were, forgotten and deserted amidst the universal making up. They complained that no armed force was being collected to oppose the English, and that there was an appearance of flying before them, leaving open to them Paris, in which at this time there was no captain of renown. They were still more troubled when, on the 29th of July, they saw the arrival at the St. Denis gate of a multitude of disconsolate fugitives, some wounded, and others dropping from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. When they were asked who they were, and what was the reason of their desperate condition, "We are from Pontoise," they said; "the English took the town this morning; they killed or wounded all before them. Happy he whosoever could escape from their hands; never were Saracens so cruel to Christians as yonder folk are." It was a real fact. The King of England, disquieted at the reconciliation between the Duke of Burgundy and the Dauphin, and at the ill success of his own proposals at the conference of the 30th of May preceding, had vigorously resumed the war, in order to give both the reunited French factions a taste of his resolution and power. He had suddenly attacked and carried Pontoise, where the command was in the hands of the Lord of Isle Adam, one of the most valiant Burgundian officers. Isle Adam, surprised and lacking sufficient force, had made a feeble resistance. There was no sign of an active union on the part of the two French factions for the purpose of giving the English battle. Duke John, who had fallen back upon Troyes, sent order upon order for his vassals from Burgundy, but they did not come up. Public alarm and distrust were day by day becoming stronger. Duke John, it was said, was still keeping up secret communications with the seditions in Paris and with the King of England. Why did he not act with more energy against this latter, the common enemy? The two princes in their conference of July 9, near Melun, had promised to meet again; a fresh interview appeared necessary in order to give efficacy to their reconciliation. Duke John was very pressing for the dauphin to go to Troyes, where the king and queen happened to be. The dauphin on his side was earnestly solicited by the most considerable burgesses of Paris to get this interview over in order to ensure the execution of the treaty of peace, which had been sworn with the Duke of Burgundy. The dauphin showed a disposition to listen to these entreaties. He advanced as far as Montereau in order to be ready to meet Duke John as soon as a place of meeting should be fixed. End of chapter 23, part 7. Chapter 23, Part 8 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 23, The 100 Years' War, Charles VI and the Dukes of Burgundy, Part 8. Duke John hesitated, from irresolution even more than from distrust. It was a serious matter for him to commit himself more and more, by his own proper motion, against the King of England and his old allies amongst the populace of Paris. Why should he be required to go in person to seek the dauphin? It was far simpler, he said, for Charles to come to the king his father. Tanneguy Duchatel went to Troyes to tell the duke that the dauphin had come to meet him as far as Montereau, and with the help of the Lady of Giac, persuaded on his side, to Bray-sur-Seine, 2 leagues from Montereau. When the two princes had drawn thus near, their agents proposed that the interview should take place on the very bridge of Montereau, with the precautions and according to the forms decided on. In the duke's household many of his most devoted servants were opposed to this interview. The place, they said, had been chosen by and would be under the ordering of the dauphin's people, of the old servants of the Duke of Orleans and the Count of Armagnac. At the same time 4 successive messages came from Paris urging the duke to take the plunge, and at last he took his resolution. "It is my duty," said he, "to risk my person in order to get at so great a blessing as peace. Whatever happens, my wish is peace. If they kill me, I shall die a martyr. Peace being made, I will take the men of my lord the dauphin to go and fight the English. He has some good men of war and some sagacious captains. Tanneguy and Barbazan are valiant knights. Then we shall see which is the better man, Jack Anotin of Flanders or Henry of Lancaster." He set out for Bray on the 10th of September, 1419, and arrived about 2 o'clock before Montereau. Tanneguy Duchatel came and met him there. "Well," said the duke, "on your assurance we are come to see my lord the dauphin, supposing that he is quite willing to keep the peace between himself and us, as we will also keep it, all ready to serve him according to his wishes." "My most dread lord," answered Tanneguy, "have you no fear. My lord is well pleased with you, and desires henceforth to govern himself according to your counsels. You have about him good friends who serve you well." It was agreed that the dauphin and the duke should, each from his own side, go upon the bridge of Montereau, each with 10 men at arms, of whom they should previously forward a list. The dauphin's people had caused to be constructed at the 2 ends of the bridge strong barriers closed by a gate. About the centre of the bridge was a sort of lodge made of planks, the entrance to which was, on either side, through a pretty narrow passage. Within the lodge there was no barrier in the middle to separate the two parties. Whilst Duke John and his confidants, in concert with the dauphin's people, were regulating these material arrangements, a chamber attendant ran in quite scared, shouting out, "My lord, look to yourself; without a doubt you will be betrayed." The duke turned towards Tanneguy, and said, "We trust ourselves to your word. In God's holy name, are you quite sure of what you have told us? For you would do ill to betray us." "My most dread lord," answered Tanneguy, "I would rather be dead than commit treason against you or any other. Have ye no fear; I certify you that my lord meaneth you no evil." "Very well, we will go then, trusting in God and you," rejoined the duke; and he set out walking to the bridge. On arriving at the barrier on the castle side he found there to receive him Sire de Beauvau and Tanneguy Duchatel. "Come to my lord," said they; "he is awaiting you." "Gentlemen," said the duke, "you see how I come;" and he showed them that he and his people had only their swords; then, clapping Tanneguy on the shoulder, he said, "Here is he in whom I trust;" and advancing towards the dauphin, who remained standing, on the town side, at the end of the lodge constructed in the middle of the bridge. On arriving at the prince's presence Duke John took off his velvet cap and bent his knee to the ground. "My lord," said he, "after God, my duty is to obey and serve you. I offer to apply thereto and employ therein my body, my friends, my allies, and well wishers. Say I well?" he added, fixing his eyes on the dauphin. "Fair cousin," answered the prince, "you say so well that none could say better. Rise and be covered." Conversation thereupon ensued between the two princes. The dauphin complained of the duke's delay in coming to see him. "For 18 days," he said, "you have made us await your coming in this place of Montereau, this place a prey to epidemic and mortality, at the risk of, and probably with an eye to our personal danger." The duke, surprised and troubled, resumed his haughty and exacting tone. "We can neither do nor advise aught," said he, "save in your father's presence. You must come thither." "I shall go when I think proper," said Charles, "and not at your will and pleasure. It is well known that whatever we do, we two together, the king will be content with." Then he reproached the duke with his inertness against the English, with the capture of Pontoise, and with his alliances amongst the promoters of civil war. The conversation was becoming more and more acrid and biting. "In so doing," added the dauphin, "you were wanting to your duty." "My lord," replied the duke, "I did only what it was my duty to do." "Yes, you were wanting," repeated Charles. "No," replied the duke. It was probably at these words that, the lookers on also waxing wroth, Tanneguy Duchatel told the duke that the time had come for expiating the murder of the Duke of Orleans, which none of them had forgotten, and raised his battle axe to strike the duke. Sire de Navailles, who happened to be at his master's side, arrested the weapon; but, on the other hand, the Viscount of Narbonne raised his over Navailles, saying, "Whoever stirs is a dead man." At this moment, it is said, the mob which was thronging before the barriers at the end of the bridge heard cries of "Alarm! Slay! Slay!" Tanneguy had struck and felled the duke; several others ran their swords into him, and he expired. The dauphin had withdrawn from the scene and gone back into the town. After his departure his partisans forced the barrier, charged the dumbfounded Burgundians, sent them flying along the road to Bray, and returned on to the bridge and would have cast the body of Duke John, after stripping it, into the river; but the minister of Montereau withstood them, and had it carried to a mill near the bridge. Next day he was put in a pauper's shell, with nothing on but his shirt and drawers, and was subsequently interred at the church of Notre Dame de Montereau, without winding sheet and without pall over his grave. The enmities of the Orleannese and the Armagnacs had obtained satisfaction, but they were transferred to the hearts of the Burgundians. After 12 years of public crime and misfortune, the murder of Louis of Orleans had been avenged; and should not that of John of Burgundy be, in its turn? Wherever the direct power or the indirect influence of the Duke of Burgundy was predominant, there was a burst of indignation and vindictive passion. As soon as the Count of Charolais, Philippe, afterwards called the Good, heard at Ghent, where he happened at that time to be, of his father's murder, he was proclaimed Duke of Burgundy. "Michel," said he to his wife, sister of the dauphin, Charles, "your brother has murdered my father." The princess burst into tears; but the new duke calmed her by saying that nothing could alter the love and confidence he felt towards her. At Troyes, Queen Isabel showed more anger than any one else against her son, the dauphin, and she got a letter written by King Charles VI. To the Dowager Duchess of Burgundy, begging her and her children, to set in motion all their relatives, friends, and vassals to avenge Duke John. At Paris, on the 12th of September, the next day but one after the murder, the chancellor, the parliament, the provost royal, the provost of tradesmen, and all the councillors and officers of the king assembled, together with great number of nobles and burgesses and a great multitude of people, who all swore to oppose with their bodies and all their might the enterprise of the criminal breakers of the peace, and to prosecute the cause of vengeance and reparation against those who were guilty of the death and homicide of the late Duke of Burgundy. Independently of party passion, such was, in northern and eastern France, the general and spontaneous sentiment of the people. The dauphin and his councillors, in order to explain and justify their act, wrote in all directions to say that, during the interview, Duke John had answered the dauphin with mad words; he had felt for his sword in order to attack and outrage our person, the which, as we have since found out, he aspired to place in subjection, but through his own madness met death instead. But these assertions found little credence, and one of the two knights who were singled out by the dauphin to accompany him on to the bridge of Montereau, Sire de Barbazan, who had been a friend of the Duke of Orleans and of the Count of Armagnac, said vehemently to the authors of the plot, "You have destroyed our master's honor and heritage, and I would rather have died than be present at this day's work, even though I had not been there to no purpose." But it was not long before an event, easy to foresee, counterbalanced this general impression and restored credit and strength to the dauphin and his party. Henry V., King of England, as soon as he heard about the murder of Duke John, set himself to work to derive from it all the advantages he anticipated. "A great loss," said he, "is the Duke of Burgundy. He was a good and true knight, and an honorable prince; but through his death we are by God's help at the summit of our wishes. We shall thus, in spite of all Frenchmen, possess Dame Catherine, whom we have so much desired." As early as the 24th of September, 1419, Henry V. gave full powers to certain of his people to treat with the illustrious city of Paris and the other towns, in adherence to the said city. On the 17th of October was opened at Arras a congress between the plenipotentiaries of England and those of Burgundy. On the 20th of November a special truce was granted to the Parisians, whilst Henry V., in concert with Duke Philip of Burgundy, was prosecuting the war against the dauphin. On the 2nd of December the bases were laid of an agreement between the English and the Burgundians. The preliminaries of the treaty, which was drawn up in accordance with these bases, were signed on the 9th of April, 1420, by King Charles VI., and on the 20th communicated at Paris by the Chancellor of France to the Parliament and to all the religious and civil, royal and municipal authorities of the capital. After this communication, the Chancellor and the Premier President of Parliament went with these preliminaries to Henry V. at Pontoise, where he set out with a division of his army for Troyes, where the treaty, definitive and complete, was at last signed and promulgated in the Cathedral of Troyes, on the 21st of May, 1420. Of the 28 articles in this treaty, 5 contained its essential points and fixed its character. First, the King of France, Charles VI., gave his daughter Catherine in marriage to Henry V., King of England. Second, our son, King Henry, shall place no hindrance or trouble in the way of our holding and possessing as long as we live, and as at the present time, the crown, the kingly dignities of France, and all the revenues, proceeds, and profits which are attached thereto for the maintenance of our state, and the charges of the kingdom. Third, it is agreed that immediately after our death, and from that time forward, the crown and kingdom of France, with all their rights and appurtenances, shall belong perpetually and shall be continued to our son King Henry and his heirs. Fourth, whereas we are, at most times, prevented from advising by ourselves and from taking part in the disposal of the affairs of our kingdom, the power and the practice of governing and ordering the common weal shall belong and shall be continued during our life to our son King Henry, with the counsel of the nobles and sages of the kingdom, who shall obey us, and shall desire the honor and advantage of the said kingdom. Fifth, our son King Henry shall strive with all his might, and as soon as possible, to bring back to their obedience to us all and each of the towns, cities, castles, places, districts, and persons in our kingdom that belong to the party commonly called of the Dauphin, or Armagnac. This substitution, in the near future, of an English for the French kingship, this relinquishment, in the present, of the government of France to the hands of an English prince, nominated to become before long her king, this authority given to the English prince to prosecute, in France, against the Dauphin of France, a civil war, this complete abdication of all the rights and duties of the kingship, of paternity and of national independence, and, to sum up in all one word, this anti-French state stroke accomplished by a king of France, with the co operation of him who was the greatest among French lords, to the advantage of a foreign sovereign, There was surely in this enough to excite the most ardent and most legitimate national feelings. They did not show themselves promptly or with a blaze. The 14th and 15th centuries, after so many military and civil troubles, had great weaknesses and deep seated corruption in mind and character. Nevertheless, the revulsion against the Treaty of Troyes was real and serious, even in the very heart of the party attached to the Duke of Burgundy. He was obliged to lay upon several of his servants formal injunctions to swear to this peace, which seemed to them treason. He had great difficulty in winning John of Luxembourg and his brother Louis, Bishop of Therouanne, over to it. "It is your will," said they; "we will take this oath, but if we do, we will keep it to the hour of death." Many less powerful lords, who had lived a long while in the household of Duke John the Fearless, quitted his son, and sorrowfully returned to their own homes. They were treated as Armagnacs, but they persisted in calling themselves good and loyal Frenchmen. In the Duchy of Burgundy the majority of the towns refused to take the oath to the King of England. The most decisive and the most helpful proof of this awakening of national feeling was the ease experienced by the Dauphin, who was one day to be Charles VII., in maintaining the war which, after the Treaty of Troyes, was, in his father's and his mother's name, made upon him by the King of England and the Duke of Burgundy. This war lasted more than 3 years. Several towns, amongst others Melun, Crotoy, Meaux, St. Requier, offered an obstinate resistance to the attacks of the English and the Burgundians. On the 23rd of March, 1421, the Dauphin's troops, commanded by Sire de Lafayette, gained a signal victory over those of Henry V., whose brother, the Duke of Clarence, was killed in action. It was in Perche, Anjou, Maine, on the banks of the Loire, and in southern France, that the Dauphin found most of his enterprising and devoted partisans. The sojourn made by Henry V. at Paris, in December, 1420, with his wife, Queen Catherine, King Charles VI., Queen Isabel, and the Duke of Burgundy, was not, in spite of galas and acclamations, a substantial and durable success for him. His dignified but haughty manners did not please the French, and he either could not or would not render them more easy and amiable, even with men of note who were necessary to him. Marshal Isle Adam one day went to see him in camp on war business. The king considered that he did not present himself with sufficient ceremony. "Isle Adam," said he, "is that the robe of a marshal of France?" "Sir, I have this whitey gray robe made to come hither by water aboard of Seine boats." "Ha!" said the king, "look you a prince in the face when you speak to him?" "Sir, it is the custom in France, that when one man speaks to another, of whatever rank and puissance that other may be, he passes for a sorry fellow, and but little honorable, if he dares not look him in the face." "It is not our fashion," said the king, and the subject dropped there. A popular poet of the time, Alan Cattier, constituted himself censor of the moral corruption and interpreter of the patriotic paroxysms caused by the cold and harsh supremacy of this unbending foreigner, who set himself up for King of France, and had not one feeling in sympathy with the French. Alan Cattier's Quadriloge Invectif is a lively and sometimes eloquent allegory, in which France personified implores her 3 children, the clergy, the chivalry, and the people, to forget their own quarrels and unite to save their mother whilst saving themselves; and this political pamphlet getting spread about amongst the provinces did good service to the national cause against the foreign conqueror. An event more powerful than any human eloquence occurred to give the Dauphin and his partisans earlier hopes. Towards the end of August, 1422, Henry V. fell ill, and, too stout hearted to delude himself as to his condition, he thought no longer of anything but preparing himself for death. He had himself removed to Vincennes, called his councillors about him, and gave them his last royal instructions. "I leave you the government of France," said he to his brother the Duke of Bedford, "unless our brother of Burgundy have a mind to undertake it; for, above all things, I conjure you not to have any dissension with him. If that should happen, God preserve you from it. The affairs of this kingdom, which seem well advanced for us, would become bad." As soon as he had done with politics he bade his doctors tell him how long he had still to live. One of them knelt down before his bed, and said, "Sir, be thinking of your soul. It seemeth to us that, saving the divine mercy, you have not more than 2 hours." The king summoned his confessor with the priests, and asked to have recited to him the penitential psalms. When they came to the 20th versicle of the Miserere, Ut audificentur muri Jerusalem, that the walls of Jerusalem may be built up, he made them stop. Ah, said he, if God had been pleased to let me live out my time, I would, after putting an end to the war in France, reducing the Dauphin to submission or driving him out of the kingdom in which I would have established a sound peace, have gone to conquer Jerusalem. The wars I have undertaken have had the approval of all the proper men of the most holy personages. I commenced them and have prosecuted them without offence to God or peril to my soul. These were his last words. The chanting of psalms was resumed around him, and he expired on the 31st of August, 1422, at the age of 34. A great soul and a great king, but a great example also of the boundless errors which may be fallen into by the greatest men, when they pursue with arrogant confidence their own views, forgetting the laws of justice and the rights of other men. On the 22nd of October, 1422, less than 2 months after the death of Henry V., Charles VI., King of France, died at Paris in the 43rd year of his reign. As soon as he had been buried at St. Denis, the Duke of Bedford, regent of France according to the will of Henry V., caused a herald to proclaim, "Long live Henry of Lancaster, King of England and of France." The people's voice made very different proclamation. It had always been said that the public evils proceeded from the state of illness into which the unhappy King Charles had fallen. The goodness he had given glimpses of in his lucid intervals had made him an object of tender pity. Some weeks yet before his death, when he had entered Paris again, the inhabitants, in the midst of their sufferings and under the harsh government of the English, had seen with joy their poor mad king coming back amongst them, and had greeted him with thousandfold shouts of Noel. His body lay in state for 3 days, with the face uncovered, in a hall of the hostel of St. Paul, and the multitude went thither to pray for him, saying, "Ah, dear prince, never shall we have any so good as thou wert, never shall we see thee more. Accursed be thy death! Since thou dost leave us, we shall never have aught but wars and troubles. As for thee, thou goest to thy rest; as for us, we remain in tribulation and sorrow. We seem made to fall into the same distress as the children of Israel during the captivity in Babylon." The people's instinct was at the same time right and wrong. France had yet many evil days to go through, and cruel trials to endure. She was, however, to be saved at last. Charles VI. Was to be followed by Charles VII. And Joan of Arc. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Part 1 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 1. Whilst Charles VI. Was dying at Paris, his son Charles, the Dauphin, was on his way back from Saintonge to Berry, where he usually resided. On the 24th of October, 1422, at Mehun-sur-Yevre, he heard of his father's death. For 6 days longer, from the 24th to the 29th of October, he took no style but that of regent, as if he were waiting to see what was going to happen elsewhere in respect of the succession to the throne. It was only when he knew that, on the 27th of October, the Parliament of Paris had, not without some little hesitation and ambiguity, recognized as King of England and of France Henry VI., son of Henry V., lately deceased, that the Dauphin Charles assumed on the 30th of October, in his castle of Mehun-sur-Yevre, the title of king, and repaired to Bourges to inaugurate in the cathedral of that city his reign as Charles VII. He was 20 years old, and had as yet done nothing to gain for himself, not to say anything of glory, the confidence and hopes of the people. He passed for an indolent and frivolous prince, abandoned to his pleasures only, one whose captivity there was nothing to foreshadow, and of whom France, outside of his own court, scarcely ever thought at all. Some days before his accession he had all but lost his life at Rochelle by the sudden breaking down of the room in the episcopal palace where he was staying, and so little did the country know of what had happened to him, that, a short time after the accident, messengers sent by some of his partisans had arrived at Bourges to inquire if the prince were still living. At a time when not only the crown of the kingdom, but the existence and independence of the nation were at stake, Charles had not given any signs of being strongly moved by patriotic feelings. He was in person a handsome prince, and handsome in speech with all persons, and compassionate towards poor folks, says his contemporary Monstrelet; but he did not readily put on his harness, and he had no heart for war if he could do without it. On ascending the throne, this young prince, so little of the politician and so little of the knight, encountered at the head of his enemies the most able amongst the politicians and warriors of the day, in the Duke of Bedford, whom his brother Henry V. had appointed regent of France, and had charged to defend on behalf of his nephew Henry VI., a child in the cradle, the crown of France, already more than half won. Never did struggle appear more unequal or native king more inferior to foreign pretender. Sagacious observers, however, would have easily discerned, in the cause which appeared the stronger and the better supported, many seeds of weakness and danger. When Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, heard at Arras that Charles VI. Was dead, it occurred to him immediately that if he attended the obsequies of the English King of France, he would be obliged, French prince as he was, and cousin germain of Charles VI., to yield precedence to John, Duke of Bedford, regent of France, and uncle of the new king, Henry VI. He resolved to hold aloof, and contented himself with sending to Paris chamberlains to make his excuses and supply his place with a regent. On the 11th of November, 1422, the Duke of Bedford followed alone at the funeral of the late King of France, and alone made offering at the mass. Alone he went, but with the sword of state borne before him as regent. The people of Paris cast down their eyes with restrained wrath. They wept, says a contemporary, and not without cause, for they knew not whether for a long, long while they would have any king in France. But they did not for long confine themselves to tears. Two poets, partly in Latin and partly in French, Robert Blondel and Alan Chartier, whilst deploring the public woes, excited the popular feeling. Conspiracies soon followed the songs. One was set on foot at Paris to deliver the city to King Charles VII., but it was stifled ruthlessly; several burgesses were beheaded, and one woman was burned. In several great provincial towns, at Troyes and at Rheims, the same ferment showed itself, and drew down the same severity. William Prusse, superior of the Carmelites, was accused of propagating sentiments favourable to the Dauphin, as the English called Charles VII. Being brought, in spite of the privileges of his gown, before John Cauchon, lieutenant of the captain of Rheims, related probably to Peter Cauchon, bishop of Beauvais, who 9 years afterwards was to sentence Joan of Arc to be burned, he stoutly replied, "Never was English king of France, and never shall be." The country had no mind to believe in the conquest it was undergoing, and the Duke of Burgundy, the most puissant ally of the English, sulkily went on eluding the consequences of the anti-national alliance he had accepted. Such being the disposition of conquerors and conquered, the war, though still carried on with great spirit, could not, and in fact did not, bring about any decisive result from 1422 to 1429. Towns were alternately taken, lost, and retaken, at one time by the French, at another by the English or Burgundians. Petty encounters and even important engagements took place with vicissitudes of success and reverses on both sides. At Crevant-sur-Yonne, on the 31st of July, 1423, and at Verneuil, in Normandy, on the 17th of August, 1424, the French were beaten, and their faithful allies, the Scots, suffered considerable loss. In the latter affair, however, several Norman lords deserted the English flag, refusing to fight against the King of France. On the 26th of September, 1423, at La Gravelle, in Maine, the French were victorious, and Du Guesclin was commemorated in their victory. Anne de Laval, granddaughter of the great Breton warrior, and mistress of a castle hard by the scene of action, sent thither her son, Andrew de Laval, a child of 12 years of age, and, as she buckled with her own hands the sword which his ancestor had worn, she said to him, "God make thee as valiant as he whose sword this was." The boy received the order of knighthood on the field of battle, and became afterwards a marshal of France. Little bands, made up of volunteers, attempted enterprises which the chiefs of the regular armies considered impossible. Stephen de Vignolles, celebrated under the name of La Hire, resolved to succor the town of Montargis, besieged by the English, and young Dunois, the bastard of Orleans, joined him. On arriving, September 5, 1427, between the walls of the place, a priest was encountered in their road. La Hire asked him for absolution. The priest told him to confess. "I have no time for that," said La Hire; "I am in a hurry. I have done in the way of sins all that men of war are in the habit of doing." Whereupon, says the chronicler, the chaplain gave him absolution for what it was worth; and La Hire, putting his hands together, said, "God, I pray thee to do for La Hire this day as much as thou wouldst have La Hire do for thee if he were God and thou wert La Hire." And Montargis was rid of its besiegers. The English determined to become masters of Mont Saint Michel au Peril de la Mer, that abbey built on a rock facing the western coast of Normandy, and surrounded every day by the waves of ocean. The 32nd abbot, Robert Jovelet, promised to give the place up to them, and went to Rouen with that design; but one of his monks, John Enault, being elected victor general by the chapter, and supported by some valiant Norman warriors, offered an obstinate resistance for 8 years, baffled all the attacks of the English, and retained the abbey in the possession of the King of France. The inhabitants of La Rochelle rendered the same service to the king and to France in a more important case. On the 15th of August, 1427, an English fleet of 120 sail, it is said, appeared off their city with invading troops aboard. The Rochellese immediately levied upon themselves an extraordinary tax, and put themselves in a state of defence. Troops raised in the neighbourhood went and occupied the heights bordering on the coast, and a bold Breton sailor, Bernard de Kercabin, put to sea to meet the enemy, with ships armed as privateers. The attempt of the English seemed to them to offer more danger than chance of success, and they withdrew. Thus Charles VII. Kept possession of the only seaport remaining to the crown. Almost everywhere, in the midst of a war as indecisive as it was obstinate, local patriotism and the spirit of chivalry successfully disputed against foreign supremacy the scattered fragments of the fatherland and the throne. In order to put an end to this doubtful condition of events and of minds, the Duke of Bedford determined to aim a grand blow at the national party in France and at her king. After Paris and Rouen, Orleans was the most important city in the kingdom. It was supreme on the banks of the Loire as Paris and Rouen were on those of the Seine. After having obtained from England considerable reinforcements, commanded by leaders of experience, the English commenced, in October, 1428, the siege of Orleans. The approaches to the place were occupied in force, and bastilles closely connected one with another were constructed around the walls. As a set off, the most valiant warriors of France, La Hire, Dunois, Xaintrailles, and the Marshal Lafayette threw themselves into Orleans, the garrison of which amounted to scarcely 1,200 men. Several towns, Bourges, Poitiers, and La Rochelle, sent thither money, munitions, and militia. The States General assembled at Chinon, voted an extraordinary aid, and Charles VII. Called out the regulars and the reserves. Assaults on the one side and sorties on the other were begun with ardor. Besiegers and besieged quite felt that they were engaged in a decisive struggle. The first encounter was unfortunate for the Orleannese. In a fight called the Herring affair, they were unsuccessful in an attempt to carry off a supply of victuals and salt fish, which Sir John Falstaff was bringing to the besiegers. Being a little discouraged, they offered the Duke of Burgundy to place their city in his hands, that it might not fall into those of the English, and Philip the Good accepted the offer, but the Duke of Bedford made a formal objection. He didn't care, he said, to beat the bushes for another to get the birds. Philip in displeasure withdrew from the siege the small force of Burgundians he had sent. The English remained alone before the place, which was every day harder pressed and more strictly blockaded. The besieged were far from foreseeing what succor was preparing for them. End of chapter 24, part 1. Chapter 24, Part 2 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War, Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 2. This very year, on the 6th of January, 1428, at Domremy, a little village in the valley of the Meuse, between Neufchâteau and Vaucouleurs, on the edge of the frontier from Champagne to Lorraine, the young daughter of simple tillers of the soil, of good life and repute, herself a good, simple, gentle girl, no idler, occupied hitherto in sewing or spinning with her mother, or driving afield her parents' sheep, and sometimes even, when her father's turn came round, keeping for him the whole flock of the commune, was fulfilling her 16th year. It was Joan of Arc, whom all her neighbours called Jeannette. She was no recluse; she often went with her companions to sing and eat cakes beside the fountain by the gooseberry bush, under an old beech, which was called the fairy tree, but dancing she did not like. She was constant at church; she delighted in the sound of the bells; she went often to confession and communion, and she blushed when her fair friends taxed her with being too religious. In 1421, when Joan was hardly 9, a band of Anglo Burgundians penetrated into her country, and transferred thither the ravages of war. The village of Domremy and the little town of Vaucouleurs were French, and faithful to the French kingship; and Joan wept to see the lads of her parish returning bruised and bleeding from encounters with the enemy. Her relations and neighbours were one day obliged to take flight, and at their return they found their houses burned or devastated. Joan wondered whether it could possibly be that God permitted such excesses and disasters. In 1425, on a summer's day at noon, she was in her father's little garden. She heard a voice calling her, at her right side, in the direction of the church, and a great brightness shone upon her at the same time in the same spot. At first she was frightened, but she recovered herself on finding that it was a worthy voice; and at the second call she perceived that it was the voice of angels. "I saw them with my bodily eyes," she said, 6 years later, to her judges at Rouen, "as plainly as I see you. When they departed from me I wept, and would fain have had them take me with them." The apparitions came again and again, and exhorted her to go to France for to deliver the kingdom. She became dreamy, wrapped in constant meditation. "I could endure no longer," said she, at a later period, "and the time went heavily with me, as with a woman in travail." She ended by telling everything to her father, who listened to her words anxiously at first, and afterwards wrathfully. He himself one night dreamed that his daughter had followed the king's men at arms to France, and from that moment he kept her under strict superintendence. "If I knew of your sister's going," he said to his sons, "I would bid you drown her, and, if you did not do it, I would drown her myself." Joan submitted; there was no leaven of pride in her sublimation, and she did not suppose that her intercourse with celestial voices relieved her from the duty of obeying her parents. Attempts were made to distract her mind. A young man who had courted her was induced to say that he had a promise of marriage from her, and to claim the fulfilment of it. Joan went before the ecclesiastical judge, made affirmation that she had given no promise, and without difficulty gained her cause. Everybody believed and respected her. In a village hard by Domremy she had an uncle whose wife was near her confinement. She got herself invited to go and nurse her aunt, and thereupon she opened her heart to her uncle, repeating to him a popular saying, which had spread indeed throughout the country: "Is it not said that a woman shall ruin France, and a young maid restore it?" She pressed him to take her to Vaucouleurs to Sir Robert de Baudricourt, captain of the bailiwick, for she wished to go to the dauphin and carry assistance to him. Her uncle gave way, and on the 13th of May, 1428, he did take her to Vaucouleurs. "I come on behalf of my lord," said she to Sire de Baudricourt, "to bid you to send word to the dauphin to keep himself well in hand, and not give battle to his foes, for my lord will presently give him succor." "Who is thy lord?" asked Baudricourt. "The King of Heaven," answered Joan. Baudricourt set her down for mad, and urged her uncle to take her back to her parents with a good slap on the face. In July, 1428, a fresh invasion of Burgundians occurred at Domremy, and redoubled the popular excitement there. Shortly afterwards, the report touching the siege of Orleans arrived there. Joan, more and more passionately possessed with her idea, returned to Vaucouleurs. "I must go," said she to Sire de Baudricourt, "for to raise the siege of Orleans. I will go, should I have to wear off my legs to the knee." She had returned to Vaucouleurs without taking leave of her parents. "Had I possessed," said she in 1431 to her judges at Rouen, "100 fathers and 100 mothers, and had I been a king's daughter, I should have gone." Baudricourt, impressed without being convinced, did not oppose her remaining at Vaucouleurs, and sent an account of this singular young girl to Duke Charles of Lorraine, at Nancy, and perhaps even, according to some chroniclers, to the king's court. Joan lodged at Vaucouleurs in a wheelwright's house, and passed 3 weeks there, spinning with her hostess, and dividing her time between work and church. There was much talk in Vaucouleurs of her and her visions and her purpose. John of Metz, also called John of Novelonpont, a knight serving with Sire de Baudricourt, desired to see her, and went to the wheelwrights. "What do ye here, my dear?" said he. "Must the king be driven from his kingdom, and we become English?" "I am come hither," answered Joan, "to speak to Robert de Baudricourt, that he may be pleased to take me or have me taken to the king; but he pays no heed to me or my words. However, I must be with the king before the middle of Lent, for none in the world, nor kings, nor dukes, nor daughters of the Scottish king, can recover the kingdom of France; there is no help but in me. Assuredly I would far rather be spinning beside my poor mother, for this other is not my condition; but I must go and do the work, because my Lord wills that I should do it." "Who is your Lord?" "The Lord God." "By my faith," said the knight, seizing Joan's hands, "I will take you to the king, God helping. When will you set out?" "Rather now than to morrow, rather to morrow than later." Vaucouleurs was full of the fame and the sayings of Joan. Another knight, Bertrand de Poulengy, offered, as John of Metz had, to be her escort. Duke Charles of Lorraine wished to see her, and sent for her to Nancy. Old and ill as he was, he had deserted the duchess his wife, a virtuous lady, and was leading anything but a regular life. He asked Joan's advice about his health. "I have no power to cure you," said Joan, "but go back to your wife and help me in that for which God ordains me." The duke ordered her 4 golden crowns, and she returned to Vaucouleurs, thinking of nothing but her departure. There was no want of confidence and good will on the part of the inhabitants of Vaucouleurs in forwarding her preparations. John of Metz, the knight charged to accompany her, asked if she intended to make the journey in her poor red rustic petticoats. "I would like to don man's clothes," answered Joan. Subscriptions were made to give her a suitable costume. She was supplied with a horse, a coat of mail, a lance, a sword, the complete equipment, indeed, of a man at arms, and a king's messenger and an archer formed her train. Baudricourt made them swear to escort her safely, and on the 25th of February, 1429, he bade her farewell, and all he said was, "Away then, Joan, and come what may." Charles VII. Was at that time residing at Chinon, in Touraine. In order to get there Joan had nearly 150 leagues to go, in a country occupied here and there by English and Burgundians, and everywhere a theatre of war. She took 11 days to do this journey, often marching by night, never giving up man's dress, disquieted by no difficulty and no danger, and testifying no desire for a halt, save to worship God. "Could we hear mass daily," said she to her comrades, "we should do well." They only consented twice, first in the abbey of St. Urbain, and again in the principal church of Auxerre. As they were full of respect, though at the same time also of doubt towards Joan, she never had to defend herself against their familiarities, but she had constantly to dissipate their disquietude touching the reality or the character of her mission. "Fear nothing," she said to them; "God shows me the way I should go, for thereto was I born." On arriving at the village of St. Catherine de Fierbois, near Chinon, she heard 3 masses on the same day, and had a letter written thence to the king, to announce her coming and to ask to see him. She had gone, she said, 150 leagues, to come and tell him things which would be most useful to him. Charles VII. And his councillors hesitated. the men of war did not like to believe that a little peasant girl of Lorraine was coming to bring the king more effectual support than their own. Nevertheless some, and the most heroic amongst them, Dunois, La Hire, and Xaintrailles, were moved by what was told of this young girl. The letters of Sir de Baudricourt, though full of doubt, suffered a gleam of something like a serious impression to peep out; and why should not the king receive this young girl whom the captain of Vaucouleurs had thought it a duty to send? It would soon be seen what she was and what she would do. The politicians and courtiers, especially the most trusted of them, George de la Tremoille, the king's favourite, shrugged their shoulders. What could be expected from the dreams of a young peasant girl of 19? Influences of a more private character and more disposed towards sympathy, Yolande of Aragon, for instance, Queen of Sicily and mother-in-law of Charles VII., and perhaps also her daughter, the young queen Mary of Anjou, were urgent for the king to reply to Joan that she might go to Chinon. She was authorized to do so, and on the 6th of March, 1429, she with her comrades arrived at the royal residence. At the very first moment two incidents occurred to still further increase the curiosity of which she was the object. Quite close to Chinon some vagabonds, it is said, had prepared an ambuscade for the purpose of despoiling her and her train. She passed close by them without the least obstacle. The rumour went that at her approach they were struck motionless, and had been unable to attempt their wicked purpose. Joan was rather tall, well shaped, dark, with a look of composure, animation, and gentleness. A man at arms, who met her on her way, thought her pretty, and with an impious oath expressed a coarse sentiment. "Alas!" said Joan, "thou blasphemest thy God, and yet thou art so near thy death." He drowned himself, it is said, soon after. Already a popular feeling was surrounding her marvellous mission with a halo of instantaneous miracles. On her arrival at Chinon she at first lodged with an honest family near the castle. For 3 days longer there was a deliberation in the council as to whether the king ought to receive her. But there was bad news from Orleans. There were no more troops to send thither, and there was no money forthcoming. The king's treasurer, it was said, had but 4 crowns in the chest. If Orleans were taken, the king would perhaps be reduced to seeking a refuge in Spain or in Scotland. Joan promised to set Orleans free. The Orleannese themselves were clamorous for her. Dunois kept up their spirits with the expectation of this marvellous assistance. It was decided that the king should receive her. She had assigned to her for residence an apartment in the tower of the Coudray, a block of quarters adjoining the royal mansion, and she was committed to the charge of William Bellier, an officer of the king's household, whose wife was a woman of great piety and excellent fame. On the 9th of March, 1429, Joan was at last introduced into the king's presence by the Count of Vendôme, high steward, in the great hall on the first story, a portion of the wall and the fireplace being still visible in the present day. It was evening, candlelight, and nearly 300 knights were present. Charles kept himself a little aloof, amidst a group of warriors and courtiers more richly dressed than he. According to some chroniclers, Joan had demanded that she should not be deceived, and should have pointed out to her him to whom she was to speak. Others affirmed that she went straight to the king, whom she had never seen, accosting him humbly and simply like a poor little shepherdess, says an eyewitness, and, according to another account, making the usual bends and reverences as if she had been brought up at court. Whatever may have been her outward behavior, "Gentle Dauphin," she said to the king, for she did not think it right to call him king so long as he was not crowned, "my name is Joan the Maid. The King of Heaven sendeth you word by me that you shall be anointed and crowned in the city of Rheims, and shall be lieutenant of the King of Heaven, who is King of France. It is God's pleasure that our enemies the English should depart to their own country. If they depart no evil will come to them, and the kingdom is sure to continue yours." Charles was impressed without being convinced, as so many others had been before, or were as he was on that very day. He saw Joan again several times. She did not delude herself as to the doubts he still entertained. "Gentle Dauphin," she said to him one day, "why do you not believe me? I say unto you that God hath compassion on you, your kingdom, and your people. Saint Louis and Charlemagne are kneeling before him, making prayer for you, and I will say unto you, so please you, a thing which will give you to understand that you ought to believe me." Charles gave her audience on this occasion in the presence, according to some accounts, of 4 witnesses, the most trusted of his intimates, who swore to reveal nothing, and, according to others, completely alone. "What she said to him there is none who knows," wrote Alan Chartier, a short time after, in July, 1429, "but it is quite certain that he was all radiant with joy thereat, at a revolution from the Holy Spirit." M. Wallop, after a scrupulous sifting of evidence, has given the following exposition of this mysterious interview. "Sir de Boissy," he says, "who was in his youth one of the gentlemen of the bedchamber on the most familiar terms with Charles VII., told Peter Sala, giving the king himself as his authority for the story, that one day, at the period of his greatest adversity, the prince, vainly looking for a remedy against so many troubles, entered in the morning alone into his oratory, and there, without uttering a word aloud, made prayer to God from the depths of his heart that if he were the true heir, issue of the House of France, and a doubt was possible with such a queen as Isabel of Bavaria, and the kingdom ought justly to be his, God would be pleased to keep and defend it for him; if not, to give him grace to escape without death or imprisonment, and find safety in Spain or in Scotland, where he intended, in the last resort, to seek a refuge." This prayer, known to God alone, the maid recalled to the mind of Charles VII.; and thus is explained the joy which, as the witnesses say, he testified, whilst none at that time knew the cause. Joan by this revelation not only caused the king to believe in her, she caused him to believe in himself, and his right and title; though she never spoke in that way as of her own motion to the king, it was always a superior power speaking by her voice. "I tell thee on behalf of my lord that thou art true heir of France, and son of the king." Whether Charles VII. Were or were not convinced by this interview of Joan's divine mission, he clearly saw that many of those about him had little or no faith in it, and that other proofs were required to upset their doubts. He resolved to go to Poitiers, where his council, the Parliament, and several learned members of the University of Paris were in session, and have Joan put to the strictest examination. When she learned her destination, she said, "In the name of God, I know that I shall have tough work there, but my Lord will help me. Let us go, then, for God's sake." On her arrival at Poitiers, on the 11th of March, 1429, she was placed in one of the most respectable families in the town, that of John Rabuteau, advocate general in Parliament. The Archbishop of Rheims, Reginald de Chartres, Chancellor of France, 5 bishops, the king's councillors, several learned doctors, and amongst others Father Seguin, an austere and harsh Dominican, repaired thither to question her. When she saw them come in, she went and sat down at the end of the bench, and asked them what they wanted with her. For 2 hours they set themselves to the task of showing her, by fair and gentle arguments, that she was not entitled to belief. "Joan," said William Emery, professor of theology, "you ask for men at arms, and you say that it is God's pleasure that the English should leave the kingdom of France, and depart to their own land. If so, there is no need of men at arms, for God's pleasure alone can discomfit them, and force them to return to their homes." "In the name of God," answered Joan, "the men at arms will do battle, and God will give them victory." Master William did not urge his point. "The Dominican Seguin, a very sour man," says the chronicle, asked Joan what language the voices spoke to her. "Better than yours," answered Joan. The doctor spoke the Limousin dialect. "Do you believe in God?" he asked ill humoredly. "More than you do," retorted Joan, offended. "Well," rejoined the monk, "God forbids belief in you without some sign tending thereto. I shall not give the king advice to trust men at arms to you, and put them in peril on your simple word." "In the name of God," said Joan, "I am not come to Poitiers to show signs. Take me to Orleans, and I will give you signs of what I am sent for. Let me have ever so few men at arms given to me, and I will go to Orleans." Then, addressing another of the examiners, Master Peter of Versailles, who was afterwards Bishop of Meaux, she said, "I know nor A nor B, but in our Lord's book there is more than in your books. I come on behalf of the King of Heaven to cause the siege of Orleans to be raised, and to take the king to Rheims that he may be crowned and anointed there." The examination was prolonged for a fortnight, not without symptoms of impatience on the part of Joan. At the end of it, she said to one of the doctors, John Erault, "Have you paper and ink? Write what I shall say to you." and she dictated a form of letter which became, some weeks later, the manifesto addressed in a more developed shape by her from Orleans to the English, calling upon them to raise the siege and put a stop to the war. The chief of those piously and patriotically heroic phrases were as follows: Jesu Maria, King of England, account to the King of Heaven for his blood royal. Give up to the Maid the keys of all the good towns you have taken by force. She is come from God to avenge the blood royal, and quite ready to make peace, if you will render a proper account. If you do not, so I am a war chief, in whatsoever place I shall fall with your folks in France, if they be not willing to obey, I shall make them get thence, whether they will or not, and if they be willing to obey, I will receive them to mercy. The Maid cometh from the King of Heaven as his representative, to thrust you out of France. She doth promise and certify you that she will make therein such a mighty ha, a great tumult, that for 1,000 years hitherto in France was never the like. Duke of Bedford, who you call yourself regent of France, the Maid doth pray you and request you not to bring destruction on yourself. If you do not justice toward her, she will do the finest deed ever in Christendom. Writ on Tuesday in the great week, Easter week, March 1429. Subscribed, Hearken to the news from God and the Maid. At the end of their examination, the doctors decided in Joan's favor. Two of them, the Bishop of Castres, Gerard Machet, the king's confessor, and Master John Erault, recognized the divine nature of her mission. She was, they said, the Virgin foretold in the ancient prophecies, notably in those of Merlin, and the most exacting amongst them approved of the king's having neither accepted nor rejected, with levity, the promises made by Joan. After a grave inquiry there had been discovered in her, they said, naught but goodness, humility, devotion, honesty, simplicity. Before Orleans she professes to be going to show her sign, so she must be taken to Orleans, for to give her up without any appearance on her part of evil would be to fight against the Holy Spirit, and to become unworthy of aid from God. After the doctor's examination came that of the women. Three of the greatest ladies in France, Yolande of Aragon, Queen of Sicily, the Countess of Gaucourt, wife of the Governor of Orleans, and Joan de Mortimer, wife of Robert le Macon, Baron of Troves, were charged to examine Joan as to her life as a woman. They found therein nothing but truth, virtue, and modesty. She spoke to them with such sweetness and grace, says the chronicle, that she drew tears from their eyes; and she excused herself to them for the dress she wore, and for which the sternest doctors had not dreamed of reproaching her. It is more decent, said the Archbishop of Embrun, to do such things in man's dress, since they must be done along with men. The men of intelligence at court bowed down before this village saint, who was coming to bring the king in his peril assistance from God. The most valiant men of war were moved by the confident outbursts of her patriotic courage, and the people everywhere welcomed her with faith and enthusiasm. Joan had as yet only just appeared, and already she was the heaven-sent interpretress of the nation's feeling, the hope of the people of France. End of chapter 24, part 2. Chapter 24, Part 3 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 3. Charles no longer hesitated. Joan was treated, according to her own expression in her letter to the English, as a war chief. There were assigned to her a squire, a page, 2 heralds, a chaplain, Brother Pasquerel, of the Order of the Hermit Brotherhood of St. Augustine, varlets, and serving folk. A complete suit of armor was made to fit her. Her 2 guides, John of Metz and Bertrand of Poulengy, had not quitted her, and the king continued them in her train. Her sword he wished to be supplied by himself. She asked for one marked with 5 crosses. It would be found, she said, behind the altar in the chapel of St. Catherine de Fierbois, where she had halted on her arrival at Chinon, and there indeed it was found. She had a white banner made, studded with lilies, bearing the representation of God seated upon the clouds, and holding in his hand the globe of the world. Above there were the words Jesu Maria, and below were two angels, on their knees in adoration. Joan was fond of her sword, as she said 2 years afterwards at her trial, but she was 40 times more fond of her banner, which was, in her eyes, the sign of her commission and the pledge of victory. On the completion of the preparations she demanded the immediate departure of the expedition. Orleans was crying for succor. Dunois was sending messenger after messenger, and Joan was in a greater hurry than anybody else. More than a month elapsed before her anxieties were satisfied. During this interval we find Charles VII. And Joan of Arc at Châtelherault, at Poitiers, at Tours, at Florent-les-Saumur, at Chinon, and at Blois, going to and fro through all that country to push forward the expedition resolved upon, and to remove the obstacles it encountered. Through a haze of vague indications, a glimpse is caught of the struggle which was commencing between the partisans and the adversaries of Joan, and in favor of or in opposition to the impulse she was communicating to the war of nationality. Charles VII.'s mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, Queen of Sicily, and the young Duke of Alencon, whose father had been killed at the battle of Agincourt, were at the head of Joan's partisans. Yolande gave money and took a great deal of trouble in order to promote the expedition which was to go and succor Orleans. The Duke of Alencon, hardly 20 years of age, was the only one amongst the princes of the house of Valois who had given Joan a kind reception on her arrival, and who, together with the brave La Hire, said that he would follow her whithersoever she pleased to lead him. Joan in her gratitude called him the handsome duke, and exhibited towards him amity and confidence. But side by side with these friends she had an adversary in the king's favourite, George de la Tremoille, an ambitious courtier, jealous of any one who seemed within the range of the king's favour, and opposed to a vigorous prosecution of the war, since it hampered him in the policy he wished to keep up toward the Duke of Burgundy. To the ill will of La Tremoille was added that of the majority of courtiers enlisted in the following of the powerful favourite, and that of warriors irritated at the importance acquired at their expense by a rustic and fantastic little adventuress. Here was the source of the enmities and intrigues which stood in the way of all Joan's demands, rendered her successes more tardy, difficult, and incomplete, and were one day to cost her more dearly still. At the end of about 5 weeks the expedition was in readiness. It was a heavy convoy of revictualment, protected by a body of 10,000 or 12,000 men, commanded by Marshal de Boussac, and numbering amongst them Xaintrailles and La Hire. The march began on the 27th of April, 1429. Joan had caused the removal of all women of bad character, and had recommended her comrades to confess. She took the communion in the open air, before their eyes, and a company of priests, headed by her chaplain Pasquerel, led the way whilst chanting sacred hymns. Great was the surprise amongst the men-at-arms; many had words of mockery on their lips. It was the time when La Hire used to say, "If God were a soldier, he would turn robber." Nevertheless, respect got the better of habit; the most honourable were really touched; the coarsest considered themselves bound to show restraint. On the 29th of April they arrived before Orleans. But in consequence of the road they had followed, the Loire was between the army and the town; the expeditionary corps had to be split in two; the troops were obliged to go and feel for the bridge of Blois in order to cross the river; and Joan was vexed and surprised. Dunois, arrived from Orleans in a little boat, urged her to enter the town that same evening. "Are you the bastard of Orleans?" asked she, when he accosted her. "Yes, and I am rejoiced at your coming." "Was it you who gave counsel for making me come hither by this side of the river, and not the direct way, over yonder where Talbot and the English were?" "Yes, such was the opinion of the wisest captains." "In the name of God, the counsel of my lord is wiser than yours; you thought to deceive me, and you have deceived yourselves, for I am bringing you the best succor that ever had knight, or town, or city, and that is the good will of God, and succor from the King of Heaven; not assuredly for love of me, it is from God only that it proceeds." It was a great trial for Joan to separate from her comrades; "so well prepared, penitent, and well disposed in their company," said she, "I should not fear the whole power of the English." She was afraid that disorder might set in amongst the troops, and that they might break up, instead of fulfilling her mission. Dunois was urgent for her to go herself at once into Orleans, with such portion of the convoy as boats might be able to transport thither without delay. Orleans, said he, would count it for naught, if they received the victuals without the Maid. Joan decided to go. The captains of her division promised to rejoin her at Orleans. She left them her chaplain Pasquerel, the priest who accompanied him, and the banner around which she was accustomed to muster them; and she herself, with Dunois, La Hire, and 200 men at arms, crossed the river at the same time with a part of the supplies. The same day, at 8 p.m., she entered the city, on horseback, completely armed, preceded by her own banner, and having beside her Dunois, and beside her the captains of the garrisons of several of the most distinguished burgesses of Orleans who had gone out to meet her. The population, one and all, rushed thronging round her, carrying torches, and greeting her arrival with joy as great as if they had seen God come down amongst them. They felt, says the journal of the siege, all of them recomforted, and, as it were, disbesieged by the divine virtue which they had been told existed in this simple maid. In their anxiety to approach her, to touch her, one of their lighted torches set fire to her banner. Joan disengaged herself with her horse as cleverly as it could have been done by the most skilful horseman, and herself extinguished the flame. The crowd attended her to the church whither she desired to go first of all to render thanks to God, and then to the house of John Boucher, the Duke of Orleans' treasurer, where she was received together with her two brothers and the two gentlemen who had been her guides from Vaucouleurs. The treasurer's wife was one of the most virtuous city dames in Orleans, and from this night forth her daughter Charlotte had Joan for her bedfellow. A splendid supper had been prepared for her, but she would merely dip some slices of bread in wine and water. Neither her enthusiasm nor her success, the two greatest tempters to pride in mankind, made any change in her modesty and simplicity. The very day after her arrival she would have liked to go and attack the English in their bastilles, within which they kept themselves shut up. La Hire was pretty much of her opinion, but Dunois and the captains of the garrison thought they ought to await the coming of the troops which had gone to cross the Loire at Blois, and the supports which several French garrisons in the neighborhood had received orders to forward to Orleans. Joan insisted. Sire de Gamache, one of the officers present, could not contain himself. "Since ear is given," said he, "to the advice of a wench of low degree, rather than to that of a knight like me, I will not bandy more words. When the time comes, it shall be my sword that will speak. I shall fall, perhaps, but the king and my own honor demand it. Henceforth I give up my banner and am nothing more than a poor esquire. I prefer to have for a master a nobleman rather than a girl who has heretofore been, perhaps, I know not what." He furled his banner and handed it to Dunois. Dunois, as sensible as he was brave, would not give heed either to the choler of Gamache or to the insistence of Joan; and, thanks to his intervention, they were reconciled on being induced to think better, respectively, of giving up the banner and ordering an immediate attack. Dunois went to Blois to hurry the movements of the division which had repaired thither, and his presence there was highly necessary, since Joan's enemies, especially the chancellor Regnault, were nearly carrying a decision that no such reinforcement should be sent to Orleans. Dunois frustrated this purpose, and led back to Orleans, by way of Beauce, the troops concentrated at Blois. On the 4th of May, as soon as it was known that he was coming, Joan, La Hire, and the principal leaders of the city, as well as of the garrison, went to meet him, and re entered Orleans with him and his troops, passing between the bastilles of the English, who made not even an attempt to oppose them. "That is the sorceress yonder," said some of the besiegers. Others asked if it were quite so clear that her power did not come to her from on high; and their commander, the Earl of Suffolk, being himself, perhaps, uncertain, did not like to risk it. Doubt produced terror, and terror inactivity. The convoy from Blois entered Orleans, preceded by Brother Pasquerel and the priests. Joan, whilst she was awaiting it, sent the English captains a fresh summons to withdraw conformably with the letter which she had already addressed to them from Blois, and the principal clauses of which were just now quoted here. They replied with coarse insults, calling her strumpet and cow girl, and threatening to burn her when they caught her. She was very much moved by their insults, insomuch as to weep; but calling God to witness her innocence, she found herself comforted, and expressed it by saying, "I have had news from my lord." The English had detained the first herald she had sent them, and when she would have sent them a second to demand his comrade back, he was afraid. "In the name of God," said Joan, "they will do no harm nor to thee nor to him. Thou shalt tell Talbot to arm, and I too will arm. Let him show himself in front of the city. If he can take me, let him burn me. If I discomfit him, let him raise the siege, and let the English get them gone to their own country." The second herald appeared to be far from reassured; but Dunois charged him to say that the English prisoners should answer for what was done to the heralds from the Maid. The two heralds were sent back. Joan made up her mind to iterate in person to the English the warnings she had given them in her letter. She mounted upon one of the bastions of Orleans, opposite the English bastille called Tournelle, and there, at the top of her voice, she repeated her counsel to them to be gone, else woe and shame would come upon them. The commandant of the bastille, Sir William Gladesdale, called by Joan and the French chroniclers Gassiades, answered with the usual insults, telling her to go back and mind her cows, and alluding to the French as miscreants. "You lie," cried Joan, "and in spite of you shall soon ye depart hence. Many of your people shall be slain, but as for you, you shall not see it." Dunois, the very day of his return to Orleans, after dinner, went to call upon Joan, and told her that he had heard on his way that Sir John Falstaff, the same who on the 12th of the previous February had beaten the French in the Herring affair, was about to arrive with reinforcements and supplies for the besiegers. "Bastard, bastard," said Joan, "in the name of God I command thee, as soon as thou shalt know of this Pascot's coming, to have me warned of it; for, should he pass without my knowing of it, I promise thee that I will have thy head cut off." Dunois assured her that she should be warned. Joan was tired with the day's excitement; she threw herself upon her bed to sleep, but unsuccessfully. All at once she said to Sire Daulon, her esquire, "My counsel doth tell me to go against the English, but I know not whether against their bastilles or against this Fascot. I must arm." Her esquire was beginning to arm her when she heard it shouted in the street that the enemy were at that moment doing great damage to the French. "My God!" said she, "the blood of our people is running on the ground; why was I not awakened sooner? Ah, it is ill done! My arms, my arms, my horse!" Leaving behind her esquire, who was not yet armed, she went down. Her page was playing at the door. "Ah, naughty boy!" said she, "not to come and tell me that the blood of France was being shed. Come, quick, my horse!" It was brought to her. She bade them hand down to her by the window her banner, which she had left behind, and, without any further waiting, she departed and went to the Burgundy gate, whence the noise seemed to come. Seeing on her way one of the townsmen passing who was being carried off wounded, she said, "Alas! I never see a Frenchman's blood but my hair stands up upon my head." It was some of the Orleannese themselves who, without consulting their chiefs, had made a sortie and attacked the Bastille St. Loup, the strongest held by the English on this side. The French had been repulsed, and were falling back in flight when Joan came up, and soon after her Dunois and a throng of men at arms who had been warned of the danger. The fugitives returned to the assault; the battle was renewed with ardor; the Bastille of St. Loup, notwithstanding energetic resistance on the part of the English who manned it, was taken, and all its defenders were put to the sword before Talbot and the main body of the besiegers could come up to their assistance. Joan showed sorrow that so many people should have died unconfessed, and she herself was the means of saving some who had disguised themselves as priests in gowns which they had taken from the church of St. Loup. Great was the joy in Orleans, and the enthusiasm for Joan was more lively than ever. Her voices had warned her, they said, and apprised her that there was a battle, and then she had found by herself alone, without any guide, the way to the Burgundy gate. Men at arms and burgesses all demanded that the attack upon the English bastilles should be resumed; but the next day, the 5th of May, was Ascension Day. Joan advocated lions' repose on this holy festival, and the general feeling was in accord with her own. She recommended her comrades to fulfil their religious duties, and she herself received the communion. The chiefs of the besieged resolved to begin on the morrow a combined attack upon the English bastilles which surrounded the palace; but Joan was not in their councils. "Tell me what you have resolved," she said to them; "I can keep this and greater secrets." Dunois made her acquainted with the plan adopted, of which she fully approved, and on the morrow, the 6th of May, a fierce struggle began again all around Orleans. For 2 days the bastilles erected by the besiegers against the place were repeatedly attacked by the besieged. On the first day Joan was slightly wounded in the foot. Some disagreement arose between her and Sire de Gaucourt, governor of Orleans, as to continuing the struggle, and Jean Boucher, her host, tried to keep her back the second day. "Stay and dine with us," said he, "to eat that shad which has just been brought." "Keep it for supper," said Joan; "I will come back this evening and bring you some goddams (Englishmen) or other to eat his share." And she sallied forth, eager to return to the assault. On arriving at the Burgundy gate she found it closed; the governor would not allow any sortie thereby to attack on that side. "Ah, naughty man," said Joan, "you are wrong. Whether you will or no, our men at arms shall go and win on this day, as they have already won." The gate was forced, and men at arms and burgesses rushed out from all quarters to attack the bastille of Tournelle, the strongest of the English works. It was 10 o'clock in the morning; the passive and active powers of both parties were concentrated on this point, and for a moment the French appeared weary and downcast. Joan took a scaling ladder, set it against the rampart, and was the first to mount. There came an arrow and struck her between neck and shoulder, and she fell. Sire de Gamache, who had but lately displayed so much temper towards her, found her where she lay. "Take my horse," said he, "and bear no malice; I was wrong; I had formed a false idea of you." "Yes," said Joan, "and bear no malice; I never saw a more accomplished knight." She was taken away and had her armor removed. The arrow, it is said, stood out almost half a foot behind. There was an instant of faintness and tears; but she prayed, and felt her strength renewed, and pulled out the arrow with her own hand. Some one proposed to her to charm the wound by means of cabalistic words. "But I would rather die," said she, "than so sin against the will of God. I know full well that I must die some day, but I know nor where nor when nor how. If without sin my wound may be healed, I am right willing." A dressing of oil and lard was applied to the wound, and she retired apart into a vineyard, and was continually in prayer. Fatigue and discouragement were overcoming the French, and the captains ordered the retreat to be sounded. Joan begged Dunois to wait a while. "My God," said she, "we shall soon be inside. Give your people a little rest, eat and drink." She resumed her arms and remounted her horse; her banner floated in the air; the French took fresh courage; the English, who thought Joan half dead, were seized with surprise and fear; and one of their principal leaders, Sir William Gladesdale, made up his mind to abandon the outwork which he had hitherto so well kept, and retire within the bastille itself. Joan perceived his movement. "Yield thee!" she shouted to him from afar; "yield thee to the King of Heaven! Ah, Glaciades, thou hast basely insulted me, but I have great pity on the souls of thee and thine." The Englishman continued his retreat. Whilst he was passing over the drawbridge which reached from the outwork to the bastille, a shout from the side of Orleans broke down the bridge. Gladesdale fell into the water and was drowned, together with many of his comrades; the French got into the bastille without any fresh fighting, and Joan re entered Orleans amidst the joy and acclamations of the people. The bells rang all through the night, and the Te Deum was chanted. The day of combat was about to be succeeded by the day of deliverance. End of Chapter 24, Part 3. Chapter 24, Part 4 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462. Part 4. On the morrow, the 8th of May, 1429, at daybreak, the English leaders drew up their troops close to the very moats of the city, and seemed to offer battle to the French. Many of the Orleannese leaders would have liked to accept this challenge; but Joan got up from her bed, where she was resting because of her wound, put on a light suit of armor, and ran to the city gates. "For the love and honor of Holy Sunday," said she to the assembled warriors, "do not be the first to attack, and make them no demand. It is God's good will and pleasure that they be allowed to get them gone if they be minded to go away. If they attack you, defend yourselves boldly; you will be the masters." She caused an altar to be raised; thanksgivings were sung, and mass was celebrated. "See," said Joan, "are the English turning to you their faces, or verily their backs?" They had commenced their retreat in good order, with standards flying. "Let them go. My lord willeth not that there be any fighting to day; you shall have them another time." The good words spoken by Joan were not so preventative but that many men set off to pursue the English, and cut off stragglers and baggage. Their bastilles were found to be full of victual and munitions, and they had abandoned their sick and many of their prisoners. The siege of Orleans was raised. The day but one after this deliverance, Joan set out to go and rejoin the king, and prosecute her work at his side. She fell in with him on the 13th of May, at Tours, moved forward to meet him, with her banner in her hand and her head uncovered, and bending down over her charger's neck, made him a deep obeisance. Charles took off his cap, held out his hand to her, and, as it seemed to many, says a contemporary chronicler, he would fain have kissed her, for the joy that he felt. But the king's joy was not enough for Joan. She urged him to march with her against the enemies who were flying, so to speak, from themselves, and to start without delay for Rheims, where he would be crowned. "I shall hardly last more than a year," said she. "We must think about working right well this year, for there is much to do." Hesitation was natural to Charles, even in the hour of victory. His favorite, La Tremoille, and his chancellor, the Archbishop of Rheims, opposed Joan's entreaties with all the objections that could be devised under the inspiration of their ill will. There were neither troops nor money in hand for so great a journey, and council after council was held for the purpose of doing nothing. Joan, in her impatience, went one day to Loches, without previous notice, and tapped softly at the door of the king's privy chamber, chambre de retrait. He bade her enter. She fell upon her knees, saying, "Gentle dauphin, hold not so many and such long councils, but rather come to Rheims, and there assume your crown. I am much pricked to take you thither." "Joan," said the Bishop of Castres, Christopher d'Harcourt, the king's confessor, "cannot you tell the king what pricketh you?" "Ah, I see," replied Joan, with some embarrassment. "Well, I will tell you. I had set me to prayer, according to my wont, and I was making complaint for that you would not believe what I said. Then the voice came and said unto me, 'Go, go, my daughter, I will be a help to thee, go.' When this voice comes to me, I feel marvellously rejoiced. I would that it might endure for ever." She was eager and overcome. Joan and her voices were not alone in urging the king to shake off his doubts and his indolence. In church and court and army, allies were not wanting to the pious and valiant maid. In a written document dated the 14th of May, 6 days after the siege of Orleans was raised, the most Christian doctor of the age, as Gerson was called, sifted the question whether it were possible, whether it were a duty, to believe in the maid. "Even if, which God forbid," said he, "she should be mistaken in her hope and ours, it would not necessarily follow that what she does comes of the evil spirit, and not of God, but that rather our ingratitude was to blame. Let the party which hath a just cause take care how, by incredulity or injustice, it rendereth useless the divine succor so miraculously manifested; for God, without any change of counsel, changeth the upshot according to deserts." Great lords and simple gentlemen, old and young warriors, were eager to go and join Joan for the salvation of the king and of France. The constable, de Richemont, banished from the court through the jealous hatred of George La Tremoille, made a pressing application there, followed by a body of men at arms; and when the king refused to see him, he resolved, though continuing in disgrace, to take an active part in the war. The young Duke of Alencon, who had been a prisoner with the English since the battle of Agincourt, hurried on the payment of his ransom in order to accompany Joan as lieutenant general of the king in the little army which was forming. His wife, the duchess, was in grief about it. "We have just spent great sums," said she, "in buying him back from the English. If he would take my advice he would stay at home." "Madam," said Joan, "I will bring him back to you safe and sound, nay, even in better contentment than at present. Be not afraid." And on this promise the duchess took heart. Du Guesclin's widow, Joan de Laval, was still living, and she had two grandsons, Guy and Andrew de Laval, who were amongst the most zealous of those taking service in the army destined to march on Rheims. The king, to all appearance, desired to keep them near his person. "God forbid that I should do so," wrote Guy de Laval, on the 8th of June, 1429, to those most dreadful dames, his grandmother and his mother. "My brother says, as also my lord the Duc d'Alencon, that a good riddance of bad rubbish would be he who should stay at home." And he describes his first interview with the Maid as follows: "The king had sent for her to come and meet him at Selle en Berry. Some say that it was for my sake, in order that I might see her. She gave right good cheer, a kind reception, to my brother and myself, and after we had dismounted at Selle I went to see her in her quarters. She ordered wine, and told me that she would soon have me drinking some at Paris. It seems a thing divine to look on her and listen to her. I saw her mount on horseback, armed all in white armor save her head, and with a little axe in her hand, on a great black charger, which at the door of her quarters was very restive, and would not let her mount. Then, said she, lead him to the cross, which was in front of the neighboring church on the road. There she mounted him without his moving, and as if he were tied up. And turning towards the door of the church, which was very nigh at hand, she said, in quite a womanly voice, 'You, priests and churchmen, make procession and prayers to God.' Then she resumed her road, saying, 'Push forward, push forward.' She told me that 3 days before my arrival she had sent you, dear grandmother, a little golden ring, but that it was a very small matter, and she would have liked to send you something better, having regard to your estimation." It was amidst this burst of patriotism, and with all these valiant comrades, that Joan recommenced the campaign on the 10th of June, 1429, quite resolved to bring the king to Rheims. To complete the deliverance of Orleans, an attack was begun upon the neighboring places, Jargeau, Meung, and Beaugency. Before Jargeau, on the 12th of June, although it was Sunday, Joan had the trumpets sounded for the assault. The Duke of Alencon thought it was too soon. "Ah," said Joan, "be not doubtful; it is the hour pleasing to God; work ye, and God will work." And she added, familiarly, "Art thou afeard, gentle Duke? Knowest thou not that I have promised thy wife to take thee back safe and sound?" The assault began, and Joan soon had occasion to keep her promise. The Duc d'Alencon was watching the assault from an exposed spot, and Joan remarked a piece pointed at this spot. "Get you hence," said she to the duke; "yonder is a piece which will slay you." The duke moved, and a moment afterwards Sire de Lude was killed at the selfsame place by a shot from the said piece. Jargeau was taken. Before Beaugency a serious incident took place. The constable, de Richemont, came up with a force of 1,200 men. When he was crossing to Loudun, Charles VII., swayed as ever by the jealous La Tremoille, had word sent to him to withdraw, and that if he advanced he would be attacked. "What I am doing in the matter," said the constable, "is for the good of the king and the realm. If anybody comes to attack me, we shall see." When he had joined the army before Beaugency, the Duc d'Alencon was much troubled. The king's orders were precise, and Joan herself hesitated. But news came that Talbot and the English were approaching. "Now," said Joan, "we must think no more of anything but helping one another." She rode forward to meet the constable, and saluted him courteously. "Joan," said he, "I was told that you meant to attack me. I know not whether you come from God or not. If you are from God, I fear you not at all, for God knows my good will. If you are from the devil, I fear you still less." He remained, and Beaugency was taken. The English army came up. Sir John Falstaff had joined Talbot. Some disquietude showed itself amongst the French, so roughly handled for some time past in pitched battles. "Ah, fair constable," said Joan to Richemont, "you are not come by my orders, but you are right welcome." The Duc d'Alencon consulted Joan as to what was to be done. "It will be well to have horses," was suggested by those about her. She asked her neighbors, "Have you good spurs?" "Ha!" cried they, "must we fly, then?" "No, surely," replied Joan; "but there will be need to ride boldly. We shall give a good account of the English, and our spurs will serve us famously in pursuing them." The battle began on the 18th of June, at Patay, between Orleans and Chateaudun. By Joan's advice, the French attacked. "In the name of God," said she, "we must fight. Though the English were suspended from the clouds, we should have them, for God hath sent us to punish them." The gentle king shall have today the greatest victory he has ever had. My counsel hath told me they are ours." The English lost heart, in their turn. The battle was short, and the victory brilliant. Lord Talbot and the most part of the English captains remained prisoners. "Lord Talbot," said the Duke d'Alencon to him, "this is not what you expected this morning." "It is the fortune of war," answered Talbot, with the cool dignity of an old warrior. Joan's immediate return to Orleans was a triumph; but even triumph has its embarrassments and perils. She demanded the speedy march of the army upon Rheims, that the king might be crowned there without delay; but objections were raised on all sides, the objections of the timid and those of the jealous. "By reason of Joan the Maid," says a contemporary chronicler, "so many folks came from all parts unto the king for to serve him at their own expense, that La Tremoille and the others of the council were much wroth thereat, through anxiety for their own persons." Joan, impatient and irritated at so much hesitation and intrigue, took upon herself to act as if the decision belonged to her. On the 25th of June she wrote to the inhabitants of Tournai, "Loyal Frenchmen, I do pray and require you to be all ready to come to the coronation of the gentle King Charles, at Rheims, where we shall shortly be, and to come and meet us when ye shall learn that we are approaching." 2 days afterwards, on the 27th of June, she left Gien, where the court was, and went to take up her quarters in the open country with the troops. There was nothing for it but to follow her. On the 29th of June, the king, the court, including La Tremoille, and the army, about 12,000 strong, set out on the march for Rheims. Other obstacles were encountered on the road. In most of the towns the inhabitants, even the royalists, feared to compromise themselves by openly pronouncing against the English and the Duke of Burgundy. Those of Auxerre demanded a truce, offering provisions, and promising to do as those of Troyes, Chalons, and Rheims should do. At Troyes the difficulty was greater still. There was in it a garrison of 500 or 600 English and Burgundians, who had the burgesses under their thumbs. All attempts at accommodation failed. There was great perplexity in the royal camp; there were neither provisions enough for a long stay before Troyes, nor batteries and siege trains to carry it by force. There was talk of turning back. One of the king's councillors, Robert le Macon, proposed that Joan should be summoned to the council. It was at her instance that the expedition had been undertaken; she had great influence amongst the army and the populace; the idea ought not to be given up without consulting her. Whilst he was speaking, Joan came knocking at the door; she was told to come in, and the chancellor, the Archbishop of Rheims, put the question to her. Joan, turning to the king, asked him if he would believe her. "Speak," said the king; "if you say what is reasonable and tends to profit, readily will you be believed." "Gentle King of France," said Joan, "if you be willing to abide here before your town of Troyes, it shall be at your disposal within 2 days, by love or by force; make no doubt of it." "Joan," replied the chancellor, "whoever could be certain of having it within 6 days might well wait for it; but say you true?" Joan repeated her assertion, and it was decided to wait. Joan mounted her horse, and, with her banner in her hand, she went through the camp, giving orders everywhere to prepare for the assault. She had her own tent pitched close to the ditch, doing more, says a contemporary, than 2 of the ablest captains would have done. On the next day, July 10, all was ready. Joan had the fascines thrown into the ditches, and was shouting out "Assault," when the inhabitants of Troyes, burgesses and men at arms, came demanding permission to capitulate. The conditions were easy. The inhabitants obtained for themselves and their property such guarantees as they desired, and the strangers were allowed to go out with what belonged to them. On the morrow, July 11, the king entered Troyes with all his captains, and at his side the Maid carrying her banner. All the difficulties of the journey were surmounted. On the 15th of July the Bishop of Chalons brought the keys of his town to the king, who took up his quarters there. Joan found there 4 or 5 of her own villagers, who had hastened up to see the young girl of Domremy in all her glory. She received them with a satisfaction in which familiarity was blended with gravity. To one of them, her godfather, she gave a red cap which she had worn; to another, who had been a Burgundian, she said, "I fear but one thing, treachery." In the Duke d'Alencon's presence she repeated to the king, "Make good use of my time, for I shall hardly last longer than a year." On the 16th of July King Charles entered Rheims, and the ceremony of his coronation was fixed for the morrow. It was solemn and emotional, as are all old national traditions which recur after forced suspension. Joan rode between Dunois and the Archbishop of Rheims, Chancellor of France. The air resounded with the Te Deum sung with all their hearts by clergy and crowd. "In God's name," said Joan to Dunois, "here is a good people and a devout. When I die, I should much like it to be in these parts." "Joan," inquired Dunois, "know you when you will die, and in what place?" "I know not," said she, "for I am at the will of God." Then she added, "I have accomplished that which my lord commended me, to raise the siege of Orleans and to have the gentle king crowned. I would like it well if it should please him to send me back to my father and mother, to keep their sheep and their cattle, and do that which was my wont." When the said lords, says the chronicler, an eyewitness, heard these words of Joan, who, with eyes towards heaven, gave thanks to God, they the more believed that it was somewhat sent from God, and not otherwise. Historians, even contemporaries, have given much discussion to the question of whether Joan of Arc, according to her first ideas, had really limited her design to the raising of the siege of Orleans and the coronation of Charles VII. At Rheims. She had said so herself several times, just as she had to Dunois at Rheims on the 17th of July, 1429; but she sometimes also spoke of more vast and varied projects, as, for instance, driving the English completely out of France, and withdrawing from his long captivity Charles, Duke of Orleans. He had been a prisoner in London ever since the battle of Agincourt, and was popular in his day, as he has continued to be in French history, on the double ground of having been the father of Louis XII. And one of the most charming poets in the ancient literature of France. The Duc d'Alencon, who was so high in the regard of Joan, attributed to her more expressly this quadruple design. She said, according to him, that she had 4 duties: to get rid of the English, to have the king anointed and crowned, to deliver Duke Charles of Orleans, and to raise the siege laid by the English to Orleans. One is inclined to believe that Joan's language to Dunois at Rheims in the hour of Charles VII.'s coronation more accurately expressed her first idea; the other 2 notions occurred to her naturally in proportion as her hopes as well as her power kept growing greater with success. But however lofty and daring her soul may have been, she had a simple and not at all a fantastic mind. She may have foreseen the complete expulsion of the English, and may have desired the deliverance of the Duke of Orleans, without having in the first instance premeditated anything more than she said to Dunois during the king's coronation at Rheims, which was looked upon by her as the triumph of the national cause. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Part 5 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 5. However that may be, when Orleans was relieved, and Charles VII. Crowned, the situation, posture, and part of Joan underwent a change. She no longer manifested the same confidence in herself and her designs. She no longer exercised over those in whose midst she lived the same authority. She continued to carry on war, but at haphazard, sometimes with and sometimes without success, just like La Hire and Dunois, never discouraged, never satisfied, and never looking upon herself as triumphant. After the coronation, her advice was to march at once upon Paris, in order to take up a fixed position in it, as being the political centre of the realm of which Rheims was the religious. Nothing of the sort was done. Charles and La Tremoille once more began their course of hesitation, tergiversation, and changes of tactics and residence without doing anything of a public and decisive character. They negotiated with the Duke of Burgundy, in the hope of detaching him from the English cause, and they even concluded with him a secret, local, and temporary truce. From the 20th of July to the 23rd of August, Joan followed the king whithersoever he went, to Chateau Thierry, to Senlis, to Blois, to Provence, and to Compiègne, as devoted as ever, but without having her former power. She was still active, but not from inspiration and to obey her voices, simply to promote the royal policy. She wrote the Duke of Burgundy a letter full of dignity and patriotism, which had no more effect than the negotiations of La Tremoille. During this fruitless labour amongst the French, the Duke of Bedford sent for 5,000 men from England, who came and settled themselves at Paris. One division of this army had a white standard, in the middle of which was depicted a distaff full of cotton; a half-filled spindle was hanging to the distaff, and on the field, studded with empty spindles, bore this inscription, "Now, fair one, come." Insult to Joan was accompanied by redoubled war against France. Joan, saddened and wearied by the position of things, attempted to escape from it by a bold stroke. On the 23rd of August, 1429, she set out from Compiegne with the Duc d'Alencon and a fair company of men at arms, and suddenly went and occupied St. Denis, with the view of attacking Paris. Charles VII. Felt himself obliged to quit Compiegne likewise, and went, greatly against the grain, says a contemporary chronicler, as far as into the town of Senlis. The attack on Paris began vigorously. Joan, with the Duc d'Alencon, pitched her camp at La Chapelle. Charles took up his abode in the Abbey of St. Denis. The municipal corporation of Paris received letters with the arms of the Duc d'Alencon, which called upon them to recognize the king's authority, and promised a general amnesty. The assault was delivered on the 8th of September. Joan was severely wounded, but she insisted upon remaining where she was. Night came, and the troops had not entered the breach which had been opened in the morning. Joan was still calling out to persevere. The Duc d'Alencon himself begged her, but in vain, to retire. La Tremoille gave orders to retreat, and some knights came up, set Joan on horseback, and led her back against her will, to La Chapelle. "By my Martin, staff of command," said she, "the place would have been taken." One hope still remained. In concert with the Duc d'Alencon she had caused a flying bridge to be thrown across the Seine opposite St. Denis. The next day but one she sent her vanguard in this direction. She intended to return thereby to the siege; but by the king's order the bridge had been cut adrift. St. Denis fell once more into the hands of the English. Before leaving, Joan left there, on the tomb of St. Denis, her complete suit of armor and a sword she had lately obtained possession of at the Saint Honore gate of Paris, as a trophy of war. From the 13th of September, 1429, to the 24th of May, 1430, she continued to lead the same life of efforts, ever equally valiant and equally ineffectual. She failed in an attempt upon Les Murs, Charite-sur-Loire, undertaken, for all that appears, with the sole design of recovering an important town in the possession of the enemy. The English evacuated Paris, and left the keeping of it to the Duke of Burgundy, no doubt to test his fidelity. On the 13th of April, 1430, at the expiration of the truce he concluded, Philip the Good resumed hostilities against Charles VII. Joan of Arc once more plunged into them with her wonted zeal. Ile-de-France and Picardy became the theatre of war. Compiegne was regarded as the gate of the road between these two provinces, and the Duke of Burgundy attached much importance to holding the key of it. The authority of Charles VII. Was recognized there, and a young knight of Compiegne, William de Flavy, held the command there as a lieutenant of La Tremoille, who had got himself appointed captain of the town. La Tremoille attempted to treat with the Duke of Burgundy for the cession of Compiegne, but the inhabitants were strenuously opposed to it. They were, they said, the king's most humble subjects, and they desired to serve him with body and substance; but as for trusting themselves to the Lord Duke of Burgundy, they could not do it; they were resolved to suffer destruction, themselves and their wives and children, rather than be exposed to the tender mercies of the said duke. Meanwhile Joan of Arc, after several warlike expeditions in the neighborhood, re entered Compiegne, and was received there with a popular expression of satisfaction. She was presented, says a local chronicler, with 3 hogsheads of wine, a present which was large and exceedingly costly, and which showed the estimate formed of this maiden's worth. Joan manifested the profound distrust with which she was inspired of the Duke of Burgundy. "There is no peace possible with him," she said, "save at the point of the lance." She had quarters at the house of the king's attorney, Le Boucher, and shared the bed of his wife Mary. She often made the said Mary rise from her bed to go and warn the said attorney to be on his guard against several acts of Burgundian treachery. At this period, again, she said she was often warned by her voices of what must happen to her. She expected to be taken prisoner before St. John's or Midsummer Day, June 24th; on what day and hour she did not know. She had received no instructions as to sorties from the place, but she had constantly been told that she would be taken, and she was distrustful of the captains who were in command there. She was, nevertheless, not the less bold and enterprising. On the 20th of May, 1430, the Duke of Burgundy came and laid siege to Compiegne. Joan was away on an expedition to Crepy in Valois, with a small band of 300 or 400 brave comrades. On the 24th of May, the eve of Ascension Day, she learned that Compiegne was besieged, and she resolved to re-enter it. She was reminded that her force was a very weak one to cut its way through the besiegers' camp. "By my Martin," said she, "we are enough. I will go see my friends in Compiegne." She arrived about daybreak without hindrance, and penetrated into the town, and repaired immediately to the Paris church of St. Jacques to perform her devotions on the eve of so great a festival. Many persons, attracted by her presence, and amongst others, from 100 to 60 children, thronged to the church. After hearing mass, and herself taking the communion, Joan said to those who surrounded her, "My children and dear friends, I notify you that I am sold and betrayed, and that I shall shortly be delivered over to death. I beseech you, pray God for me." When evening came, she was not the less eager to take part in a sortie with her usual comrades, and a troop of about 500 men. William de Flavy, commandant of the place, got ready some boats on the Oise to assist the return of the troops. All the town gates were closed save the bridge gate. The sortie was unsuccessful. Being severely repulsed and all but hemmed in, the majority of the soldiers shouted to Joan, "Try to quickly regain the town, or we are lost." "Silence," said Joan; "it only rests with you to throw the enemy into confusion. Think only of striking at them." Her words and her bravery were in vain. The infantry flung themselves into the boats, and regained the town, and Joan and her brave comrades covered their retreat. The Burgundians were coming up en masse upon Compiegne, and Flavy gave orders to pull up the drawbridge and let down the portcullis. Joan and some of her following lingered outside, still fighting. She wore a rich surcoat and a red sash, and all the efforts of the Burgundians were directed against her. 20 men thronged round her horse, and a Picard archer, a tough fellow and mighty sour, seized her by her dress and flung her on the ground. All, at once, called on her to surrender. "Yield you to me," said one of them; "pledge your faith to me; I am a gentleman." It was an archer of the Bastard of Vendôme, one of the lieutenants of John of Luxembourg, Count of Ligny. "I have pledged my faith to one other than you," said Joan, "and to him I will keep my oath." The archer took her and conducted her to Count John, whose prisoner she became. Was she betrayed and delivered up, as she had predicted? Did William de Flavy purposely have the drawbridge raised and the portcullis lowered before she could get back into Compiegne? He was suspected of it at the time, and many historians have endorsed the suspicion. But there is nothing to prove it. That La Tremoille, prime minister of Charles VII., and Reginald de Chartres, archbishop of Rheims, had an antipathy to Joan of Arc, and did all they could on every occasion to compromise her and destroy her influence, and that they were glad to see her a prisoner, is as certain as anything can be. On announcing her capture to the inhabitants of Rheims, the archbishop said, "She would not listen to counsel, and did everything according to her pleasure." But there is a long distance between such expressions and a premeditated plot to deliver to the enemy the young heroine who had just raised the siege of Orleans and brought the king to be crowned at Rheims. History must not, without proof, impute crimes so odious and so shameful to even the most depraved of men. However that may be, Joan remained for 6 months the prisoner of John of Luxembourg, who, to make his possession of her secure, sent her, under good escort, successively to his 2 castles of Beaulieu and Beaurevoir, one in the Vermandois and the other in the Cambresis. Twice, in July and in October 1430, Joan attempted unsuccessfully to escape. The second time she carried despair and hardihood so far as to throw herself down from the platform of her prison. She was picked up, cruelly bruised, but without any fracture or wound of importance. Her fame, her youth, her virtue, her courage, made her, even in her prison and in the very family of her custodian, two warm and powerful friends. John of Luxembourg had with him his wife, Joan of Bethune, and his aunt, Joan of Luxembourg, godmother of Charles VII. They both of them took a tender interest in the prisoner, and they often went to see her, and left nothing undone to mitigate the annoyances of a prison. One thing only shocked them about her, her man's clothes. They offered her, as Joan herself said, when questioned upon this subject at a later period during her trial, a woman's dress, or stuff to make it to her liking, and requested her to wear it; but she answered that she had not leave from our Lord, and that it was not yet time for it. John of Luxembourg's aunt was full of years and reverenced as a saint. Hearing that the English were tempting her nephew by the offer of a sum of money to give up his prisoner to them, she conjured him in her will, dated September 10, 1430, not to sully by such an act the honor of his name. But Count John was neither rich nor scrupulous, and pretexts were not wanting to aid his cupidity and his weakness. Joan had been taken at Compiegne on the 23rd of May, in the evening, and the news arrived in Paris on the 25th of May, in the morning. On the morrow, the 26th, the registrar of the University, in the name and under the seal of the Inquisition of France, wrote a citation to the Duke of Burgundy, to the end that the maid should be delivered up to appear before the said inquisitor, and to respond to the good counsel, favor, and aid of the good doctors and masters of the University of Paris. Peter Cauchon, Bishop of Beauvais, had been the prime mover in this step. Some weeks later, on the 14th of July, seeing that no reply arrived from the Duke of Burgundy, he caused a renewal of the same demands to be made on the part of the University, in more urgent terms, and he added in his own name, that Joan, having been taken at Compiegne, in his own diocese, belonged to him as judge spiritual. He further asserted that, according to the law, usage, and custom of France, every prisoner of war, even were it king, dauphin, or other prince, might be redeemed in the name of the King of England in consideration of an indemnity of 10,000 livres granted to the capturer. Nothing was more opposed to the common law of nations and to the feudal spirit, often grasping, but noble at bottom. For 4 months still, John of Luxembourg hesitated; but his aunt, Joan, died at Boulogne on the 13th of November, and Joan of Arc had no longer near him this powerful intercessor. The King of England transmitted to the keeping of his coffers at Rouen, in gold coin, English money, the sum of 10,000 livres. John of Luxembourg yielded to the temptation. On the 21st of November, 1430, Joan of Arc was handed over to the King of England; and the same day the University of Paris, through its rector, Hebert, besought that sovereign, as King of France, to order that this woman be brought to their city for to be shortly placed in the hands of the justice of the Church, that is, of our honored lord, the Bishop and Count of Beauvais, and also of the ordained inquisitor in France, in order that her trial may be conducted officially and securely. It was not to Paris, but to Rouen, the real capital of the English in France, that Joan was taken. She arrived there on the 23rd of December, 1430. On the 3rd of January, 1431, an order from Henry VI., King of England, placed her in the hands of the Bishop of Beauvais, Peter Cauchon. Some days afterwards Count John of Luxembourg, accompanied by his brother, the English chancellor, by his esquire, and by 2 English lords, Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, and Humphrey, Earl of Stafford, the King of England's constable in France, entered the prison. Had John of Luxembourg come out of sheer curiosity, or to relieve himself of certain scruples by offering Joan a chance for her life? "Joan," said he, "I am come hither to put you to ransom, and to treat for the price of your deliverance; only give us your promise here to no more bear arms against us." "In God's name," answered Joan, "are you making a mock of me, captain? Ransom me! You have neither the will nor the power; no, you have neither." The count persisted. "I know well," said Joan, "that these English will put me to death; but were they 100,000 more goddams than have already been in France, they shall never have the kingdom." At this patriotic burst on the heroine's part, the Earl of Stafford half drew his dagger from the sheath, as if to strike Joan; but the Earl of Warwick held him back. The visitors went out from the prison and handed over Joan to the judges. The court of Rouen was promptly formed, but not without opposition and difficulty. Though Joan had lost somewhat of her greatness and importance by going beyond her main object, and by showing recklessness, unattended by success, on small occasions, she still remained the true, heroic representative of the feelings and wishes of the nation. When she was removed from Beaurevoir to Rouen, all the places at which she stopped were like so many luminous points for the illustration of her popularity. At Arras, a Scot showed her a portrait of her which he wore, an outward sign of the devoted worship of her lieges. At Amiens, the chancellor of the cathedral gave her audience at confession and administered to her the Eucharist. At Abbeville, ladies of distinction went 5 leagues to pay her a visit; they were glad to have had the happiness of seeing her so firm and resigned to the will of our Lord; they wished her all the favors of heaven, and then wept affectionately on taking leave of her. Joan, touched by their sympathy and open heartedness, said, "Ah, what good people this is! Would to God I might be so happy, when my days are ended, as to be buried in these parts." Chapter 24. Part 6 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 6. When the Bishop of Beauvais, installed at Rouen, set about forming his court of justice, the majority of the members he appointed amongst the clergy or the University of Paris obeyed his summons without hesitation. Some few would have refused, but their wishes were overruled. The abbot of Jumieges, Nicolas de Houppeville, maintained that the trial was not legal. The Bishop of Beauvais, he said, belonged to the party which declared itself hostile to the Maid, and, besides, he made himself judge in a case already decided by his metropolitan, the Archbishop of Rheims, of whom Beauvais was holden, and who had approved of Joan's conduct. The bishop summoned before him the recalcitrant, who refused to appear, saying that he was under no official jurisdiction but that of Rouen. He was arrested and thrown into prison, by order of the bishop, whose authority he denied. There was some talk of banishing him, and even of throwing him into the river, but the influence of his brethren saved him. The sub inquisitor himself allowed the trial in which he was to be one of the judges to begin without him, and he only put in an appearance at that express order of the inquisitor general, and on a confidential hint that he would be in danger of his life if he persisted in his refusal. The court being thus constituted, Joan, after it had been put in possession of the evidence already collected, was cited on the 20th of February, 1431, to appear on the morrow, the 21st, before her judges assembled in the chapel of Rouen Castle. The trial lasted from the 21st of February to the 30th of May, 1431. The court held 40 sittings, mostly in the chapel of the castle, some in Joan's very prison. On her arrival there, she had been put in an iron cage. Afterwards she was kept no longer in the cage, but in a dark room in a tower of the castle, wearing irons upon her feet, fastened by a chain to a large piece of wood, and guarded night and day by 4 or 5 soldiers of low grade. She complained of being thus chained, but the bishop told her that her former attempts at escape demanded this precaution. "It is true," said Joan, as truthful as heroic, "I did wish, and I still wish to escape from prison, as is the right of every prisoner." At her examination, the bishop required her to take an oath to tell the truth about everything as to which she should be questioned. "I know not what you mean to question me about. Perchance you may ask me things I would not tell you. Touching my revelations, for instance, you might ask me to tell something I have sworn not to tell. Thus I should be perjured, which you ought not to desire." The bishop insisted upon an oath, absolute and without condition. "You are too hard on me," said Joan. "I do not like to take an oath to tell the truth, save as to matters which concern the faith." The bishop called upon her to swear on pain of being held guilty of the things imputed to her. "Go on to something else," said she. And this was the answer she made to all questions which seemed to her to be a violation of her right to be silent. Wearied and hurt at these imperious demands, she one day said, "I come on God's business, and I have naught to do here. Send me back to God from whom I come." "Are you sure you are in God's grace?" asked the bishop. "If I be not," answered Joan, "please God to bring me to it; and if I be, please God to keep me in it." The bishop himself remained dumbfounded. There is no object in following through all its sittings and all its twistings this odious and shameful trial, in which the judges' prejudiced servility and scientific subtlety were employed for 3 months to wear out the courage or overreach the understanding of a young girl of 19, who refused at one time to lie, and at another to enter into discussion with them, and made no defence beyond holding her tongue or appealing to God, who had spoken to her and dictated to her that which she had done. In order to force her from her silence or bring her to submit to the Church, instead of appealing from it to God, it was proposed to employ the last means of all, torture. On the 9th of May the bishop had Joan brought into the great tower of Rouen Castle; the instruments of torture were displayed before her eyes, and the executioners were ready to fulfil their office, for to bring her back, said the bishop, into the ways of truth, in order to ensure the salvation of her soul and body, so gravely endangered by erroneous inventions. "Verily," answered Joan, "if you should have to tear me limb from limb, and separate soul from body, I should not tell you aught else; and if I were to tell you aught else, I should afterwards still tell you that you had made me tell it by force." The idea of torture was given up. It was resolved to display all the armory of science in order to subdue the mind of this young girl, whose conscience was not to be subjugated. The chapter of Rouen declared that in consequence of her public refusal to submit herself to the decision of the Church as to her deeds and her statements, Joan deserved to be declared a heretic. The University of Paris, to which had been handed in the 12 heads of accusation resulting from Joan's statements and examinations, replied that, if, having been charitably admonished, she would not make reparation and return to union with the Catholic faith, she must be left to the secular judges to undergo punishment for her crime. Armed with these documents the Bishop of Beauvais had Joan brought up, on the 23rd of May, in a hall adjoining her prison, and after having addressed to her a long exhortation, "Joan," said he, "if in the dominions of your king, when you were at large in them, a knight or any other, born under his rule and allegiance to him, had risen up, saying, 'I will not obey the king or submit to his officers,' would you not have said that he ought to be condemned? What then will you say of yourself, who were born in the faith of Christ and became by baptism a daughter of the Church and spouse of Jesus Christ, if you not obey the officers of Christ, that is, the prelates of the Church?" Joan listened modestly to this admonition, and confined herself to answering, "As to my deeds and sayings, what I said of them at the trial I do hold and mean to abide by. Think you that you are not bound to submit your sayings and deeds to the Church militant or to any other than God? The course that I always mentioned and pursued at the trial I mean to maintain as to that. If I were at the stake, and saw the torch lighted, and the executioner ready to set fire to the faggots, even if I were in the midst of the flames, I should not say aught else, and I should uphold that which I said at the trial even unto death." According to the laws, ideas, and practices of the time, the legal question was decided. Joan, declared heretic and rebellious by the Church, was liable to have sentence pronounced against her; but she had persisted in her statements, she had shown no submission. Although she appeared to be quite forgotten, and was quite neglected by the king whose coronation she had effected, by his councillors, and even by the brave warriors at whose side she had fought, the public exhibited a lively interest in her; accounts of the scenes which took place at her trial were inquired after with curiosity. Amongst the very judges who prosecuted her, many were troubled in spirit, and wished that Joan, by an abjuration of her statements, would herself put them at ease and relieve them from pronouncing against her the most severe penalty. What means were employed to arrive at this end? Did she really, and with full knowledge of what she was about, come round to the abjuration which there was so much anxiety to obtain from her? It is difficult to solve this historical problem with exactness and certainty. More than once, during the examinations and the conversations which took place at that time between Joan and her judges, she maintained her firm posture and her first statements. One of those who were exhorting her to yield said to her one day, "Thy king is a heretic and a schismatic." Joan could not brook this insult to her king. "By my faith," said she, "full well dare I both say and swear that he is the noblest Christian of all Christians, and the truest lover of the faith and the Church." "Make her hold her tongue," said the usher to the preacher, who was disconcerted at having provoked such language. Another day, when Joan was being urged to submit to the Church, Brother Isambard de la Pierre, a Dominican, who was interested in her, spoke to her about the council, at the same time explaining to her its province in the Church. It was the very first time when that of Bale had been convoked. "Ah," said Joan, "I would fain surrender and submit myself to the council of Bale." The Bishop of Beauvais trembled at the idea of this appeal. "Hold your tongue in the devil's name," he said to the monk. Another of the judges, William Erard, asked Joan menacingly, "Will you abjure those reprobate words and deeds of yours?" "I leave it to the universal Church whether I ought to abjure or not." "That is not enough; you shall abjure at once or you shall burn." Joan shuddered. "I would rather sign than burn," she said. There was put before her a form of abjuration, whereby, disavowing her revelations and visions from heaven, she confessed her errors in matters of faith, and renounced them humbly. At the bottom of the document she made the mark of a cross. Doubts have arisen as to the genuineness of this long and diffuse deed in the form in which it has been published in the trial papers. 24 years later, in 1455, during the trial undertaken for the rehabilitation of Joan, several of those who had been present at the trial at which she was condemned, amongst others the usher Massot and the registrar Taquel, declared that the form of abjuration read out at that time to Joan and signed by her contained only 7 or 8 lines of big writing, and according to other witnesses of the scene it was an Englishman, John Calot, secretary of Henry VI., King of England, who, as soon as Joan had yielded, drew from his sleeve a little paper which he gave her to sign, and, dissatisfied with the marks she had made, held her hand and guided it so that she might put down her name, every letter. However that may be, as soon as Joan's abjuration had thus been obtained, the court issued, on the 24th of May 1431, a definitive decree, whereby, after some long and severe strictures in the preamble, it condemned Joan to perpetual imprisonment, with the bread of affliction and the water of affliction, in order that she might deplore the errors and faults she had committed, and relapse into them no more henceforth. The Church might be satisfied, but the King of England, his councillors, and his officers were not. It was Joan living, even though a prisoner, that they feared. They were animated towards her by the 2 ruthless passions of vengeance and fear. When it was known that she would escape with her life, murmurs broke out amongst the crowd of enemies present at the trial. Stones were thrown at the judges. One of the Cardinal of Winchester's chaplains, who happened to be close to the Bishop of Beauvais, called him a traitor. "You lie," said the bishop. And the bishop was right; the chaplain did lie; the bishop had no intention of betraying his masters. The Earl of Warwick complained to him of the inadequacy of the sentence. "Never you mind, my lord," said one of Peter Cauchon's confidants, "we will have her up again." After the passing of her sentence Joan had said to those about her, "Come now, you churchmen amongst you, lead me off to your own prisons, and let me be no more in the hands of the English." "Lead her to where you took her," said the bishop, and she was conducted to the castle prison. She had been told by some of the judges who went to see her after her sentence that she would have to give up her man's dress and resume her woman's clothing, as the Church ordained. She was rejoiced thereat, forthwith accordingly resumed her woman's clothes, and had her hair properly cut, which up to that time she used to wear clipped round like a man's. When she was taken back to prison, the man's dress which she had worn was put in a sack in the same room in which she was confined, and she remained in custody at the said place in the hands of 5 Englishmen, of whom 3 stood by night in the room and 2 outside at the door. And he who speaks, John Massot, a priest, the same who in 1431 had been present as usher of the court at the trial in which Joan was condemned, knows for certain that at night she had her legs ironed in such a sort that she could not stir from the spot. When, the next Sunday morning, which was Trinity Sunday, had come, and she should have got up, according to what she herself told him who speaks, she said to her English guards, "Uniron me, I will get up." Then one of them took away her woman's clothes. They emptied the sack in which was her man's dress, and pitched the said dress to her, saying, Get up then. And they put her woman's clothes in the same sack. And according to what she told me, she only clad herself in her man's dress after saying, You know it is forbidden me. I certainly will not take it. Nevertheless they would not allow her any other, insomuch that the dispute lasted to the hour of noon. Finally, from corporeal necessity, Joan was constrained to get up and take the dress. The official documents drawn up during the condemnation trial contain quite a different account. On the 28th of May, it is there said, 8 of the judges who had taken part in the sentence, their names are given in the document, paragraph 454, betook themselves to Joan's prison, and seeing her clad in man's dress, which she had but just given up according to our order that she should resume women's clothes, we asked her when and for what cause she had resumed this dress, and who had prevailed on her to do so. Joan answered that it was of her own will, without any constraint from any one, and because she preferred that dress to woman's clothes. To our question as to why she had made this change, she answered that, being surrounded by men, man's dress was more suitable for her than woman's. She also said that she had resumed it because there had been made to her, but not kept, a promise that she should go to Mass, receive the body of Christ, and be set free from her fetters. She added that if this promise were kept, she would be good, and would do what was the will of the Church. As we have heard some persons say that she persisted in her errors as to the pretended revelations which she had but lately renounced, we asked whether she had since Thursday last heard the voices of St. Catherine and St. Margaret, and she answered, Yes. To our question as to what the saints had said, she answered, that God had testified to her by their voices great pity for the great treason she had committed in abjuring for the sake of saving her life, and that by so doing she had damned herself. She said that all she had thus done last Thursday in abjuring her visions and revelations she had done through fear of the stake, and that all her abjuration was contrary to the truth. She added that she did not herself comprehend what was contained in the form of abjuration she had been made to sign, and that she would rather do penance once for all by dying to maintain the truth than remain any longer a prisoner, being all the while a traitress to it. We will not stop to examine whether these two accounts, though very different, are not fundamentally reconcilable, and whether Joan resumed man's dress of her own desire, or was constrained to do so by the soldiers on guard over her, and perhaps to escape from their insults. The important points in the incident are the burst of remorse which Joan felt for her weakness, and her striking retraction of the abjuration which had been wrung from her. So soon as the news was noised abroad, her enemies cried, She has relapsed! This was exactly what they had hoped for, when, on learning she had been sentenced only to perpetual imprisonment, they had said, Never you mind, we will have her up again. Farewell, farewell, my lord, said the Bishop of Beauvais to the Earl of Warwick, whom he met shortly after Jane's retraction, and in his words there was plainly an expression of satisfaction, and not a mere phrase of politeness. On the 29th of May the tribunal met again. 40 judges took part in the deliberation. Joan was unanimously declared a case of relapse, was found guilty, and cited to appear next day, the 30th, on the View March to hear sentence pronounced, and then undergo the punishment of the stake. When, on the 30th of May, in the morning, the Dominican brother Martin Ladvenu was charged to announce her sentence to Joan, she gave way at first to grief and terror. Alas, she cried, am I to be so horribly and cruelly treated that this my body, full pure and perfect and never defiled, must today be consumed and reduced to ashes? Ah, I would 7 times rather be beheaded than burned. The Bishop of Beauvais at this moment came up. Bishop, said Joan, you are the cause of my death. If you had put me in the prisons of the Church and in the hands of fit and proper ecclesiastical warders, this had never happened. I appeal from you to the presence of God. One of the doctors who had sat in judgment upon her, Peter Maurice, went to see her, and spoke to her with sympathy. Master Peter, she said to him, where shall I be tonight? Have you not good hope in God? asked the doctor. Oh, yes, she answered, by the grace of God I shall be in paradise. Being left alone with the Dominican, Martin Ladvenu, she confessed, and asked to communicate. The monk applied to the Bishop of Beauvais to know what he was to do. Tell Brother Martin, was the answer, to give her the Eucharist and all she asks for. At 9 o'clock, having resumed her woman's dress, Joan was dragged from prison and driven to the Vieux Marche. From 700 to 800 soldiers escorted the car and prohibited all approach to it on the part of the crowd, which encumbered the road and the vicinities; but a man forced passage and flung himself towards Joan. It was a canon of Rouen, Nicolas Loiseleur, whom the Bishop of Beauvais had placed near her, and who had abused the confidence she had shown him. Beside himself with despair, he wished to ask pardon of her; but the English soldiers drove him back with a violence and with the epithet of traitor, and but for the intervention of the Earl of Warwick his life would have been in danger. Joan wept and prayed, and the crowd afar off wept and prayed with her. On arriving at the place, she listened in silence to a sermon by one of the doctors of the court, who ended by saying, "Joan, go in peace; the Church can no longer defend thee; she gives thee over to the secular arm." The laic judges, Raoul Boutellier, baillie of Rouen, and his lieutenant, Peter Daron, were alone qualified to pronounce sentence of death, but no time was given them. The priest Massot was still continuing his exhortations to Joan; but "How now, priest?" was the cry from amidst the soldiery; "are you going to make us dine here? Away with her, away with her!" said the baillie to the guards; and to the executioner, "Do thy duty." When she came to the stake, Joan knelt down completely absorbed in prayer. She had begged Massot to get her a cross, and an Englishman present made one out of a little stick, and handed it to the French heroine, who took it, kissed it, and laid it on her breast. She begged Brother Isambard de la Pierre to go and fetch the cross from the church of Saint Sauveur, the chief door of which opened on the Vieux Marche, and to hold it upright before her eyes till the coming of death, in order, she said, that the cross whereon God hung might, as long as she lived, be continually in her sight; and her wishes were fulfilled. She wept over her country and the spectators as well as over herself. "Rouen, Rouen," she cried, "is it here that I must die? Shalt thou be my last resting place? I fear greatly thou wilt have to suffer for my death." It is said that the aged Cardinal of Winchester and the Bishop of Beauvais himself could not stifle their emotion, and, peradventure, their tears. The executioner set fire to the faggots. When Joan perceived the flames rising, she urged her confessor, the Dominican brother, Martin Ladvenu, to go down, at the same time asking him to keep holding the cross up high in front of her, that she might never cease to see it. The same monk, when questioned 24 years later at the rehabilitation trial, as to the last sentiments and the last words of Joan, said that to the very latest moment she had affirmed that her voices were heavenly, that they had not deluded her, and that the revelations she had received came from God. When she had ceased to live, two of her judges, John Alespie, canon of Rouen, and Peter Maurice, doctor of theology, cried out, "Would that my soul were where I believe the soul of that woman is!" And Tressart, secretary to King Henry VI., sorrowfully, on returning from the place of execution, "We are all lost; we have burned a saint." A saint indeed in faith and in destiny. Never was human creature more heroically confident in, and devoted to, inspiration coming from God, a commission received from God. Joan of Arc sought naught of all that happened to her and of all she did, nor exploit, nor power, nor glory. It was not her condition, as she used to say, to be a warrior, to get her king crowned, and to deliver her country from the foreigner. Everything came to her from on high, and she accepted everything without hesitation, without discussion, without calculation, as we should say in our times. She believed in God and obeyed him. God was not to her an idea, a hope, a flash of human imagination, or a problem of human science. He was the creator of the world, the Saviour of mankind through Jesus Christ, the being of beings, ever present, ever in action, sole legitimate sovereign of man whom he has made intelligent and free, the real and true God whom we are painfully searching for in our own day, and whom we shall never find again until we cease pretending to do without him and putting ourselves in his place. Meanwhile one fact may be mentioned which does honor to our epoch and gives us hope for our future. 4 centuries have rolled by since Joan of Arc, that modest and heroic servant of God, made a sacrifice of herself for France. For 24 years after her death, France and the king appeared to think no more of her. However, in 1455, remorse came upon Charles VII. And upon France. Nearly all the provinces, all the towns, were freed from the foreigner, and shame was felt that nothing was said nothing was done for the young girl who had saved everything. At Rouen, especially, where the sacrifice was completed, a cry for reparation arose. It was timidly demanded from the spiritual power which had sentenced and delivered over Joan as a heretic to the state. Pope Calixtus III. Entertained the request preferred, not by the King of France, but in the name of Isabel Romy, Joan's mother, and her whole family. Regular proceedings were commenced and followed up for the rehabilitation of the martyr, and on the 7th of July, 1456, a decree of the court assembled at Rouen quashed the sentence of 1431, together with all its consequences, and ordered a general procession and solemn sermon on St. Ouen Place and the Vieux Marche, where the said maid had been cruelly and horribly burned, besides the planting of a cross of honour, Crucis Honesti, on the Vieux Marche, the judges reserving the official notice to be given of their decision throughout the cities and notable places of the realm. The city of Orleans responded to this appeal by raising on the bridge over the Loire a group in bronze representing Joan of Arc on her knees before Our Lady between two angels. This monument, which was broken during the religious wars of the 16th century and repaired shortly afterwards, was removed in the 18th century, and Joan of Arc then received a fresh insult. The poetry of a cynic was devoted to the task of diverting a licentious public at the expense of the saint whom, 3 centuries before, fanatical hatred had brought to the stake. In 1792 the Council of the Commune of Orleans, considering that the monument in bronze did not represent the heroine's services, and did not by any sign call to mind the struggle against the English, ordered it to be melted down and cast into cannons, of which one should bear the name of Joan of Arc. It is in our time that the city of Orleans and its distinguished bishop, Monseigneur du Panloup, have at last paid Joan homage worthy of her, not only by erecting to her a new statue, but by recalling her again to the memory of France with her true features and in her true character. Neither French nor any other history offers a like example of a modest little soul, with a faith so pure and efficacious, resting on divine inspiration and patriotic hope. End of chapter 24, part 6. Chapter 24, Part 7 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 7. During the trial of Joan of Arc the war between France and England, without being discontinued, had been somewhat slack. The curiosity and the passions of men were concentrated upon the scenes at Rouen. After the execution of Joan the war resumed its course, though without any great events. By way of a step towards solution, the Duke of Bedford, in November 1431, escorted to Paris King Henry VI., scarcely 10 years old, and had him crowned at Notre Dame. The ceremony was distinguished for pomp but not for warmth. The Duke of Burgundy was not present. It was an Englishman, the Cardinal Bishop of Winchester, who anointed the young Englander King of France. The Bishop of Paris complained of it as a violation of his rights. The Parliament, the University, and the municipal body had not even seats reserved at the royal banquet. Paris was melancholy, and day by day more deserted by the native inhabitants. Grass was growing in the courtyards of the great mansions; the students were leaving the great school of Paris, to which the Duke of Bedford at Caen and Charles VII. Himself at Poitiers were attempting to raise up rivals, and silence reigned in the Latin Quarter. The child king was considered unintelligent and ungraceful and ungracious. When, on the day after Christmas, he started on his way back to Rouen, and from Rouen to England, he did not confer on Paris any of the boons expected, either by releasing prisoners or by putting an end to blackmails, gabels, and wicked imposts. The burgesses were astonished, and grumbled; and the old queen, Isabel of Bavaria, who was still living at the hostel of St. Paul, wept, it is said, for vexation, at seeing from one of her windows her grandson's royal procession go by. Though war was going on all the while, attempts were made to negotiate, and in March 1433 a conference was opened at Senport, near Corbeil. Everybody in France desired peace. Philip the Good himself began to feel the necessity of it. Burgundy was almost as discontented and troubled as Ile de France. There was grumbling at Dijon as there was conspiracy at Paris. The English gave fresh cause for national irritation. They showed an inclination to canton themselves in Normandy, and abandon the other French provinces to the hazards and sufferings of a desultory war. Anne of Burgundy, the Duke of Bedford's wife, and Philip the Good's sister, died. The English duke speedily married again without even giving any notice to the French prince. Every family tie between the two persons was broken, and the negotiations as well as the war remained without result. An incident at court caused a change in the situation, and gave the government of Charles a different character. His favourite, George de la Tremoille, had become almost as unpopular amongst the royal family as in the country in general. He could not manage a war, and he frustrated attempts at peace. The Queen of Sicily, Yolande d'Aragon, her daughter, Mary d'Anjou, Queen of France, and her son Louis, Count of Maine, who all three desired peace, set themselves to work to overthrow the favourite. In June 1433 4 young lords, one of whom, Sire de Bouille, was La Tremoille's own nephew, introduced themselves unexpectedly into his room at the castle of Coudray, near Chinon, where Charles VII. Was. La Tremoille showed an intention of resisting, and received a sword thrust. He was made to resign all his offices, and was sent under strict guard to the castle of Alen-Tresor, the property of his nephew, Sire de Bouille. The conspirators had concerted measures with La Tremoille's rival, the Constable de Richemont, Arthur of Brittany, a man distinguished in war, who had lately gone to help Joan of Arc, and who was known to be a friend of peace at the same time that he was firmly devoted to the national cause. He was called away from his castle of Parthenay, and set at the head of government as well as of the army. Charles VII. At first showed anger at his favourite's downfall. He asked if Richemont was present, and was told no, whereupon he seemed to grow calmer. Before long he did more; he became resigned, and, continuing all the while to give La Tremoille occasional proofs of his former favour, he fully accepted de Richemont's influence and the new direction which the constable imposed upon his government. War was continued nearly everywhere, with alternations of success and reverse, which deprived none of the parties of hope without giving victory to any. Peace, however, was more and more the general desire. Scarcely had one attempt at pacification failed when another was begun. The Constable de Richemont's return to power led to fresh overtures. He was a statesman as well as a warrior, and his inclinations were known at Dijon and London, as well as at Chinon. The advisers of King Henry VI. Proposed to open a conference, on the 15th of October, 1433, at Calais. They had, they said, a prisoner in England, confined there ever since the battle of Agincourt, Duke Charles of Orleans, who was sincerely desirous of peace, in spite of his family enmity towards the Duke of Burgundy. He was considered a very proper person to promote the negotiations, although he sought in poetry, which was designed to bring lustre to his name, a refuge from politics which made his life a burden. He, one day meeting the Duke of Burgundy's 2 ambassadors at the Earl of Suffolk's, Henry VI. Prime Minister, went up to them, affectionately took their hands, and, when they inquired after his health, said, "My body is well, my soul is sick. I am dying with vexation at passing my best days a prisoner, without any one to think of me." The ambassadors said that people would be indebted to him for the benefit of peace, for he was known to be labouring for it. "My Lord of Suffolk," said he, "can I tell you that I never cease to urge it upon the king and his council; but I am as useless here as the sword never drawn from the scabbard. I must see my relatives and friends in France; they will not treat, surely, without having consulted with me. If peace depended upon me, though I were doomed to die 7 days after swearing it, that would cause me no regret. However, what matters it what I say? I am not master in anything at all. Next to the 2 kings, it is the Duke of Burgundy and the Duke of Brittany who have most power. Will you not come and call upon me?" he added, pressing the hand of one of the ambassadors. "They will see you before they go," said the Earl of Suffolk, in a tone which made it plain that no private conversation would be permitted between them. And, indeed, the Earl of Suffolk's barber went alone to wait upon the ambassadors, in order to tell them that, if the Duke of Burgundy desired it, the Duke of Orleans would write to him. "I will undertake," he added, "to bring you his letter." There was evident mistrust, and it was explained to the Burgundian ambassadors by the Earl of Warwick's remark, "Your duke never once came to see our king during his stay in France." The Duke of Bedford used similar language to them. "Why," said he, "does my brother the Duke of Burgundy give way to evil imaginings against me? There is not a prince in the world, after my king, whom I esteem so much. The ill will which seems to exist between us spoils the king's affairs, and his own too. Tell him that I am not the less disposed to serve him." In March, 1435, the Duke of Burgundy went to Paris, taking with them his third wife, Isabel of Portugal, and a magnificent following. There were seen, moreover, in his train, 100 wagons laden with artillery, armor, salted provisions, cheeses, and wines of Burgundy. There was once more joy in Paris, and the duke received the most affectionate welcome. The University was represented before him, and made him a great speech on the necessity of peace. 2 days afterwards a deputation from the city dames of Paris waited upon the Duchess of Burgundy, and implored her to use her influence for the re establishment of peace. She answered, "My good friends, it is the thing I desire most of all in the world. I pray for it night and day to the Lord our God, for I believe that we all have great need of it, and I know for certain that my lord and husband has the greatest willingness to give up to that purpose his person and his substance." At the bottom of his soul Duke Philip's decision was already taken. He had but lately discussed the condition of France with the Constable de Richemont and Duke Charles of Bourbon, his brother in law, whom he had summoned to Nevers with that design. Being convinced of the necessity for peace, he spoke of it to the King of England's advisers whom he found in Paris, and who dared not show absolute opposition to it. It was agreed that, in the month of July, a general, and, more properly speaking, a European conference should meet at Arras, that the legates of Pope Eugenius IV. Should be invited to it, and that consultations should be held thereat as to the means of putting an end to the sufferings of the two kingdoms. Towards the end of July, accordingly, whilst the war was being prosecuted with redoubled ardor on both sides at the very gates of Paris, there arrived at Arras the pope's legates and the ambassadors of the Emperor Sigismund, of the kings of Castile, Aragon, Portugal, Naples, Sicily, Cyprus, Poland, and Denmark, and of the dukes of Brittany and Milan. The University of Paris and many of the good towns of France, Flanders, and even Holland had sent their deputies thither. Many bishops were there in person. The Bishop of Liege came thither with a magnificent train, mounted, says the chroniclers, on 200 white horses. The Duke of Burgundy made his entrance on the 30th of July, escorted by 300 archers wearing his livery. All the lords who happened to be in the city went to meet him at a league's distance, except the cardinal legates of the pope, who confined themselves to sending their people. 2 days afterwards arrived the ambassadors of the King of France, having at their head the Duke of Bourbon and the Constable de Richemont, together with several of the greatest French lords, and a retinue of 400 or 500 persons. Duke Philip, forewarned of their coming, issued from the city with all the princes and lords who happened to be there. The English alone refused to accompany him, wondering at his showing such a great honor to the ambassadors of their common enemy. Philip went forward a mile to meet his two brothers in law, the Duke of Bourbon and the Count de Richemont, embraced them affectionately, and turned back with them to Arras, amidst the joy and acclamations of the populace. Last of all arrived the Duchess of Burgundy, magnificently dressed, and bringing with her her young son, the Count of Charolais, who was hereafter to be Charles the Rash. The Duke of Bourbon, the Constable de Richemont, and all the lords were on horseback around her litter; but the English, who had gone, like the others, to meet her, were unwilling, on turning back to Arras, to form a part of her retinue with the French. Grand as was the sight, it was not superior in grandeur to the event on the eve of accomplishment. The question was whether France should remain a great nation, in full possession of itself and of its independence under a French king, or whether the King of England should, in London and with the title of King of France, have France in his possession and under his government. Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, was called upon to solve this problem of the future, that is to say, to decide upon the fate of his lineage and his country. As soon as the conference was opened, and no matter what attempts were made to veil or adjourn the question, it was put nakedly. The English, instead of peace, began proposing a long truce, and the marriage of Henry VI. With a daughter of King Charles. The French ambassadors refused, absolutely, to negotiate on this basis; they desired a definitive peace, and their conditions were, that the king and people of England making an end of this situation, so full of clangor for the whole royal house, and of the sufferings for the people. Nevertheless, the duke showed strong scruples. The treaty he had sworn to, the promises he had made, threw him into a constant fever of anxiety. He would not have any one able to say that he had in any respect forfeited his honor. He asked for 3 consultations, one with the Italian doctors connected with the pope's legates, another with the English doctors, and another with the French doctors. He was granted all 3, though they were more calculated to furnish him with arguments, each on their own side, than to dissipate his doubts if he had any real ones. The legates ended by solemnly saying to him, "We do conjure you, by the bowels of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by the authority of our Holy Father the Pope, of the Holy Council assembled at Bale, and of the Universal Church, to renounce that spirit of vengeance whereby you are moved against King Charles in memory of the late Duke John your father. Nothing can render you more pleasing in the eyes of God, or further augment your fame in this world." For 3 days Duke Philip remained still undecided; but he heard that the Duke of Bedford, regent of France, on behalf of the English, who was his brother in law, had just died at Rouen, on the 14th of September. He was, besides the late King of England, Henry V., the only Englishman who had received promises from the duke, and who lived in intimacy with him. 10 days afterwards, on the 21st of September, the queen, Isabel of Bavaria, also died at Paris, and thus another of the principal causes of shame to the French kingship, and misfortune to France, disappeared from the stage of the world. Duke Philip felt himself more free and more at rest in his mind, if not rightfully, at any rate so far as political and worldly experience was concerned. He declared his readiness to accept the proposals which had been communicated to him by the ambassadors of Charles VII., and on the 21st of September, 1435, peace was signed at Arras between France and Burgundy, without any care for what England might say or do. There was great and general joy in France. It was peace, and national reconciliation as well. Dauphinizers and Burgundians embraced in the streets. The Burgundians were delighted at being able to call themselves Frenchmen. Charles VII. Convoked the States General at Tours to consecrate this alliance. On his knees, upon the bare stone, before the Archbishop of Crete, who had just celebrated Mass, the king laid his hands upon the Gospels, and swore the peace, saying that it was his duty to imitate the King of Kings, our divine Saviour, who had brought peace amongst men. At the chancellor's order, the princes and great lords, one after the other, took the oath. The nobles and the people of the Third Estate swore the peace all together, with cries of "Long live the king! Long live the Duke of Burgundy!" "With this hand," said Sire de Lannoy, "I have thrice sworn peace during this war, but I call God to witness that, for my part, this time it shall be kept, and that never will I break it, the peace." Charles VII., in his emotion, seized the hands of Duke Philip's ambassadors, saying, "For a long while I have languished for this happy day; we must thank God for it;" and the Te Deum was intoned with enthusiasm. Peace was really made amongst Frenchmen, and, in spite of many internal difficulties and quarrels, it was not broken as long as Charles VII. And Duke Philip the Good were living. But the war with the English went on incessantly. They still possessed several of the finest provinces of France, and the Treaty of Arras, which had weakened them very much on the Continent, had likewise made them very angry. For 26 years, from 1435 to 1461, hostilities continued between the two kingdoms, at one time actively and at another slackly, with occasional suspension by truce, but without any formal termination. There is no use in recounting the details of their monotonous and barren history. Governments and people often persist in maintaining their quarrels and inflicting mutual injuries by the instrumentality of events, acts, and actors that deserve nothing but oblivion. There is no intention here of dwelling upon any events or persons save such as have, for good or for evil, to its glory or sorrow, exercised a considerable influence upon the condition and fortune of France. End of Chapter 24, Part 7. Chapter 24, Part 8 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII and Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 8. The Peace of Arras brought back to the service of France and her king the Constable de Richemont, Arthur of Brittany, whom the jealousy of George de la Tremoille and the distrustful indolence of Charles VII had so long kept out of it. By a somewhat rare privilege, he was in reality, there is reason to suppose, superior to the name he has left behind him in history, and it is only justice to reproduce here the portrait given of him by one of his contemporaries who observed him closely and knew him well. Never a man of his time, says William Gruet, loved justice more than he, or took more pains to do it according to his ability. Never was prince more humble, more charitable, more compassionate, more liberal, less avaricious, or more open-handed in a good fashion and without prodigality. He was a proper man, chaste and brave as prince can be, and there was none of his time of better conduct than he in conducting a great battle, or a great siege, and all sorts of approaches in all sorts of ways. Every day, once at least in the 24 hours, his conversation was of war, and he took more pleasure in it than in aught else. Above all things he loved men of valour and good renown, and he more than any other loved and supported the people, and freely did good to poor mendicants and others of God's poor. Nearly all the deeds of de Richemont, from the time that he became powerful again, confirm the truth of this portrait. His first thought and his first labour were to restore Paris to France and to the king. The unhappy city in subjection to the English was the very image of devastation and ruin. The wolves prowled around it by night, and there were in it, says an eyewitness, 24,000 houses empty. The Duke of Bedford, in order to get rid of these public tokens of misery, attempted to supply the Parisians with bread and amusements, panem et circenses, but their very diversions were ghastly and melancholy. In 1425 there was painted in the sepulchre of the Innocents a picture called the Dance of Death. Death, grinning with fleshless jaws, was represented taking by the hand all estates of the population in their turn, and making them dance. In the Hotel Armagnac, confiscated, as so many others were, from its owner, a show was exhibited to amuse the people. 4 blind men, armed with staves, were shut up with a pig in a little paddock. They had to see whether they could kill the said pig, and when they thought they were belabouring it most they were belabouring one another. The constable resolved to put a stop to this deplorable state of things in the capital of France. In April 1433, when he had just ordered for himself apartments at St. Denis, he heard that the English had just got in there and plundered the church. He at once gave orders to march. The Burgundians, who made up nearly all his troop, demanded their pay, and would not mount. Richemont gave them his bond, and the march was begun to St. Denis. "You know the country?" said the constable to Marshal Isle Adam. "Yes, my lord," answered the other; "and by my faith, in the position held by the English, you would do nothing to harm or annoy them, though you had 10,000 fighting men." "Ah, but we will," replied Richemont; "God will help us. Keep pressing forward to support the skirmishers." And he occupied St. Denis and drove out the English. The population of Paris, being informed of this success, were greatly moved and encouraged. One brave burgess of Paris, Michel Lallier, master of the exchequer, notified to the constable, it is said, that they were ready and quite able to open one of the gates to him, provided that an engagement were entered into in the king's name for a general amnesty and the prevention of all disorder. The constable, on the king's behalf, entered into the required engagement, and presented himself the next day, the 13th of April, with a picked force before the Saint Michel gate. The enterprise was discovered. A man posted on the wall made signs to them with his hat, crying out, "Go to the other gate; there is no opening this; work is going on for you in the market quarter." The picked force followed the course of the ramparts up to the St. Jacques gate. "Who goes there?" demanded some burghers who had the guard of it. "Some of the constable's people." He himself came up on his big charger, with satisfaction and courtesy in his mien. Some little time was required for opening the gate; a long ladder was let down, and Marshal Isle Adam was the first to mount, and planted on the wall the standard of France. The fastenings of the drawbridge were burst, and when it was let down, the constable made his entry on horseback, riding calmly down St. Jacques Street, in the midst of a joyous and comforted crowd. "My good friends," he said to them, "the good King Charles, and I on his behalf, do thank you 100,000 times for yielding up to him so quietly the chief city of his kingdom. If there be amongst you, of whatsoever condition he may be, who hath offended against my lord the king, all is forgiven, in the case both of the absent and the present." Then he caused it to be proclaimed by sound of trumpet throughout the streets, that none of his people should be so bold, on pain of hanging, as to take up quarters in the house of any burgher against his will, or to use any reproach whatever, or do the least displeasure to any. At sight of the public joy, the English had retired to the Bastille, where the constable was disposed to besiege them. "My lord," said the burghers to him, "they will surrender; do not reject their offer; it is so far a fine thing enough to have thus recovered Paris. Often, on the contrary, many constables and many marshals have been driven out of it. Take contentedly what God hath granted you." The burghers' prediction was not unverified. The English sallied out of the Bastille by the gate which opened on the fields, and went and took boat in the rear of the Louvre. Next day abundance of provisions arrived in Paris, and the gates were opened to the country folks. The populace freely manifested their joy at being rid of the English. It was plain to see, was the saying, that they were not in France to remain; not one of them had been seen to sow a field with corn or build a house; they destroyed their quarters without a thought of repairing them; they had not restored, peradventure, a single fireplace. There was only their regent, the Duke of Bedford, who was fond of building and making poor people work. He would have liked peace; but the nature of those English is to be always at war with their neighbors, and accordingly they all made a bad end. Thank God, there have already died in France more than 70,000 of them. Up to the taking of Paris by the constable, the Duke of Burgundy had kept himself in reserve, and had maintained a tacit neutrality towards England. He had merely been making, without noisy demonstration, preparations for an enterprise in which he, as Count of Flanders, was very much interested. The success of Richemont inspired him with a hope, and perhaps with a jealous desire, of showing his power and his patriotism as a Frenchman by making war in his turn upon the English, from whom he had by the treaty of Arras effected only a pacific separation. In June 1436 he went and besieged Calais. This was attacking England at one of the points she was bent on defending most obstinately. Philip had reckoned on the energetic co operation of the cities of Flanders, and at the first blush the Flemings did display a strong inclination to support him in his enterprise. "When the English," they said, "know that my lords of Ghent are on the way to attack them with all their might, they will not await us; they will leave the city and flee away to England." Neither the Flemings nor Philip had correctly estimated the importance which was attached in London to the possession of Calais. When the Duke of Gloucester, Lord Protector of England, found this possession threatened, he sent a herald to defy the Duke of Burgundy, and declared to him that, if he did not wait for battle beneath the walls of Calais, Humphrey of Gloucester would go after him even into his own dominions. "Tell your lord that he will not need to take so much trouble, and that he will find me here," answered Philip proudly. His pride was overconfident. Whether it were only a people's fickleness or intelligent appreciation of their own commercial interests in their relations with England, the Flemings grew speedily disgusted with the siege of Calais, complained of the tardiness in arrival of the fleet which Philip had dispatched thither to close the port against English vessels, and, after having suffered several reverses by sorties of the English garrison, they ended by retiring with such precipitation that they abandoned part of their supplies and artillery. Philip, according to the expression of M. Henri Martin, was reduced to covering their retreat with his cavalry, and then he went away sorrowfully to Lille, to advise about the means of defending his Flemish lordships exposed to the reprisals of the English. Thus the fortune of Burgundy was tottering whilst that of France was recovering itself. The constable's easy occupation of Paris led the majority of the small places in the neighborhood, St. Denis, Chevreuse, Marcoussis, and Montlhery, to decide either upon spontaneous surrender or allowing themselves to be taken after no great resistance. Charles VII., on his way through France to Lyons, in Dauphiny, Languedoc, Auvergne, and along the Loire, recovered several other towns, for instance, Chateau Landon, Nemours, and Charny. He laid siege in person to Montereau, an important military post with which a recent and sinister reminiscence was connected. A great change now made itself apparent in the king's behavior and disposition. He showed activity and vigilance, and was ready to expose himself without any care for fatigue or danger. On the day of the assault, 10th of October, 1437, he went down into the trenches, remained there in water up to his waist, mounted the scaling ladder sword in hand, and was one of the first assailants who penetrated over the top of the walls right into the place. After the surrender of the castle as well as the town of Montereau, he marched on Paris, and made his solemn re-entry there on the 12th of November, 1437, for the first time since, in 1418, Tanneguy Duchatel had carried him away, whilst still a child, wrapped in his bedclothes. Charles was received and entertained as became a recovered and a victorious king; but he passed only 3 weeks there, and went away once more, on the 3rd of December, to go and resume at Orleans first, and then at Bourges, the serious cares of government. It is said to have been at this royal entry into Paris that Agnes Sorel or Soreau, who was soon to have the name of Queen of Beauty, and to assume in French history an almost glorious though illegitimate position, appeared with brilliancy in the train of the queen, Mary of Anjou, to whom the king had appointed her a maid of honor. It is a question whether she did not even then exercise over Charles VII. That influence, serviceable alike to the honor of the king and of France, which was to inspire Francis I., a century later, with this gallant quatrain: "If to win back poor captive France be aught, more honor, gentle Agnes, is thy weed, Than e'er was due to deeds of virtue wrought By cloistered nun or pious hermit breed." It is worth while perhaps to remark that in 1437 Agnes Sorel was already 27. One of the best informed, most impartial, and most sensible historians of that epoch, James de Clercq, merely says on this subject, "King Charles, before he had peace with Duke Philip of Burgundy, led a right holy life and said his canonical hours. But after peace was made with the duke, though the king continued to serve God, he joined himself unto a young woman who was afterwards called Fair Agnes." Nothing is gained by ignoring good even when it is found in company with evil; and there is no intention here of disputing the share of influence exercised by Agnes Sorel upon Charles VII.'s regeneration in politics and war after the Treaty of Arras. Nevertheless, in spite of the king's successes at Montereau, and during his passage through central and northern France, the condition of the country was still so bad in 1440, the disorder was so great, and the king so powerless to apply a remedy, that Richemont, disconsolate, was tempted to rid and disburden himself from the government of France and between the rivers, Seine and Loire, no doubt, and to go or send to the king for that purpose. But one day the prior of the Carthusians at Paris called on the constable and found him in his private chapel. "What need you, fair father?" asked Richemont. The prior answered that he wished to speak with my lord the constable. Richemont replied that it was he himself. "Pardon me, my lord," said the prior, "I did not know you; I wish to speak to you, if you please." "Gladly," said Richemont. "Well, my lord, you yesterday held council and considered about disburdening yourself from the government and office you hold hereabouts." "How know you that? Who told you?" "My lord, I do not know it through any person of your council, and do not put yourself out to learn who told me, for it was one of my brethren." "My lord, do not do this thing, and be not troubled, for God will help you." "Ah, fair father, how can that be? The king has no mind to aid me or grant me men or money, and the men at arms hate me because I have justice done on them, and they have no mind to obey me." "My lord, they will do what you desire, and the king will give you orders to go and lay siege to Meaux, and will send you men and money." "Ah, fair father, Meaux is so strong! How can it be done? The King of England was there for 9 months before it." "My lord, be not you troubled; you will not be there so long; keep having good hope in God, and he will help you. Be ever humble, and grow not proud; you will take Meaux ere long; your men will grow proud; they will then have somewhat to suffer, but you will come out of it to your honor." The good prior was right. Meaux was taken; and, when the constable went to tell the news at Paris, the king made him great cheer. There was a continuance of war to the north of the Loire; and amidst many alternations of success and reverses the national cause made great way there. Charles resolved, in 1442, to undertake an expedition to the south of the Loire, in Aquitaine, where the English were still dominant, and he was successful. He took from the English Tartas, Saint Sever, Mermande, La Réole, Blaye, and Bourg sur Mer. Their ally, Count John d'Armagnac, submitted to the King of France. These successes cost Charles VII. The brave La Hire, who died at Montauban of his wounds. On returning to Normandy, where he had left Dunois, Charles, in 1443, conducted a prosperous campaign there. The English leaders were getting weary of a war without any definite issue, and they had proposals made to Charles for a truce, accompanied with a demand on the part of their young king, Henry VII., for the hand of a French princess, Margaret of Anjou, daughter of King Rena, who wore the three crowns of Naples, Sicily, and Jerusalem, without possessing any one of the kingdoms. The truce and the marriage were concluded at Tours in 1444. Neither of the arrangements was popular in England. The English people, who had only a far off touch of suffering from the war, considered that their government made too many concessions to France. In France, too, there was some murmuring. The king, it was said, did not press his advantage with sufficient vigor. Everybody was in a hurry to see all Aquitaine recovered. But a joy that was boundless and impossible to describe, says Thomas Bazin, the most intelligent of the contemporary historians, spread abroad through the whole population of the Gauls. Having been a prey for so long to incessant terrors, and shut up within the walls of their towns like convicts in a prison, they rejoiced like people restored to freedom after a long and bitter slavery. Companies of both sexes were seen going forth into the country and visiting temples or oratories dedicated to the saints, to pay the vows which they had made in their distress. One fact especially was admirable and the work of God himself. Before the truce so violent had been the hatred between the two sides, both men at arms and people, that none, whether soldier or burgher, could, without risk to life, go out and pass from one place to another, unless under the protection of a safe conduct. But so soon as the truce was proclaimed, every one went and came at pleasure, in full liberty and security, whether in the same district or in districts under divided rule; and even those who, before the proclamation of the truce, seemed to take no pleasure in anything but a savage outpouring of human blood, now took delight in the sweets of peace, and passed the days in holiday making and dancing with enemies who but lately had been as bloodthirsty as themselves. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Part 9 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 9. But for all their rejoicing at the peace, the French king, lords, and commons had war still in their hearts; national feelings were waking up afresh; the successes of late years had revived their hopes, and the civil dissensions which were at that time disturbing England let favourable chances peep out. Charles VII. And his advisers employed the leisure afforded by the truce in preparing for a renewal of the struggle. They were the first to begin it again, and from 1449 to 1451 it was pursued by the French king and nation with ever increasing ardour, and with obstinate courage by the veteran English warriors astounded at no longer being victorious. Normandy and Aquitaine, which was beginning to be called Guyenne only, were throughout this period the constant and the chief theatre of war. Amongst the greatest number of fights and incidents which distinguished the three campaigns in those two provinces, the recapture of Rouen by Dunois in October 1449, the battle of Formigny won near Bayeux on the 15th of April 1450 by the Constable de Richemont, and the twofold capitulation of Bordeaux, first on the 28th of June 1451, and next on the 9th of October 1453, in order to submit to Charles VII., are the only events to which a place in history is due, for those were the days on which the question was solved touching the independence of the nation and the kingship in France. The Duke of Somerset and Lord Talbot were commanding in Rouen when Dunois presented himself beneath its walls, in hopes that the inhabitants would open the gates to him. Some burgesses, indeed, had him apprised of a certain point in the walls at which they might be able to favour the entry of the French. Dunois, at the same time making a feint of attacking in another quarter, arrived at the spot indicated with 4,000 men. The archers drew up before the wall, the men-at-arms dismounted, the burgesses gave the signal, and the planting of scaling ladders began; but when hardly as many as 50 or 60 men had reached the top of the wall, the banner and troops of Talbot were seen advancing. He had been warned in time, and had taken his measures. The assailants were repulsed, and Charles VII., who was just arriving at the camp, seeing the abortiveness of the attempt, went back to Pont de l'Arrêt. But the English had no long joy of their success. They were too weak to make any effectual resistance, and they had no hope of any aid from England. Their leaders authorized the burgesses to demand of the king a safe conduct in order to treat. The conditions offered by Charles were agreeable to the burgesses, but not to the English; and when the archbishop read them out in the hall of the mansion house, Somerset and Talbot witnessed an outburst of joy which revealed to them all their peril. Faggots and benches at once began to rain down from the windows; the English shut themselves up precipitately in the castle, in the gate towers, and in the great tower of the bridge; and the burgesses armed themselves and took possession during the night of the streets and the walls. Dunois, having received notice, arrived in force at the Martinville gate. The inhabitants begged him to march into the city as many men as he pleased. "It shall be as you will," said Dunois. 300 men-at-arms and archers seemed sufficient. Charles VII. Returned before Rouen; the English asked leave to withdraw without any loss of life or kit, and on condition, said the king, that they take nothing on the march without paying. "We have not the wherewithal," they answered, and the king gave them 100 francs. Negotiations were recommenced. The king required that Harfleur and all the places in the district of Caux should be given up to him. "Ah! as for Harfleur, that cannot be," said the Duke of Somerset; "it is the first town which surrendered to our glorious king, Henry V., 35 years ago." There was further parley. The French consented to give up the demand for Harfleur; but they required that Talbot should remain as hostage until the conditions were fulfilled. The English protested. At last, however, they yielded, and undertook to pay 50,000 golden crowns to settle all accounts which they owed to the tradesmen in the city, and to give up all places in the district of Caen except Harfleur. The Duchess of Somerset and Lord Talbot remained as hostages, and on the 10th of November, 1449, Charles entered Rouen in state, with the character of a victor who knew how to use victory with moderation. The battle of Formigny was at first very doubtful. In order to get from Valognes to Bayeux and Caen the English had to cross at the mouth of the Vire great sands which were passable only at low tide. A weak body of French under command of the Count de Clermont had orders to cut them off from this passage. The English, however, succeeded in forcing it; but just as they were taking position, with the village of Formigny to cover their rear, the Constable de Richemont was seen coming up with 3,000 men in fine order. The English were already strongly entrenched when the battle began. "Let us go and look close at their faces, Admiral," said the Constable, Sire de Cotteville. "I doubt whether they will leave their entrenchments," replied the admiral. "I vow to God that, with His grace, they will not abide in them," rejoined the constable; and he gave orders for the most vigorous assault. It lasted nearly 3 hours; the English were forced to fly at 3 points, and lost 3,700 men; several of their leaders were made prisoners; those who were left retired in good order; Bayeux, Avranches, Caen, Falaise, and Cherbourg fell one after the other into the hands of Charles VII.; and by the end of August, 1450, the whole of Normandy had been completely won back by France. The conquest of Guyenne, which was undertaken immediately after that of Normandy, was at the outset more easy and more speedy. Amongst the lords of southern France several hardy patriots, such as John of Blois, Count of Perigord, and Arnold Amenold, Sire d'Albret, of their own accord began the strife, and on the 1st of November, 1450, inflicted a somewhat severe reverse upon the English near Blanquefort. In the spring of the following year Charles VII. Authorized the Count of Armagnac to take the field, and sent Dunois to assume the command in chief. An army of 20,000 men mustered under his orders, and, in the course of May, 1451, some of the principal places of Guyenne, such as Saint Emilion, Blaye, Fronsac, Bourg-en-Mer, Libourne, and Dax, were taken by assault or capitulated. Bordeaux and Bayonne held out for some weeks; but, on the 12th of June, a treaty concluded between the Bordelese and Dunois secured to the three estates of the district the liberties and privileges which they had enjoyed under English supremacy, and it was further stipulated that, if by the 24th of June the city had not been succoured by English forces, the estates of Guyenne should recognize the sovereignty of King Charles. When the 24th of June came, a herald went up to one of the towers of the castle and shouted, "Succour from the King of England for them of Bordeaux." None replied to this appeal, so Bordeaux surrendered, and on the 29th of June Dunois took possession of it in the name of the King of France. The siege of Bayonne, which was begun on the 6th of August, came to an end on the 20th by means of a similar treaty. Guyenne was thus completely won. But the English still had a considerable following there. They had held it for 3 centuries, and they had always treated it well in respect of local liberties, agriculture, and commerce. Charles VII., on recovering it, was less wise. He determined to establish there forthwith the taxes, the laws, and the whole regimen of northern France, and the Bordelese were as prompt in protesting against these measures as the king was in employing them. In August 1452, a deputation from the 3 estates of the province waited upon Charles at Bourges, but did not obtain their demands. On their return to Bordeaux an insurrection was organized, and Peter de Montferrand, Sire de l'Esparre, repaired to London and proposed to the English government to resume possession of Guyenne. On the 22nd of October, 1452, Talbot appeared before Bordeaux with a body of 5,000 men. The inhabitants opened their gates to him, and he installed himself there as lieutenant of the King of England, Henry VI. Nearly all the places in the neighbourhood, with the exception of Bourg and Blaye, returned beneath the sway of the English. Considerable reinforcements were sent to Talbot from England, and at the same time an English fleet threatened the coast of Normandy. But Charles VII. Was no longer the blind and indolent king he had been in his youth. Nor can the prompt and effectual energy he displayed in 1453 be any longer attributed to the influence of Agnes Sorel, for she died on the 9th of February, 1450. Charles left Richemont and Dunois to hold Normandy, and in the early days of spring moved in person to the south of France with a strong army and the principal Gascon lords who 2 years previously had brought Guyenne back under his power. On the 2nd of June, 1453, he opened the campaign at Saint Jean d'Angely. Several places surrendered to him as soon as he appeared before their walls, and on the 13th of July he laid siege to Castillon, on the Dordogne, which had shortly before fallen into the hands of the English. The Bordelese grew alarmed and urged Talbot to oppose the advance of the French. "We may very well let them come nearer yet," said the old warrior, then 80 years of age. "Rest assured that, if it please God, I will fulfil my promise when I see that the time and the hour have come." On the night between the 16th and 17th of July, however, Talbot set out with his troops to raise the siege of Castillon. He marched all night and came suddenly in the early morning upon the French archers, quartered in an abbey, who formed the advance guard of their army, which was strongly entrenched before the place. A panic set in amongst this small body, and some of them took to flight. "Ha! you would desert me, then?" said Sire de Renault, who was in command of them. "Have I not promised you to live and die with you?" They thereupon rallied and managed to join the camp. Talbot, content for the time with this petty success, sent for a chaplain to come and say mass, and whilst waiting for an opportunity to resume the fight, he permitted the tapping of some casks of wine which had been found in the abbey, and his men set themselves to drinking. A countryman of those parts came hurrying up, and said to Talbot, "My lord, the French are deserting their park and taking to flight; now or never is the hour for fulfilling your promise." Talbot arose and left the mass, shouting, "Never may I hear mass again if I put not to rout the French who are in yonder park." When he arrived in front of the Frenchmen's entrenchment, "My lord," said Sir Thomas Cunningham, an aged gentleman who had for a long time past been his standard bearer, "they have made a false report to you. Observe the depth of the ditch and the faces of yonder men; they don't look like retreating. My opinion is, that for the present we should turn back. The country is for us; we have no lack of provisions, and with a little patience we shall starve out the French." Talbot flew into a passion, gave Sir Thomas a sword cut across the face, had his banner planted on the edge of the ditch, and began the attack. The banner was torn down and Sir Thomas Cunningham killed. "Dismount!" shouted Talbot to his men at arms, English and Gascon. The French camp was defended by a more than usually strong artillery; a body of Bretons, held in reserve, advanced to sustain the shock of the English; and a shot from a culverin struck Talbot, who was already wounded in the face, shattering his thigh, and brought him to the ground. Lord Lisle, his son, flew to raise him. "Let me be," said Talbot; "the day is the enemy's; it will be no shame for thee to fly, for this is thy first battle." But the son remained with his father, and was slain at his side. The defeat of the English was complete. Talbot's body, pierced with wounds, was left on the field of battle. He was so disfigured that, when the dead were removed, he was not recognized. Notice, however, was taken of an old man wearing a cuirass covered with red velvet. This, it was presumed, was he, and he was placed upon a shield and carried into the camp. An English herald came with a request that he might look for Lord Talbot's body. "Would you know him?" he was asked. "Take me to see him," joyfully answered the poor servant, thinking that his master was a prisoner and alive. When he saw him, he hesitated to identify him; he knelt down, put his finger in the mouth of the corpse, and recognized Talbot by the loss of a molar tooth. Throwing off immediately his coat of arms with the colours and bearings of Talbot, "Ah, my lord and master," he cried, "can this be verily you? May God forgive your sins! For 40 years and more have I been your officer at arms and worn your livery, and thus I give it back to you." And he covered with his coat of arms the stark stripped body of the old hero. The English being beaten and Talbot dead, Castillon surrendered, and at unequal intervals Libourne, St. Emillon, Chateauneuf de Medoc, Blanquefort, Saint Macaire, Cadillac, and etc. followed the example. At the commencement of October, 1453, Bordeaux alone was still holding out. The promoters of the insurrection which had been concerted with the English, amongst others Sire de Duras and Lesparre, protracted the resistance rather in their own self defence than in response to the wishes of the population. The king's artillery threatened the place by land, and by sea a king's fleet from Rochelle and the ports of Brittany blockaded the Gironde. The majority of the king's officers, says the contemporary historian Thomas Bazin, advised him to punish by at least the destruction of their walls the Bordelese who had recalled the English to their city; but Charles, more merciful and more soft-hearted, refused. He confined himself to withdrawing from Bordeaux her municipal privileges, which, however, she soon partially recovered, and to imposing upon her a fine of 100,000 gold crowns, afterwards reduced to 30,000. He caused to be built at the expense of the city 2 fortresses, Fort of the Ila and the Castle of Trompette, to keep in check so bold and fickle a population; and an amnesty was proclaimed for all but 20 specified persons, who were banished. On these conditions the capitulation was concluded and signed on the 17th of October. The English re embarked, and Charles, without entering Bordeaux, returned to Touraine. The English had no longer any possession in France but Calais and Guines; the 100 Years' War was over. And to whom was the glory? Charles VII. Himself decided the question. When, in 1455, 24 years after the death of Joan of Arc, he at Rome and at Rouen prosecuted her claims for restoration of her character, and did for her fame and her memory all that was still possible, he was but relieving his conscience from a load of ingratitude and remorse which in general weighs lightly upon men, and especially upon kings, and he was discharging towards the Maid of Domremy the debt due by the French and the French kingship, when he thus proclaimed that to Joan above all they owed their deliverance and their independence. Before men and before God Charles was justified in so thinking. The moral are not the soul, but they are the most powerful forces which decide the fates of people; and Joan had roused the feelings of the soul, and given to the struggles between France and England its religious and national character. At Rheims, when she repaired thither for the king's coronation, she said of her own banner, "It has a right to the honor, for it has been at the pains." She, first amongst all, had a right to the glory, for she had been the first to contribute to the success. Next to Joan of Arc, the Constable de Richemont was the most effective and the most glorious among the liberators of France and of the king. He was a strict and stern warrior, unscrupulous and pitiless towards his enemies, especially towards such as he despised, severe in regard to himself, dignified in his manners, never guilty of swearing himself, and punishing swearing as a breach of discipline amongst the troops placed under his orders. Like a true patriot and a royalist, he had more at heart his duty towards France and the king than he had his own personal interests. He was fond of war, and conducted it bravely and skilfully, without rashness but without timidity. "Wherever the constable is," said Charles VII., "there I am free from anxiety; he will do all that is possible." He set his title and office of Constable of France above his rank as a great lord; and when, after the death of his brother Duke Peter II., he himself became Duke of Brittany, he always had the constable's sword carried before him, saying, "I wish to honor in my old age a function which did me honor in my youth." His good services were not confined to the wars of his time; he was one of the principal reformers of the military system in France by the substitution of regular troops for feudal service. He has not obtained, it is to be feared, in the history of the 15th century, the place which properly belongs to him. Dunois, La Hire, Xaintrailles, and Marshals de Boussac and de Lafayette were, under Charles VII., brilliant warriors and useful servants of the king and of France; but, in spite of their knightly renown, it is questionable if they can be reckoned, like the Constable de Richemont, amongst the liberators of national independence. There are degrees of glory, and it is the duty of history not to distribute it too readily and, as it were, by handfuls. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Part 10 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24. The 100 Years' War. Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 10. Besides all these warriors, we meet, under the sway of Charles VII., at first in a humble capacity and afterwards at his court, in his diplomatic service, and sometimes in his closest confidence, a man of quite a different origin and quite another profession, but one who nevertheless acquired by peaceful toil great riches and great influence, both brought to a melancholy termination by a conviction and a consequent ruin, from which at the approach of old age he was still striving to recover by means of fresh ventures. Jacques Coeur was born at Bourges at the close of the 14th century. His father was a furrier, already sufficiently well established and sufficiently rich to allow of his son's marrying, in 1418, the provost's daughter of his own city. Some years afterwards Jacques Coeur underwent a troublesome trial for infraction of the rules touching the coinage of money; but, thanks to a commutation of the penalty, graciously accorded by Charles VII., he got off with a fine, and from that time forward directed all his energies towards commerce. In 1432, a squire in the service of the Duke of Burgundy was travelling in the Holy Land, and met him at Damascus in company with several Venetians, Genoese, Florentine, and Catalan traders, with whom he was doing business. He was, says his contemporary Thomas Bazin, a man unlettered and of plebeian family, but of great and ingenious mind, well versed in the practical affairs of that age. He was the first in all France to build and man ships which transported to Africa and to the East woolen stuffs and other produce of the kingdom, penetrated as far as Egypt, and brought back with them silken stuffs and all manner of spices, which they distributed not only in France, but in Catalonia and the neighboring countries, whereas heretofore it was by means of the Venetians, the Genoese, or the Barcelonese that such supplies found their way into France. Jacques Coeur, temporarily established at Montpellier, became a great and a celebrated merchant. In 1433 Charles VII. Put into his hands the direction of the mint at Paris, and began to take his advice as to the administration of the crown's finances. In 1440 he was appointed moneyman to the king, ennobled together with his wife and children, commissioned soon afterwards to draw up new regulations for the manufacture of cloth at Bourges, and invested on his own private account with numerous commercial privileges. He had already at this period, it was said, 300 manufacturing hands in his employment, and he was working at the same time silver, lead, and copper mines situated in the environs of Tarare and Lyons. Between 1442 and 1446 he had one of his nephews sent as ambassador to Egypt, and obtained for the French consuls in the Levant the same advantages as were enjoyed by those of the most favored nations. Not only his favor in the eyes of the king, but his administrative and even his political appointments went on constantly increasing. Between 1444 and 1446 the king several times named him one of his commissioners to the estates of Languedoc, and for the installation of the new parliament of Toulouse. In 1446 he formed one of an embassy sent to Italy to try and acquire for the French the possession of Genoa, which was harassed by civil dissensions. In 1447 he received from Charles VII a still more important commission, to bring about an arrangement between the two popes elected, one under the name of Felix V, and the other under that of Nicholas V, and he was successful. His immense wealth greatly contributed to his influence. M. Pierre Clement, Jacques Coeur et Charles, ou la France au XVe siècle, pages 1 through 46, has given a list of 32 estates and lordships which Jacques Coeur had bought either in Berry or in the neighboring provinces. He possessed besides 4 mansions and 2 hostels at Lyons, mansions at Beaucaire, at Béziers, at Saint Pourçain, at Marseilles, and at Montpellier; and he had built for his own residence, at Bourges, the celebrated hostel which still exists as an admirable model of Gothic and national art in the 15th century, a tempting combination with the art of Italian Renaissance. M. Clement, in his table of Jacques Coeur's wealth, does not count either the mines which he worked at various spots in France, nor the vast capital, unknown, which he turned to profit in his commercial enterprises. But, on the other hand, he names, with certain et ceteras, 42 court personages, or king's officers, indebted to Jacques Coeur for large or small sums he had lent them. We will quote but 2 instances of Jacques Coeur's financial connection, not with courtiers, however, but with the royal family and the king himself. Margaret of Scotland, wife of the Dauphin, who became Louis IX., wrote with her own hand on the 20th of July, 1444, "We, Margaret, Dauphiness of Viennoise, do acknowledge to have received from Master Stephen Petit, secretary of my lord the king, and receiver general of his finances for Languedoc and Guienne, 2,000 livres of Tours, to us given by my said lord, and to us advanced by the hand of Jacques Coeur, his moneyman, we being but lately in Lorraine, for to get silken stuff and sables to make robes for our person." In 1449, when Charles VII. Determined to drive the English from Normandy, his treasury was exhausted, and he had recourse to Jacques Coeur. "Sir," said the traitor to the king, "what I have is yours," and lent him 200,000 crowns; the effect of which was, says Jacques Duclerc, that during this conquest all the men at arms of the King of France, and all those who were in his service, were paid their wages month by month. An original document, dated 1450, which exists in the Cabinet des Titres of the National Library, bears upon it a receipt for 60,000 livres from Jacques Coeur to the king's receiver general in Normandy, in restitution of the like sum lent me in ready money by the said lord in the month of August last past, on occasion of the surrendering to his authority of the towns and castle of Cherbourg, at that time held by the English, the ancient enemies of this realm. It was probably a partial repayment of the 200,000 crowns lent by Jacques Coeur to the king at this juncture, according to all the contemporary chroniclers. Enormous and unexpected wealth excites envy and suspicion at the same time that it confers influence, and the envious before long became enemies. Sullen murmurs against Jacques Coeur were raised in the king's own circle, and the way in which he had begun to make his fortune, the coinage of questionable money, furnished some specious ground for them. There is too general an inclination amongst potentates of the earth to give an easy ear to reasons, good or bad, for dispensing with the gratitude and respect otherwise due to those who serve them. Charles VII., after having long been the patron and debtor of Jacques Coeur, all at once, in 1451, shared the suspicions aroused against him. To accusations of grave abuses and malversations in money matters was added one of even more importance. Agnes Sorel had died 18 months previously, February 9, 1450, and on her deathbed she had appointed Jacques Coeur one of the 3 executors of her will. In July, 1451, Jacques was at Taillebourg in Guienne, whence he wrote to his wife that "he was in as good a case and was as well with the king as ever he had been, whatever anybody might say." Indeed, on the 22nd of July Charles VII. Granted him a sum of 772 livres of Tours, to help him keep up his condition, and be more honorably equipped for his service. And nevertheless, on the 31st of July, on the information of two persons of the court, who accused Jacques Coeur of having poisoned Agnes Sorel, Charles ordered his arrest and the seizure of his goods, on which he immediately levied 100,000 crowns for the purposes of the war. Commissioners extraordinary, taken from amongst the king's grand council, were charged to try him; and Charles VII. Declared, it is said, that if the said moneyman were not found liable to the charge of having poisoned or caused to be poisoned Agnes Sorel, he threw up and forgave all the other cases against him. The accusation of poisoning was soon acknowledged to be false, and the two informers were condemned as calumniators, but the trial was, nevertheless, proceeded with. Jacques Coeur was accused of having sold arms to the infidels, of having coined light crowns, of having pressed on board of his vessels, at Montpellier, several individuals, of whom one had thrown himself into the sea from desperation, and lastly, of having appropriated to himself presents made to the king, in several towns of Languedoc, and of having practised in that country frequent exaction, to the prejudice of the king as well as of his subjects. After 22 months of imprisonment, Jacques Coeur, on the 29th of May 1453, was convicted in the king's name on divers charges, of which several entailed a capital penalty; but whereas Pope Nicholas V. had issued a rescript, and made request in favour of Jacques Coeur, and regard also being had to services received from him, Charles VII. Spared his life, on condition that he should pay to the king 100,000 crowns by way of restitution, 300,000 by way of fine, and should be kept in prison until the whole claim was satisfied. And the decree ended as follows: "We have declared and do declare all the goods of the said Jacques Coeur confiscated to us, and we have banished and do banish this Jacques Coeur for ever from this realm, reserving therein our own good pleasure." After having spent nearly 3 years more in prison, transported from dungeon to dungeon, Jacques Coeur, thanks to the faithful and zealous affection of a few friends, managed to escape from Beaucaire, to embark at Nice and to reach Rome, where Pope Nicholas V. welcomed him with tokens of lively interest. Nicholas died shortly afterwards, just when he was preparing an expedition against the Turks. His successor, Calixtus III., carried out his design, and equipped a fleet of 16 galleys. This fleet required a commander of energy, resolution, and celebrity. Jacques Coeur had lived and fought with Dunois, Xaintrailles, La Hire, and the most valiant French captains; he was known and popular in Italy and the Levant, and the pope appointed him captain general of the expedition. Charles VII.'s moneyman, ruined, convicted, and banished from France, sailed away at the head of the pope's squadron of some Catalan pirates, to carry help against the Turks to Rhodes, Chios, Lesbos, Lemnos, and the whole Grecian archipelago. On arriving at Chios, in November 1456, he fell ill there, and perceiving his end approaching, he wrote to his king, to commend to him his children, and to beg that, considering the great wealth and honours he had in his time enjoyed in the king's service, it might be the king's good pleasure to give something to his children, in order that they, even those of whom who were secular, might be able to live honestly, without coming to want. He died at Chits on the 25th of November 1456, and, according to the historian Jean d'Auton, who had probably lived in the society of Jacques Coeur's children, he remained interred in the church of the Cordeliers in that island, at the centre of the choir. We have felt bound to represent with some detail the active and energetic life, prosperous for a long while and afterwards so grievous and hazardous up to its very last day, of this great French merchant at the close of the Middle Ages, who was the first to extend afar in Europe, Africa, and Asia the commercial relations of France, and, after the example of the great Italian merchants, to make an attempt to combine politics with commerce, and to promote at one and the same time the material interests of his country and the influence of his government. There can be no doubt but that Jacques Coeur was unscrupulous and frequently visionary as a man of business, but at the same time he was inventive, able, and bold, and whilst pursuing his own fortunes to the utmost, he contributed a great deal to develop, in the ways of peace, the commercial, industrial, diplomatic, and artistic enterprise of France. In his relations toward his king, Jacques Coeur was to Charles VII. A servant, often over adventurous, slippery, and compromising, but often also useful, full of resource, efficient, and devoted in the hour of difficulty. Charles VII. Was to Jacques Coeur a selfish and ungrateful patron, who contemptuously deserted the man whose brains he had sucked and ruined him pitilessly after having himself contributed to enrich him unscrupulously. End of chapter 24, part 10. Chapter 24, Part 11 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 24, The 100 Years' War, Charles VII. And Joan of Arc, 1422 to 1462, Part 11. We have now reached the end of events under this long reign. All that remains is to run over the substantial results of Charles VII.'s government, and the melancholy imbroglios of his later years with his son, the turbulent, tricky, and wickedly able-born conspirator who was to succeed him under the name of Louis XI. One fact is at the outset to be remarked upon. It at the first blush appears singular, but it admits of easy explanation. In the first 19 years of his reign, from 1423 to 1442, Charles VII. Frequently convoked the States General, at one time of northern France, or Languedoc, at another of southern France, or Languedoc. 24 such assemblies took place during this period at Bourges, at Celles in Berry, at Le Puy in Velay, at Meun-sur-Yevre, at Chinon, at Sully-sur-Loire, at Tours, at Orleans, at Nevers, at Carcassonne, and at different spots in Languedoc. It was the time of the great war between France on the one side and England and Burgundy allied on the other, the time of intrigues incessantly recurring at court, and the time likewise of carelessness and indolence on the part of Charles VII., more devoted to his pleasures than regardful of his government. He had incessant need of States General to supply him with money and men, and support him through the difficulties of his position. But when, dating from the peace of Arras, September 21, 1435, Charles VII., having become reconciled with the Duke of Burgundy, was deliverer from civil war, and was at grips with none but England, already half beaten by the divine inspiration, the triumph, and the martyrdom of Joan of Arc, his posture and his behavior underwent a rare transformation. Without ceasing to be a coldly selfish and scandalously licentious king, he became practical, hard-working, statesmanlike king, jealous and disposed to govern by himself, but at the same time watchful and skilful in availing himself of the able advisers who, whether it were by a happy accident or by his own choice, were grouped around him. He had his days and hours for dealing with all sorts of men, 1 hour with the clergy, another with the nobles, another with foreigners, another with mechanical folks, armorers, and gunners. In respect of all these persons he had a full remembrance of their cases and their appointed day. On Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday he worked with the chancellor, and got through all claims connected with justice. On Wednesday he first of all gave audience to the marshals, captains, and men of war. On the same day he held a council of finance, independently of another council which was also held on the same subject every Friday. It was by such assiduous toil that Charles VII., in concert with his advisers, was able to take in hand and accomplish, in the military, financial, and judicial system of the realm, those bold and at the same time prudent reforms which wrested the country from the state of disorder, pillage, and general insecurity to which it had been a prey, and commenced the era of that great monarchical administration, which, in spite of many troubles and vicissitudes, was destined to be, during more than 3 centuries, the government of France. The Constable de Richemont and Marshal de Lafayette were, in respect of military matters, Charles VII.'s principal advisers, and it was by their counsel and with their cooperation that he substituted for feudal service, and for the bands of wandering mercenaries, routiers, mustered and maintained by haphazard, a permanent army, regularly levied, provided for, paid, and commanded, and charged with the duty of keeping order at home, and at the same time subserving abroad the interests and policy of the state. In connection with, and as a natural consequence of this military system, Charles VII., on his own sole authority, established certain permanent imposts with the object of making up any deficiency in the royal treasury, whilst waiting for a vote of such taxes extraordinary as might be demanded of the States General. Jacques Coeur, the two brothers Bureau, Martin Gouge, Michel Lallier, William Cousineau, and many other councillors, of burgher origin, laboured zealously to establish this administrative system, so prompt and freed from all independent discussion. Weary of wars, irregularities, and sufferings, France, in the 15th century, asked for nothing but peace and security; and so soon as the kingship showed that it had an intention and was in a condition to provide her with them, the nation took little or no trouble about political guarantees, which as yet it knew neither how to establish nor how to exercise. Its right to them was not disputed in principle; they were merely permitted to fall into disuse; and Charles VII., who during the first half of his reign had 24 times assembled the States General to ask them for taxes and soldiers, was able in the second to raise personally both soldiers and taxes, without drawing forth any complaint, hardly, save from his contemporary historian, the Bishop of Lisieux, Thomas Bazin, who said, "Into such misery and servitude is fallen the realm of France, heretofore so noble and free, that all the inhabitants are openly declared by the generals of finance and their clerks taxable at the will of the king, without anybody's daring to murmur or even ask for mercy." There is at every juncture, and in all ages of the world, a certain amount, though varying very much, of good order, justice, and security, without which men cannot get on; and when they lack it, either through the fault of those who govern them or through their own fault, they seek after it with the blind eyes of passion, and are ready to accept it, no matter what power may procure it for them, or what price it may cost them. Charles VII. Was a prince neither to be respected nor to be loved, and during many years his reign had not been a prosperous one; but he requickened justice, which had been a long while dead, says a chronicler devoted to the Duke of Burgundy; he put an end to the tyrannies and exactions of the men at arms, and out of an infinity of murderers and robbers he formed men of resolution and honest life. He made regular paths in murderous woods and forests, all roads safe, all towns peaceful, all nationalities of his kingdom tranquil; he chastised the evil and honored the good, and he was sparing of human blood. Let it be added, in accordance with contemporary testimony, that at the same time that he established an all but arbitrary rule in military and financial matters, Charles VII. Took care that practical justice, in the case of every individual, was promptly rendered to poor as well as rich, to small as well as great; he forbade all trafficking in the offices of the magistracy, and every time that a place became vacant in a parliament he made no nomination to it, save on the presentations of the court. Questions of military, financial, and judicial organization were not the only ones which occupied the government of Charles VII. He attacked also ecclesiastical questions, which were at that period a subject of passionate discussion in Christian Europe, amongst the councils of the Church, and in the closets of princes. The celebrated ordinance, known by the name of Pragmatic Sanction, which Charles VII. Issued at Bourges on the 7th of July, 1438, with the concurrence of a grand national council, laic and ecclesiastical, was directed towards the carrying out, in the internal regulations of the French Church, and in the relations either of the state with the Church in France, or of the Church of France with the papacy, of reforms long since desired or dreaded by the different powers and interests. It would be impossible to touch here upon these difficult and delicate questions without going far beyond the limits imposed on the writer of this history. All that can be said is, that there was no lack of a religious spirit, or of a liberal spirit, in the Pragmatic Sanction of Charles VII., and that the majority of the measures contained in it were adopted with the approbation of the greater part of the French clergy, as well as of educated laymen in France. In whatever light it is regarded, the government of Charles VII. In the latter part of his reign brought him not only in France, but throughout Europe, a great deal of fame and power. When he had driven the English out of his kingdom, he was called Charles the Victorious; and when he had introduced into the internal regulations of the state so many important and effective reforms, he was called Charles the Well served. The sense that he had by nature, says his historian Castellane, had been increased to twice as much again in his straitened fortunes, by long constraint in perilous dangers, which sharpened his wits perforce. He is the king of kings, was said of him by the Doge of Venice, Francis Foscari, a good judge of policy; there is no doing without him. Nevertheless, at the close, so influential and so tranquil, of his reign, Charles VII. Was, in his individual and private life, the most desolate, the most harassed, and the most unhappy man in his kingdom. In 1442 and 1450 he had lost the two women who had been, respectively, the most devoted and most useful, and the most delightful and dearest to him, his mother in law, Yolande of Aragon, Queen of Sicily, and his favourite, Agnes Sorel. His avowed intimacy with Agnes, and even independently of her and after her death, the scandalous licentiousness of his morals, had justly offended his virtuous wife, Mary of Anjou, the only lady of the royal establishment who survived him. She had brought him 12 children, and the eldest, the Dauphin Louis, after having from his very youth behaved in a fractious, harebrained, turbulent way towards the king his father, had become at one time an open rebel, at another a venomous conspirator and a dangerous enemy. At his birth in 1423 he had been named Louis in remembrance of his ancestor, Saint Louis, and in hopes that he would resemble him. In 1440, at 17 years of age, he allied himself with the great lords who were displeased with the new military system established by Charles VII., and allowed himself to be drawn by them into the transient rebellion known by the name of Praguery. When the king, having put it down, refused to receive the rebels to favour, the dauphin said to his father, "My lord, I must go back with them, then, for so I promised them." "Louis," replied the king, "the gates are open, and if they are not high enough I will have 16 or 20 fathom of wall knocked down for you, that you may go whither it seems best to you." Charles VII. Had made his son marry Margaret Stuart of Scotland, that charming princess who was so smitten with the language and literature of France, that coming one day upon the poet Alan Chartier asleep on a bench, she kissed him on the forehead in the presence of her mightily astonished train, for he was very ugly. The dauphin rendered his wife so wretched that she died in 1445, at the age of 21, with these words upon her lips: "Oh, fie on life! Speak to me no more of it." In 1449, just when the king his father was taking up arms to drive the English out of Normandy, the Dauphin Louis, who was now living entirely in Dauphiny, concluded at Briancon a secret league with the Duke of Savoy, against the ministers of the King of France, his enemies. In 1456, in order to escape from the perils brought upon him by the plots which he, in the heart of Dauphiny, was incessantly hatching against his father, Louis fled from Grenoble and went to take refuge in Brussels with the Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good, who willingly received him, at the same time excusing himself to Charles VII. On the ground of the respect he owed to the son of his suzerain, and putting at the disposal of Louis, his guest, a pension of 36,000 livres. "He has received the fox at his court," said Charles; "he will soon see what will become of his chickens." But the pleasantries of the king did not chase away the sorrows of the father. "Mine enemies have full trust in me," said Charles, "but my son will have none. If he had but once spoken with me, he would have known full well that he ought to have neither doubts nor fears. On my royal word, if he will but come to me, when he has opened his heart and learned my intentions, he may go away again whithersoever it seems good to him." Charles, in his old age and his sorrow, forgot how distrustful and how fearful he himself had been. "It is ever your pleasure," wrote one of his councillors to him in a burst of frankness, "to be shut up in castles, wretched places, and all sorts of little closets, without showing yourself and listening to the complaints of your poor people." Charles VII. Had shown scarcely more confidence to his son than to his people. Louis yielded neither to words nor to sorrows of which proofs were reaching him nearly every day. He remained impassive at the Duke of Burgundy's, where he seemed to be waiting with scandalous indifference for the news of his father's death. Charles sank into a state of profound melancholy and general distrust. He had his doctor, Adam Founy, put in prison, persuaded himself that his son had wished, and was still wishing, to poison him, and refused to take any kind of nourishment. No representation, no solicitation, could win him from his depression and obstinacy. It was in vain that Charles, Duke of Berry, his favourite child, offered to first taste the food set before him. It was in vain that his servants represented to him with tears, says Bossuet, what madness it was to cause his own death for fear of dying; when at last he would have made an effort to eat, it was too late, and he must die. On the 2nd of July, 1461, he asked what day it was, and was told that it was St. Magdalen's Day. "Ah," said he, "I do laud my God, and thank him for that it hath pleased him that the most sinful man in the world should die on the sinful woman's day. Dampmartin," said he to the count of that name, who was leaning over his bed, "I do beseech you that after my death you will serve so far as you can the little lord, my son Charles." He called his confessor, received the sacraments, gave orders that he should be buried at St. Denis beside the king his father, and expired. No more than his son Louis, though for different reasons, was his wife, Queen Mary of Anjou, at his side. She was living at Chinon, whither she had removed a long while before by order of the king her husband. Thus, deserted by them of his own household, and disgusted with his own life, died that king of whom a contemporary chronicler, whilst recommending his soul to God, remarked, "When he was alive, he was a right wise and valiant lord, and he left his kingdom united, and in good case as to justice and tranquillity." CHAPter 25.
Part 1 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483. Part 1. Louis XI was 38 years old, and had been living for 5 years in voluntary exile at the castle of Genappe in Hainault, beyond the dominions of the king his father, and within those of Philippe the Good, Duke of Burgundy, when on the 23rd of July, 1461, the day after Charles VII's death, he learned that he was King of France. He started at once to return to his own country and take possession of his kingdom. He arrived at Rheims on the 14th of August, was solemnly crowned there on the 18th, in presence of the two courts of France and Burgundy, and on the 30th made his entry into Paris, within which he had not set foot for 26 years. In 1482, 21 years afterwards, he, sick and almost dying in his turn at his castle of Plessis-les-Tours, went nevertheless to Amboise, where his son, the Dauphin, who was about to become Charles VIII, and whom he had not seen for several years, was living. "I do expressly enjoin upon you," said the father to the son, "as my last counsel and my last instructions, not to change a single one of the chief officers of the crown. When my father, King Charles VII, went to God, and I myself came to the throne, I deprived of their appointments, all the good and notable knights of the kingdom, who had aided and served my said father in conquering Normandy and Guienne, in driving the English out of the kingdom, and in restoring it to peace and good order, for so I found it, and right rich also. Therefrom much mischief came to me, for thence I had the war called the Commonweal, which all but cost me my crown. With the experience and paternal care of an old man, whom the near prospect of death rendered perfectly disinterested, wholly selfish as his own life had been, Louis's heart was bent upon saving his son from the first error which he himself had committed on mounting the throne. "Gentlemen," said Dunois, on rising from table at the funeral banquet held at the Abbey of St. Denis, in honour of the obsequies of King Charles VII, "we have lost our master; let each look after himself." The old warrior foresaw that the new reign would not be like that which had just ended. Charles VII had been a prince of indolent disposition, more inclined to pleasure than ambition, whom the long and severe trials of his life had moulded to government without his having any passion for governing, and who had become in a quiet way a wise and powerful king, without any eager desire to be incessantly and everywhere chief actor and master. His son Louis, on the contrary, was completely possessed with a craving for doing, talking, agitating, domineering, and reaching, no matter by what means, the different and manifold ends he proposed to himself. Anything but prepossessing in appearance, supported on long and thin shanks, vulgar in looks, and often designedly ill-dressed, and undignified in his manners, though haughty in mind, he was powerful by the sheer force of a mind marvellously lively, supple, unerring, ready and inventive, and on a character indefatigably active, and pursuing success as a passion, without any scruple or embarrassment in the employment of means. His contemporaries, after observing his reign for some time, gave him the name of the universal spider, so relentlessly did he labour to weave a web of which he himself occupied the centre, and extended the filaments in all directions. As soon as he was king, he indulged himself with that first piece of vindictive satisfaction, of which he was in his last moments obliged to acknowledge the mistake. At Rheims, at the time of his coronation, the aged and judicious Duke Philippe of Burgundy had begged him to forgive all those who had offended him. Louis promised to do so, with the exception, however, of 7 persons whom he did not name. They were the most faithful and most able advisers of the king his father, those who had best served Charles VII, even in his embroilments with the Dauphin, his conspiring and rebellious son, viz., Anthony de Chabannes, Count of Dampmartin, Peter de Brise, Andrew de Laval, Juvenal des Ursins, etc. Some lost their places, and were even for a while subjected to persecution. The others, remaining still at court, received there many marks of the king's disfavour. On the other hand, Louis made a show of treating graciously the men who had most incurred and deserved disgrace at his father's hands, notably the Duke of Alençon and the Count of Armagnac. Nor was it only in respect of persons that he departed from paternal tradition. He rejected it openly in the case of one of the most important acts of Charles VII's reign, the Pragmatic Sanction issued by that prince at Bourses in 1438, touching the internal regulations of the Church of France and its relations towards the papacy. The popes, and especially Pius II, Louis XI's contemporary, had constantly and vigorously protested against that act. Barely 4 months after his accession, on the 27th of November 1461, Louis, in order to gain favour with the Pope, abrogated the Pragmatic Sanction, and informed the Pope of the fact in a letter full of devotion. There was great joy at Rome, and the Pope replied to the king's letter in the strongest terms of gratitude and commendation. But Louis's courtesy had not been so disinterested as it was prompt. He had hoped that Pius II would abandon the cause of Ferdinand of Aragon, a claimant to the throne of Naples, and would uphold that of his rival, the French prince John of Anjou, Duke of Calabria, whose champion Louis had declared himself. He bade his ambassador at Rome to remind the Pope of the royal hopes. "You know," said the ambassador to Pius II, "it is only on this condition that the king my master abolished the Pragmatic. He was pleased to desire that in his kingdom full obedience should be rendered to you. He demands, on the other hand, that you should be pleased to be a friend to France. Otherwise, I have orders to bid all the French cardinals withdraw, and you cannot doubt but that they will obey." But Pius II was more proud than Louis XI dared to be imperious. He answered, "We are under very great obligations to the King of France, but that gives him no right to exact from us things contrary to justice and to our honour. We have sent aid to Ferdinand by virtue of the treaties we have with him. Let the king your master compel the Duke of Anjou to lay down arms and prosecute his rights by course of justice, and if Ferdinand refuse to submit thereto, we will declare against him, but we cannot promise more. If the French who are at our court wish to withdraw, the gates are open to them." The king, a little ashamed at the fruitlessness of his concession and of his threat, had for an instant some desire to re establish the Pragmatic Sanction, for which the Parliament of Paris had taken up the cudgels; but all considered, he thought it better to put up in silence with his rebuff, and pay the penalty for a rash concession, than to get involved with the court of Rome in a struggle of which he could not measure the gravity; and he contented himself with letting the Parliament maintain in principle and partially keep up the Pragmatic. This was his first apprenticeship in that outward resignation and patience amidst his own mistakes, of which he was destined to be called upon more than once, in the course of his life, to make a humble but skilful use. End of chapter 25, part 1.
Chapter 25, Part 2 of Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 25. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483, Part 2. At the same time that, at the pinnacle of government and in his court, Louis was thus making his power felt, and was engaging a new set of servants, he was zealously endeavoring to win over, everywhere, the middle class and the populace. He left Rouen in the hands of its own inhabitants. In Guienne, in Auvergne, at Tours, he gave the burgesses authority to assemble, and his orders to the royal agents were, "Whatever is done, see that it be answered for unto us by two of the most notable burgesses of the principal cities." At Rheims the rumour ran that under King Louis there would be no more tax or talliage. When deputations went before him to complain of the weight of imposts, he would say, "I thank you, my dear and good friends, for making such remonstrances to me. I have nothing more at heart than to put an end to all sorts of exactions, and to re establish my kingdom in its ancient liberties. I have just been passing 5 years in the countries of my uncle of Burgundy, and there I saw good cities mighty rich and full of inhabitants, and folks well clad, well housed, well off, lacking nothing. The commerce there is great, and the communes there have fine privileges. When I came into my own kingdom I saw, on the contrary, houses in ruins, fields without tillage, men and women in rags, faces pinched and pale. It is a great pity, and my soul is filled with sorrow at it. All my desire is to apply a remedy thereto, and with God's help we will bring it to pass." The good folks departed, charmed with such familiarity, so prodigal of hope; but facts before long gave the lie to words. When the time came for renewing at Rheims the claim for local taxes, the people showed opposition, and all the papers were burned in the open street. The king employed stratagem. In order not to encounter overt resistance, he caused a large number of his folks to disguise themselves as tillers or artisans, and so entering the town, they were masters of it before the people could think of defending themselves. The ringleaders of the rebellion were drawn and quartered, and about 100 persons were beheaded or hanged. At Angers, at Alencon, and at Aurillac, there were similar outbursts similarly punished. From that moment it was easy to prognosticate that, with the new king, familiarity would not prevent severity, or even cruelty. According to the requirements of the crisis Louis had no more hesitation about violating than making promises; and all the while that he was seeking after popularity, he intended to make his power felt at any price. How could he have done without heavy imposts and submission on the part of the taxpayers? For it was not only at home in his own kingdom that he desired to be chief actor and master. He pushed his ambitions and his activity abroad into divers European states. In Italy he had his own claimant to the throne of Naples, in opposition to the King of Aragon's. In Spain the kings of Aragon and Castile were in a state of rivalry and war. A sedition broke out in Catalonia. Louis XI. lent the King of Aragon 350,000 golden crowns to help him in raising 1,100 lances, and reducing the rebels. Civil war was devastating England. The houses of York and Lancaster were disputing the crown. Louis XI. kept up relations with both sides, and without embroiling himself with the Duke of York, who became Edward IV., he received at Chinon the heroic Margaret of Anjou, wife of Henry VI., and lent 20,000 pounds sterling to that prince, then disthroned, who undertook either to repay them within a year or to hand over Calais, when he was re established upon his throne, to the King of France. In the same way John II., King of Aragon, had put Roussillon and Cerdagne into the hands of Louis XVI., as a security for the loan of 350,000 crowns he had borrowed. Amidst all the plans and enterprises of his personal ambition, Louis was seriously concerned for the greatness of France; but he drew upon her resources, and compromised her far beyond what was compatible with her real interests, by mixing himself up at every opportunity, and by every sort of intrigue, with the affairs and quarrels of the kings and peoples around him. In France itself he had quite enough of questions to be solved and perils to be surmounted to absorb and satisfy the most vigilant and most active of men. 4 princes of very unequal power, but all equal for independence and preponderance, viz., Charles, Duke of Berry, his brother Francis II., Duke of Brittany, Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, his uncle, and John, Duke of Bourbon, his brother in law, were vassals whom he found very troublesome, and ever on the point of becoming dangerous. It was not long before he had proof of it. In 1463, 2 years after Louis's accession, the Duke of Burgundy sent one of his most trusty servants, John of Croy, Sire de Chimay, to complain of certain royal acts, contrary, he said, to the Treaty of Arras, which, in 1435, had regulated the relations between Burgundy and the crown. The envoy had great difficulty in getting audience of the king, who would not even listen for more than a single moment, and that as he was going out of his room, when, almost without heeding, he said abruptly, "What manner of man, then, is this Duke of Burgundy? Is he of other metal than the other lords of the realm?" "Yes, sir," replied Chimay, "he is of other metal, for he protected you and maintained you against the will of your father, King Charles, and against the opinion of all those who were opposed to you in the kingdom, which no other prince or lord would have dared to do." Louis went back into his room without a word. "How dared you speak so to the king?" said Dunois to Chimay. "Had I been 50 leagues away from here," said the Burgundian, "and had I thought that the king had an idea only of addressing such words to me, I would have come back express to speak to him as I have spoken." The Duke of Brittany was less puissant and less proudly served than the Duke of Burgundy; but being vain and inconsiderate, he was incessantly attempting to exalt himself above his condition of vassal, and to raise his duchy into a sovereignty; and when his pretensions were rejected he entered, at one time with the King of England, and at another with the Duke of Burgundy and the malcontents of France, upon intrigues which amounted very nearly to treason against the king his suzerain. Charles, Louis's younger brother, was a soft and mediocre but jealous and timidly ambitious prince. He remembered, moreover, the preference and the wishes manifested in his account by Charles VII., their common father, on his deathbed, and he considered his position as Duke of Berry very inferior to the hopes he believed himself entitled to nourish. Duke John of Bourbon, on espousing a sister of Louis XI., had flattered himself that his marriage and the remembrance of the valor he had displayed, in 1450, at the battle of Formigny, would be worth to him at least the sword of constable; but Louis had refused to give it him. When all these great malcontents saw Louis's popularity on the decline, and the king engaged abroad in divers political designs full of onerousness or embarrassment, they considered the moment to have come, and at the end of 1464 formed together an alliance for to remonstrate with the king, says Commynes, upon the bad order and injustice he kept up in his kingdom, considering themselves strong enough to force him if he would not mend his ways; and this war was called the Common Weal, because it was undertaken under color of being for the common weal of the kingdom, which was soon converted into private weal. The aged Duke of Burgundy, sensible and weary as he was, gave only a hesitating and slack adherence to the League; but his son Charles, Count of Charolais, entered into it passionately, and the father was no more in a condition to resist his son than he was inclined to follow him. the number of the declared malcontents increased rapidly, and the chiefs received at Paris itself, in the church of Notre Dame, the adhesion and the signatures of those who wished to join them. They all wore, for recognition's sake, a band of red silk around their waists; and "there were more than 500," says Oliver de la Marche, a confidential servant of the Count of Charolais, "princes as well as knights, dames, damsels, and esquires, who were well acquainted with this alliance without the king's knowing anything as yet about it." It is difficult to believe the chronicler's last assertion. Louis XI., it is true, was more distrustful than far sighted; and though he placed but little reliance in his advisers and servants, he had so much confidence in himself, his own sagacity, and his own ability, that he easily deluded himself about the perils of his position; but the facts which have just been set forth were too serious and too patent to have escaped his notice. However that may be, he had no sooner obtained a clear insight into the League of the Princes, than he set to work with his usual activity and knowledge of the world to checkmate it. To rally together his own partisans and to separate his foes, such was the twofold end he pursued, at first with some success. In a meeting of the princes which was held at Tours, and in which friends and enemies were still mingled together, he used language which could not fail to meet their views. He was powerless, he said, to remedy the evils of the kingdom without the love and fealty of the princes of the blood and the other lords. They were the pillars of the state. Without their help, one man alone could not bear the weight of the crown. Many of those present declared their fealty. "You are our king, our sovereign lord," said King Ren, Duke of Anjou. "We thank you for the kind, gracious, and honest words you have just used to us. I say to you, on behalf of all our lords here present, that we will serve you in respect of and against every one, according as it may please you to order us." Louis, by a manifesto, addressed himself also to the good towns and to all his kingdom. He deplored therein the enticements which had been suffered to draw away his brother the Duke of Berry and other princes, churchmen, and nobles, who would never have consented to this league if they had borne in mind the horrible calamities of the kingdom, and especially the English, those ancient enemies, who might well come down again upon it as heretofore. "They proclaim," said he, "that they will abolish the imposts; that is what has always been declared by the seditious and rebellious; but instead of relieving, they ruin the poor people. Had I been willing to augment their pay, and permit them to trample their vassals under foot as in time past, they would never have given a thought to the common weal. They pretend that they desire to establish order everywhere, and yet they cannot endure it anywhere; whilst I, without drawing from my people more than was drawn by the late king, pay my men at arms well, and keep them in a good state of discipline." Louis, in his latter words, was a little too boastful. He had very much augmented the imposts without assembling the estates, and without caring for the old public liberties. If he frequently repressed local tyranny on the part of the lords, he did not deny himself the practice of it. Amongst other tastes, he was passionately fond of the chase, and, wherever he lived, he put it down amongst his neighbors, noble or other, without any regard for rights of lordship. Hounds, hawking birds, nets, snares, all the implements of hunting were forbidden. He even went so far, it is said, on one occasion, as to have 2 gentlemen's ears cut off for killing a hare on their own property. Nevertheless, the publication of his manifesto did him good service. Auvergne, Dauphiny, Languedoc, Lyons, and Bordeaux turned a deaf ear to all temptations from the League of Princes. Paris, above all, remained faithful to the king. Orders were given at the Hotel de Ville that the principal gates of the city should be walled up, and that there should be a nightly watch on the ramparts; and burgesses were warned to lay in provisions of arms and victual. Marshal Joachim Rouault, Lord of Gamache, arrived at Paris on the 30th of June, 1465, at the head of a body of men at arms, to protect the city against the Count of Charolais, who was coming up, and the king himself, not content with dispatching 4 of his chief officers to thank the Parisians for their loyal zeal, wrote to them that he would send the queen to lie in at Paris, the city he loved most in the world. Louis would have been glad to have nothing to do but to negotiate and talk. Though he was personally brave, he did not like war and its unforeseen issues. He belonged to the class of ambitious despots who prefer stratagem to force. But the very ablest speeches and artifices, even if they do not remain entirely fruitless, are not sufficient to reduce matters promptly to order when great interests are threatened, passions violently excited, and factions let loose in the arena. Between the League of the Common Weal and Louis XI. There was a question too great to be, at the very outset, settled peacefully. It was feudalism in decline, at grips with the kingship, which had been growing greater and greater for 2 centuries. The lords did not trust the king's promises, and one amongst those lords was too powerful to yield without a fight. At the beginning Louis had, in Auvergne and in Berry, some successes, which decided a few of the rebels, the most insignificant, to accept truces and enter upon parley; but the great princes, the Dukes of Burgundy, Brittany, and Berry, waxed more and more angry. The aged Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good himself, sobered and wearied as he was, threw himself passionately into the struggle. "Go," said he to his son, Count Charles of Charolais, "maintain thine honour well, and if thou have need of 100,000 more men to deliver thee from difficulty, I will myself lead them to thee." Charles marched promptly on Paris. Louis on his side moved thither, with the design and in the hope of getting in there without fighting. But the Burgundians, posted at St. Denis and the environs, barred his approach. His seneschal, Peter de Brise, advised him to first attack the Bretons, who were advancing to join the Burgundians. Louis, looking at him somewhat mistrustfully, said, "You too, Sir Seneschal, have signed this League of the Common Weal." "Ay, sir," answered Brise with a laugh, "they have my signature, but you have myself." "Would you be afraid to try conclusions with the Burgundians?" continued the king. "Nay, verily," replied the seneschal, "I will let that be seen in the first battle." Louis continued his march on Paris. The 2 armies met at Montlhéry, on the 16th of July, 1465. Brise, who commanded the king's advance guard, immediately went into action, and was one of the first to be killed. Louis came up to his assistance with troops in rather loose order; the affair became hot and general; the French for a moment wavered, and a rumor ran through the ranks that the king had just been killed. "No, my friends," said Louis, taking off his helmet, "no, I am not dead; defend your king with good courage." The wavering was transferred to the Burgundians. Count Charles himself was so closely pressed that a French man at arms had his hand on him, saying, "Yield you, my lord, I know you well; let not yourself be slain." "A rescue!" cried Charles; "I'll not leave you, my friends, unless by death. I am here to live and die with you." He was wounded by a sword thrust which entered his neck between his helmet and his breastplate, badly fastened. Disorder set in on both sides, without either's being certain how things were, or being able to consider itself victorious. Night came on, and French and Burgundians encamped before Montlhéry. The Count of Charolais sat down on 2 heaps of straw, and had his wound dressed. Around him were the stripped corpses of the slain. As they were being moved to make room for him, a poor wounded creature, somewhat revived by the motion, recovered consciousness and asked for a drink. The count made them pour down his throat a drop of his own mixture, for he never drank wine. The wounded man came completely to himself, and recovered. It was one of the archers of his guard. Next day was brought to Charles that the Bretons were coming up, with their own duke, the Duke of Berry, and Count Dunois at their head. He went as far as Etampes to meet them, and informed them of what had just happened. The Duke of Berry was very much distressed. It was a great pity, he said, that so many people had been killed. He heartily wished that the war had never been begun. "Did you hear," said the Count of Charolais to his servants, "how yonder fellow talks? He is upset at the sight of 700 or 800 wounded men going about the town, folks who are nothing to him, and whom he does not even know. He would be still more upset if the matter touched him nearly. He is just the sort of fellow to readily make his own terms and leave us stuck in the mud. We must secure other friends." And he forthwith made one of his people post off to England, to draw closer the alliance between Burgundy and Edward IV. Chapter 25.